Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
Nightclub Surprise. A Bad Boy Billionaire Romance. Book 3 of Nightclub Sins series. By Michelle Love. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
Tnie was the last woman I claimed before heading to war. She was beautiful, ripe, and ready for me. So I took her. The memory of her body yielding to mine stayed with me, and I never forgot about her. 7 years later, we met again, and the memories of our wild night together came flooding back. But this time she's with a little boy who has dark hair and eyes like mine. She's still as beautiful as ever, and I have to taste her again. So I asked her out, and she agreed. Everything went well until I asked her who the boy's father was. She was silent and did not say a word. I know she is hiding the truth, but the war broke me in ways that seemed irreparable. I'm not in shape to be a father, and the last thing I want is to hurt them.
Chapter 1. August.
Smoke loomed over the distant hills. The fires had been burning in Big Bear for 3 days. My office in downtown Los Angeles would be safe, or that's what the authorities preferred us to believe. My home in Hidden Hills, a suburb of LA, was okay too, for the time being anyway. Moving away from the window and trying to get the scene of wildfires out of my mind, I headed toward my desk when my cell rang. My sister's name flashed across the screen of my iPhone. "And how can I help you today, big sister?" Layla had 6 children, a husband who worked out of town most of the time, and a career as a hairdresser to the stars that kept her more than busy. So she turned to me more often than not for help with the herd of kids she and her husband had. "Now what makes you think I need your help, August?" Sarcasm laced her voice. "Maybe I'm just calling to say hello and ask how your day is going." "Sure you are." A light chuckle punctuated the sentence. "And my day has been relatively uneventful. Thankfully. Thanks so much for asking. And I assume your day is going about the way it usually does. Hectic." "Right you are. I don't suppose you'd like to go to the California Science Center to pick up your nephew for me? Gino's grounded from using the car you so generously gave him for his 16th birthday last week." "Already?" Plopping into my office chair, I brushed my hand through my hair. The kid had promised me he'd be cool with the brand spanking new Chevy Camaro. What did he do? He took it out after curfew. Snuck out sometime in the wee hours of the morning and came back around 7 in the morning, pretending to have gone out to get us all some donuts. Except the fool forgot to actually buy any donuts, letting me and his father know he'd been out and up to no good. She sighed heavily. "He's only the 3rd oldest, August. I've got 3 more to get through the troublesome teens. My future is looking dimmer and dimmer with each passing day. Come on, you're Mother of the Year every year, and you know it." Getting up, I headed to the door to leave. If I knew anything, it was that my sister had left this to the last minute, and the kid was most likely already waiting to be picked up. I'll head out now. "Thank you, dear brother. I've got to do a dye job on Miss Perfect today, and I'm not looking forward to it." She sighed again, a thing she did far too much. "You don't even have to work, Layla. Your husband's job would keep you guys more than comfortable. So why push yourself so hard? You've got 6, count them, 6 kids to worry about." The key fob in hand, I pushed the button to let myself into my BMW. "August, I've told you this a million times, but here it goes, 1,000,001. I work to get away from the mother and wife role for a few hours each day. I know you don't get it. But that's because you're single and kid-free. She paused for a moment, the phone clearly leaving her ear. I've got to go. Her entourage has arrived and the queen bee will soon be following, after the spritzing of the air with lilac oils and the spreading of rose petals occurs, of course. Of course, I echoed. I'll talk with Gino while I take him home. Give him the wise old uncle lecture. Good. Give that boy hell, little brother. Bye now. And thanks. Bye. I ended the call and started up the car. Traffic was light at 1 in the afternoon as I made my way to the Science Center. When I got there and headed inside, I found Gino still working. Hey, Uncle August. Cool, Mom sent you to get me. Yeah, she did, you rebel without applause. My fist connected with his scrawny bicep, making him wince. That wasn't even hard, Wimpy. So, what has you working on a school day, and when do you get off? I'm on a 4-day school week, did you forget that, UNC? No school on Fridays for me. And I get off in a half hour. He shrugged. Can you wait around for me? I guess so. Looking around, I saw all kinds of things that might interest me. I'll check the place out. I've never been here before. It looks cool. Yeah, it is. Lots of tour groups come through the place. Lots of field trips come through here with kids of all ages. He grabbed his broom and got back to work as I walked away. The Space Shuttle Endeavour hung from the rafters nearby, capturing my attention. It seemed to be taking lots of people's attention as several groups surrounded it, leaving minimal room to see it, even with its giant stature. Standing behind a group of little kids, I spotted one little boy who seemed familiar. Not sure why, since I didn't even know any little kids, but something about him drew my attention more than the giant airship above us. He giggled, along with a couple of other boys. Then he turned toward me, and I saw that his eyes were hazel, just like mine. And his hair was the same shade of brown too. That's freaky. Mom, his excited little voice shouted as someone moved past me. Our arms brushed for just a split second, but the electric current that came along with that touch pulsed all the way through my body. Callum, the curvy redhead who'd just shocked my system with a simple touch, called out to the kid. She picked him up, hugging him, and all I could do was look at her spectacular body. Hubba, hubba. I didn't think you was comin', Mama, the boy said as he clung to her. I wouldn't miss your first ever field trip. She put him down, taking his hand, then turning to the side to look up at the space shuttle. Her profile was pretty, her nose turned up a bit at the end. Her pink lips were on the plump side. The way the blue jeans hugged her curvy hips and the light beige sweater clung to her body enchanted me. She turned all the way around, taking in everything that surrounded us, and I finally saw her entire face. Tnie Matthews. My pulse raced, my body heated. The feeling was familiar. It was the same way she'd always affected me, from the moment she went from a gangly little girl to a curvy teen dream. But there was more than mere attraction with this one. Tnie had a place in my heart she'd stolen long ago. Like a time warp had opened up, my mind left where I was to head back to where I'd been 7 years earlier. A full moon hung low in the night sky as I looked out the back door window of my parents' home, a home I'd be leaving in the morning. Destination San Diego. Marine boot camp. After graduating early from college with a degree in engineering, I'd enlisted with the Marines to do my part in the ongoing war. At 21, I was heading into danger for the first time in my life. The midnight hour was at hand, but sleep was not. I'd headed to the kitchen in search of a glass of milk, hoping that would help me relax and get some sleep before I had to leave for San Diego at 6 a.m. The moon captured my attention first, though, drawing me to the window. And out that window, I spied another thing that would keep me from the glass of milk. The girl next door was outside, lying back in a lounge chair. We didn't have privacy fences in our neighborhood, just short chain-link ones. The small town of Sebastopol, California, wasn't the kind of place where you hid from your neighbors. And one of my neighbors was Tnie Matthews, a recent high school graduate who'd turned 18 only a few weeks ago, if I recalled correctly. And she had her eyes on the sky, doing a little moon gazing. Music floated on the breeze as I opened the back door. The sounds were light, airy, and romantic. Something inside of me stirred. Tnie was pretty, I'd always thought so. We'd lived next door to each other forever. When we were really young, we'd played together in our backyards. When we were both little kids, we used to love tossing a beach ball back and forth over that chain-link fence that separated our yards. But once I left grade school for junior high, she and I lost that friendship we'd had. Puberty had started having its way with me, while Tnie was still a kid with pigtails who played with dolls. My attention went to the girls my age and older, the more mature ones. Tnie got left behind, a thing I hadn't really noticed, until she started sprouting up and growing the female parts that took my interest. But we were 4 years apart, and she was too young for me then. A senior in high school definitely couldn't be with a girl in the 8th grade, after all. But that didn't stop me noticing how attractive she'd become. So I'd kept my distance from her on purpose. But now that she'd turned 18, she wasn't so young anymore. Like a moth to a flame, I was drawn to her. I stepped out into the night. "Hey." She smiled at me. "Hey." Shoving my hands into the pockets of my jeans, I rocked back and forth on my bare feet. "You're up late." She chewed her lower lip as she looked me up and down with her pretty green eyes. My t-shirt was black and tight, hugging my pecs and biceps. I'd worked hard to get my body into excellent shape, so boot camp wouldn't completely kick my ass. "So are you." The way she eyed me made me think that she might be more interested in me than I'd ever known. "You want some company?" Plump pink lips pulled up to one side. "Why you want some?" Everything about her told me she was into me, so I headed through the gate that separated our yards, taking the lounge chair next to hers. "I do want some. I'm heading out to boot camp in the morning, and my mind's a mess about it." Her lips formed a straight line as she looked into my eyes. "So, you're really going then?" With a nod I went on, "I'm not afraid to fight in this war. But I am afraid I'll never see home again." With my words, she glanced up at the rising moon. "If it helps at all, I think you're a hero, August." "I'm no hero. Not yet, anyway. But thanks." Thinking about what lay ahead of me put me in a mood for some midnight confessions, so I told her, "And I should tell you, since I might never see you again, that I think you're beautiful. I've thought so ever since you turned 15. You and I were too far apart in age to ever do anything about that, though." She sat up, looking me right in the eyes as she smiled. "Okay, if we're being honest, then I can tell you that I've always thought you were smoking hot." A tantalizing idea popped into my head. "Well, I may never make it back, Tnie." She already seemed to be on board. "My parents aren't home. I'm here alone, August." Something compelled me to make sure she knew how things had to be with us before we took this step. It would be a one-night thing. You understand that, don't you? It would be an honor to share myself with a real hero. Whoa, what? Heat coursed through me. To think that after I'd wanted Tnie for years and would get to be, he first had me on fire. All she did was nod as she got up, taking my hand in hers before leading me into her empty house.
Chapter 2. Tnie.
Not in a zillion years did I expect to look around the California Science Center in Los Angeles and find the man that had been my first to be looking right at me. His hazel eyes clung to mine, much the same way the expensive-looking black suit clung to his body, which was even more muscular than it had been 7 years earlier. Those chiseled features, the sharp nose, and those high cheekbones offset by lips that looked soft and inviting took my complete attention as my heart raced. My hands fisted at my sides, yearning to run them through his thick, wavy, chestnut-brown hair once again. My feet moved without me telling them to, carrying me to the man who'd given me so much. I'd always been drawn to him, even when we were just two neighborhood kids hanging out after school. I guess some things never change. August Harlow. Our bodies slammed together as I threw my arms around him. He hugged me tightly, picking me up so my feet left the ground. "I thought I might never get to see you again." His hold on me loosened as he placed my feet back on the floor. His hazel eyes sparkled, just the way I remembered them doing all those years ago when he'd first kissed me. I have to say the same thing about you, Tnie Matthews. He let me go entirely, and I felt the loss right away. Being in his arms felt like being home again. Let me get a look at you. You've grown up, haven't you? And filled out perfectly. Just as my core began to pulse, August's compliment had me wanting to jump his bones right then and there. A tug on the bottom of my sweater had me looking down. Hazel eyes shone up at me, and I ran my hand through my son's silky chestnut hair. Mama, who's that? This man used to be my next-door neighbor, Callum. I looked back at August. I'd like you to meet August Harlow. August extended his hand, which I found to be a funny thing to do to a 6-year-old. Hi, Callum. It's nice to meet you. Callum let him shake his hand, but ran his other arm around my leg, clinging to me. Then he buried his face in the side of my leg, and I rested my hand on his little shoulder. He tends to be on the shy side until he gets to know someone. August's eyes met mine again. So you got married? No, I said quickly and didn't offer any more information about that. Do you live in LA now? Yeah. And you? August asked, as he shoved his hands into the pockets of his slacks, rocking back and forth on his feet the same way he did the night he changed my life. We've just moved here. I watched August as he eyed my son, but didn't ask a thing about who his father was. I left Sebastopol a few months ago, just before school started. Callum's in first grade now. I didn't want to make him change schools in the middle of the year, once the new job I came here for starts. August pulled his eyes off Callum to look at me. And what job would that be? I'm a nurse. I got on with Cedars-Sinai in the maternity ward. But the job doesn't start for a few more months. Callum's class was moving on and he looked back at them, then at me. Go ahead, baby. Go with your class. I'll catch up, don't worry. 'Kay, Mama, he said, then took off like a flash to catch up with his friends. Kyle and Jasper were a couple of little boys that he talked about non-stop each day when I picked him up from school. You're a nurse? August asked as his dark brows rose. Yeah. I worked in San Francisco after I graduated and got my RN. The drive was a real killer, an hour there and an hour back home. Mom watched Callum for me as I had to work the night shift. At Cedars, I'll get the day shift and weekends off. Callum will be in school all day while I work, and he'll only have to stay at daycare for a couple of hours before I get off. Things will be a lot better with the new job. Color me impressed. He looked me over without an ounce of shame in his game. You and I should have dinner sometime. You know, catch up. I agreed wholeheartedly and reached out my hand. Give me your cell, and I'll put my number in your contacts. I'd love to catch up with you, August Harlow. As I typed in my number, my mind skipped back 7 years to that fateful night. Alone at home with my parents in Napa Valley for the weekend, I found myself looking out my bedroom window at the full moon that night. It called me to sit outside and do a bit of moonbathing. Sitting outside in one of the lounge chairs in the backyard, I had no idea the attractive guy next door would be joining me soon. Just the Way You Are by Bruno Mars played on my cell, keeping me company until the sound of the back door opening at the house next to ours took my attention. I turned the volume down as my hunky neighbor stepped outside, his eyes on the moon before landing on me. August Harlow and I had a 4-year age difference that separated us, but that had never stopped me from having a huge crush on him. As he started making small talk, I got the feeling that he knew I'd turned 18 a few weeks back, and that it mattered to him. We'd played together when we were kids. But junior high had taken him away from being my friend anymore. He was always going after he left our grade school to go to what I had called the big kid school. I felt like he'd left me behind. But after my body changed, I had caught him looking at me from time to time on the school bus and in my backyard from his upstairs bedroom window. I'd fantasize about him coming over, asking me out on a date. But fantasy was all I thought I'd ever have. In no time at all, my insides were on fire for him. Hell, they'd been smoldering for years. Equipped with the knowledge that he'd be leaving the next day to go to boot camp before heading to war, I lost every inhibition I'd ever had. A part of me I never knew existed came alive inside of me, and suddenly I was taking the guy's hand and leading him into my parents' home. "Mom," the sound of my son's voice tore me from my memory, back to the reality that stood in front of me. August's hazel eyes peered into mine. He was real and right in front of me. The man I thought I'd never get to feel again stood 2 feet away from me. By some miracle, I had another chance with him.
Chapter 3. August.
My nephew Gino left work starving to death, so we stopped to eat before I took him home. I spotted my sister's car in the drive, so I got out and headed inside to have a little chat with her about the day's activities and my chance meeting with Tnie. Seeing Tnie and her son had raised a lot of questions in my mind, and I needed to talk it out with someone. Layla and I have always been close, and she's been my sounding board for most of my life. We walked into the kitchen and were met by the rest of her brood of children. "Mom, I don't like spaghetti the way you cook it," her oldest Gina griped. "Then cook it yourself, Gina." "Damn," Layla complained as she slammed a monster-sized package of pasta on the granite countertop. "Hi," I called out to get my sister to look at me. Her eyes ran over the kids who filled the kitchen before landing on me. "Hey you." She looked at her oldest daughter as she went to the wine chiller, grabbing a bottle and 2 glasses. "You're on dinner tonight, my darling daughter." "I'll help," the youngest of the bunch, 10-year-old Jacob, shouted as he raised his hand as if he was in school. "Great," came Jaina's sarcastic reply. Layla walked past me, jerking her head as a gesture for me to follow her. "Come on, little brother." Leaving the noisy kitchen, I followed my sister to the patio out back. She popped the cork on the bottle and filled her glass to the very top, before only filling mine halfway. "Feeling stingy, sis?" I asked as I took a seat on the other side of the small table that sat between 2 chairs. My sister purposely put only 2 chairs and the little table on this particular patio to discourage the children from bothering her out there. "No, you're driving, so you only get half a glass." She sat down with a long sigh, then took a dainty sip of her wine. "Oh, this is delicious." A hearty gulp followed, and then she sat back and looked relaxed. "So what's up? You remember the Matthews from next door back home, right?" I asked, then took a drink of the wine, finding it a bit on the bitter side. It seemed my sister could find any wine delicious. Sure, there were the parents and that one kid. A girl. Tnie. Another long drink took her to half a glass already. "What about them?" "Well, I saw Tnie today when I went to the science center to pick up Gino." I stopped as I contemplated Layla's role in my chance meeting with the young lady I'd thought of often since our one night together. Thanks for asking me to go pick him up, by the way. If I hadn't been there at that exact time, I'd never have seen her. And man, did I enjoy seeing her. "She's too young for you, Romeo," Layla informed me with a snippy attitude. Always the older, wiser sister. No, she wasn't. The wine, although bitter, called to me, and I took another sip. Nope, still bitter. Layla's dark brows raised. "Wasn't? Don't you mean to say isn't?" "She wasn't, and she isn't now either," I clarified. "You see, the night before I left for boot camp, there was a full moon. I went outside to look at it when I couldn't sleep, and there I found Tnie. One thing led to another, and bada bing bada boom, I ended up with her. The fact that you were her first then left her is, well, it's a messed up thing to do is what that is." "Yeah, I know." I looked up at the sky at the low-hanging sun. Evening was setting in. "She's got a son. He's in 1st grade. How old is a kid when they're in that grade, Layla?" 6, she said without missing a beat. She had so many kids, she didn't even have to stop to think about that. 6? I asked as I thought about the kid's age. "Are you sure they're not like 4 or something?" The boy was pretty small. I thought he had to be about 4. "Kids are little, August. But if he's in first grade, then he's 6 or 7. She drained her glass, then promptly refilled it. If the kid was 6, and Tnie and I had been together approximately 7 years ago, then could he be? It was 7 years ago that she and I were together. Do you think he could be mine? I dunno. Layla looked at the red wine as she swirled it in her glass. She had a special affection for the fermented grape. Does he look like you? He's got brown hair and hazel eyes. I pushed my hand through my own brown locks as I thought about the little boy. And he's adorable, just like me. I grinned at her. Her brows raised. Wow. You didn't just ask Tnie if he's yours. Was she crazy? Hell no. That would have been rude. And the boy was standing right there most of the time. My response to her absurd question had earned me a nod. You're right, especially with the kid standing right there. Is she married, though? With a shake of my head, I answered, nope. Layla's eyes went wide as a thought must have popped into her head. Is she aware of your billionaire status? Nope. I winked at her. That's not a thing I throw around, sis. Can you imagine what she'd think of me if I just blurted that out? Like, oh, nice to see you again, and by the way, I'm filthy rich now, so there's that. Still, my sister's wheels turned. If she were to discover that information, do you think she'd go after you for child support if the kid's yours? As if I'd merely give the fruit of my loins child support and nothing else. If that boy is mine, I'll gladly support him. Do you think I should call her up and ask her to join me for dinner tonight? Why are you asking me? She looked off to one side as the sound of a door opening took her attention. If it's not important, it can wait. Go back inside, Jenna. She hadn't even looked to see who it was, but somehow she sensed it. Layla shook her head as the door closed. She's my little tattletale. At 14, I thought she'd be done with that crap. But nope, still tattling. And Gina is the one she likes to tell on the most. She's probably out to get Gina because you named them almost the same damn thing, and it pisses her off, I offered as an explanation. Who does that, Layla? Gina and Jenna, were you stoned when you named your 4th child? Or had you simply run out of name ideas by then? The latter. She took a sip. And some of the former, if I'm to be perfectly honest. So back to our conversation before the interruption. I'm way older than Tnie, since I'm 3 years older than you. I never really knew her at all. I have no idea if you should ask her out for dinner tonight or not. Maybe she's holding on to some resentment towards you. I know I would. She didn't act mad at all, not 7 years ago, and not when I saw her today. I think taking her for dinner is a good idea, but she might need a babysitter. I thought you might volunteer. It'd give you a chance to see the kid who just might be your nephew, I enticed my sister. The fact was, I wasn't sure if the kid was mine or not. Part of me wanted to jump up and down and shout it to the world that I was a father. But the rational part of me told me to stay calm, that the kid might not be mine. It was easier to make light of it all than to think too hard on that conundrum. Putting the glass down, a smile filled her face. I'm in. You know how I am about kids. She was a nut over kids. You know, one of my business partners has recently become a father. Wouldn't that be crazy if I became one too? Leaning back in her chair, she looked up at the sky. Crazier things have happened, August. But you should really think about this before you ask her out. Say the kid isn't yours, do you really want to get involved with a single mom? It'd be cruel to Tnie for you to get involved with her and her son when all you're looking for is a quick second round with her. And say he is yours, she's been fine without you for 6 years, do you really want to take on such a huge responsibility right now? It's hard enough becoming a parent when you've planned for it, never mind becoming a dad overnight, and you've got a lot going on right now with the nightclub opening soon. Maybe you're right. The club had kind of faded to the far reaches of my mind for once, what with Tnie showing up in my life out of the blue. My business partners and I were all busy planning the grand opening of our club, Swank. We had set the opening night for New Year's Eve, which was just a couple of months away. Maybe I should hold off. But man, Tnie was pretty enough 7 years ago when I last saw her, but now she's absolutely gorgeous. I can't stop thinking about her. My advice, my sister said as she got up. Put this off for a bit. See if you're still thinking about her in, let's say, a week. Even if he's not your kid, you should think about how it might be, dating a woman with one. It's not always easy. We moms are weird about bringing men around our kids. It's not always the easiest relationship when you have to share your woman with someone right from the get-go, either. What she said settled in my brain. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll hold off for a week and see how I feel then. If that boy is mine, I think she'd tell me anyway, even if I didn't ask her out. I mean, why wouldn't she? Thinking Tnie would have told me if he was mine, or at the very least told me we should talk, made me think Callum couldn't be mine. No matter how much he looked like me. Maybe Tnie just had a type. Or maybe she was just pining away for me after our night together. She could have gone out and found a guy with the same color hair and eyes I had, so she could pretend it was me again. And the poor girl found out that not just any man could fulfill her like I could, so she broke up with the dude. I chuckled at my arrogance, but a part of me hoped that was the case. It was better than thinking of the alternative.
Chapter 4. Tnie.
The day had faded into night, and still August hadn't called me. I supposed it was stupid for me to think he would call me right away. He looked to be a busy man. That suit told me he had to be some bigwig somewhere. Probably just very busy, is what I told myself. After putting Callum to bed, I poured myself a glass of red wine and settled into my bed. Sipping on the wine, I tried in vain to read an e-book I'd downloaded, but the romantic scenes didn't do a thing for me. What August and I had done that night so long ago was steamier than anything the writer had written in her book.
Chapter 5. August.
After a video conference with my partners about the nightclub, I headed out of the conference room and into my office. I'd gotten myself a suite of offices to work out of, for the charities I gave to regularly. With myself and one other member to staff the place, I only needed 3 rooms, my office, Tammy's, and the conference room. Tammy served as the lobby too. "Tammy, you can leave after lunch today since it's Friday," I called out to her as I walked past her office. "Thanks, sir," she shouted back at me. The poor old thing was hard of hearing, but she was a whiz with research and helped me pick the best charities to give to. As I took the seat at my desk, I spotted the date on the large calendar. It had been a solid week, 7 whole days since I'd seen Tnie. She had taken up permanent space in my mind, and I couldn't stop thinking about her all the time. So I called my sister up. "Happy Friday, August." "To you too." I tapped a pencil on the desktop. So it's been a week, and Tnie Matthews is still on my mind. That said, are you free to babysit tonight? "I am," she said, then paused. "I've been thinking, though." "About what?" I swiveled my chair around and looked out the window. The sky was a clear blue, telling me they had finally gotten the Big Bear fires put out. "About your I guess you'd call it a condition." She stopped, and I gritted my teeth. "What about it?" My hand went right to my head, massaging my temples as tension filled it. "Well, have you talked to your therapist about this? You know you haven't dated since you were discharged. You might not do well with that kind of pressure." She meant well, I knew that. But she didn't understand. "I've been with women since I've been back, Layla," I corrected her. "But you haven't dated," she attempted to correct me. "You've met women at bars and hooked up, but you haven't tried to have a relationship with anyone. And you've probably already done a number on Tnie before, loving her, then leaving her." Like I had a choice, Layla, aggravation filled my voice. "Tnie knew I'd had to go. Back then you didn't. But now that you do, she'll want more from you if you guys go out. She'd expect more this time around." You have to admit that to yourself. And you're not exactly in a condition to be there for anyone yet, my sister said gently, reminding me of my problems. I've only had 3 episodes in the last 4 months. That's progress, considering I had one almost every day when I first came back. Getting up, I headed to the window to look outside as I tried to hold on to my temper. You've only been in therapy for 1 year, August. Give yourself more time, man. Don't push yourself to do too much too soon. A relationship takes work. I had to butt in. Layla, a relationship, really? I'm talking about taking the girl to dinner, not asking her to marry me. She laughed a little. Okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I live in the future, you know that. Always thinking ahead. Dating isn't like meeting a girl in a club, August. One date leads to another and more after that. Then there's just hanging out together, doing nothing at all. And then there's her kid to think about. And what about him? I asked. She wasn't making sense to me. Kids make sudden noises. Sudden noises have been known to set you off, she said. Just call your therapist before you ask her out. See what he thinks. Damn. She was right. I had to think ahead. I'll call him now. Bye. I love you, baby brother. She hung up, and I pounded the wall with my fist. Why can't I just be normal? Taking a seat at my desk again, I made the call to my therapist. His secretary patched me through to his personal cell since he wasn't in the office. Dr. Schmidt here. Hey doc, it's August. My head began to pound, my mouth went dry. August, how are you doing? His voice cracked. Age had taken a toll on the old therapist, who specialized in helping ex-military people deal with PTSD. The good doctor had served in Vietnam and knew all too well the perils of war and what goes along with them. But even Dr. Schmidt hadn't seen the kinds of things that people serving in this war had seen. But I had. Everything I'd been through during my deployment continued to clutter up my head, making me see things that weren't there, people who were no longer here, but showed up in my brain anyway. I'm doing okay. I'm calling because a woman from my past has moved into town. I saw her last week and would like to take her out. She was my neighbor in the little town we grew up in. She's got a young son too. I think he might be mine, I said as I smiled at the thought. I might have a son. Is the young lady unsure of who the father is? He asked with concern. I don't think so. I don't know. We didn't get to talk much. I ran into her at the science center. She was there for her son's field trip. She had to get going, but I told her I'd like to take her out sometime and she agreed. Oh, I don't think you're ready for a relationship, August, he interrupted me. You're doing well, but that might put too much stress on you. I know I've cautioned you about your business dealings being too much for you, and for the most part, they haven't been. But a woman and a child too. I'm afraid of what might happen. A grown woman might be able to handle one of your episodes, but a child, well, you'd scare a child if you had one in front of the poor thing. Even he thought I wasn't ready. But why did everyone keep saying shit about a relationship? It was one damn date. Okay, so a relationship is out for me right now. But how about one date, Doc? You knew this girl from back home. You think you might be the father of her child, and you think this is about one date? He asked me with a hard tone. This isn't about one date, and you know it, or else you wouldn't have called me. This is about getting involved with 2 people, her and her son. And that's a thing you're not ready for. Perhaps if you'd stayed on either of the medications I've prescribed for you, then you'd be ready for something like this. You're the one who refuses to take medication to help your condition. I didn't like the way they made me feel. I don't like to go through life feeling numb, Doc. And therapy is working for me. If you'll recall, I've only had 3 episodes in the last 4 months. I'm getting a hell of a lot better. Someone besides me had to see the fact that I was whipping this PTSD without the use of pills. Wait until after our usual appointment to ask this young woman out. That's my opinion. The thing you called me to get, I'll remind you. Goodbye, August. See you next Thursday. The call over, my doctor's orders given, I put my phone down and dropped my head. If I could do anything over again, it would be to make sure I didn't lose my Glock on that raid that night. If I had never lost it, then I would have never been issued a new one. A faulty one. It wouldn't have misfired, and it wouldn't have left one of my good friends and fellow Marines dead. Then I wouldn't have this PTSD shit, or not quite as bad as I had it anyway. John Black, a good man and a friend, is the reason I received the millions of dollars that I then turned into billions. I'd won a lawsuit against the manufacturer of the gun that killed John, and walked the payout into an investment firm owned by my now partner, Gannon Forrester. Gannon took the money and invested it in the same things he'd invested in. All I wanted the money for in the first place was to keep John Black's name alive. I might have accidentally killed the man, but by the grace of God, I was able to make generous donations to charities around the world, helping people in his name. I'd achieved my goal in that regard, but I had yet to reach my goal of being able to live a normal life as a civilian, to reach my goal of not being tortured by what happened that awful day. The attacks would always start out of nowhere. I'd be living my life as usual, and then I'd see John clear as day. My heart would pound thinking the same damn thing every time, he's alive. I'd smile at the man who looked healthy as a horse, the way he always had. I'd call out his name, then something would flash, and the sound of a bullet ripping through the air would sizzle in my head. John's face would become distorted, and then he'd get hit in the side of the head with the bullet that had exited my Glock all on its own. Blood would pool around him as he lay on the floor, his blue eyes open still, looking at me, silently asking what I had done to him. And that's when I'd begin screaming. Over and over, I'd scream his name, and then I'd just scream until someone managed to drag me back to reality. I wouldn't wish that life on anyone, but I sure as hell wish it would just go away and leave me alone. John Black couldn't come back. The money I'd made went to helping others. I'd made sure that some positives would come out of that terrible moment. But my brain refused to let it go. My mind held that horrible memory in a steel cage. And when I least expected it, the cage would open, replaying the scene for me to experience in its entirety once more. When would the pain end?
Chapter 6. Tnie.
A week and a half passed with no call from August. Maybe he'd been too busy, or too involved with someone else to make the call. I had no idea, but I knew one thing for sure. I didn't ever want to be a burden to the man, especially not after he'd served our country. If he didn't want to see me, then so be it. I dealt with worse scenarios before. I'd already handled the idea that I'd never get to lay eyes on him again, or that he'd never come back alive. I could learn to handle the fact that we lived in the same town, and that he knew that but just didn't want me. That night we'd shared, the things we'd said to each other, it was all just a fantasy. Our emotions were heightened, and we were both living a dream, afraid of the future. None of it was real. Well, none of it on his part anyway. The fact remained that I'd felt as if I belonged to August Harlow for a long time. A big piece of my heart had become his with our first touch. I wouldn't say I'd pined for him after he left, not exactly, but a part of me had changed that night. He'd filled my dreams for years, and even in the more recent years, he'd sneak into them every now and then. Lately, ever since I'd seen him again, he'd become all I could think about. About the scent of his hair and how it'd feel if I could run my hands through it again, about how his body would look now with nothing covering it. I bet he's got tats now. What kinds of tattoos would I find covering his tanned flesh? What new and interesting things did he have to talk about or show me? Would that old chemistry still ignite the passion it had 7 years ago? I wanted nothing more than to get answers to all those questions and the many others that filled my mind. But I wasn't going to get any answers because, for whatever reason, August chose not to call me. He chose not to take me out the way he'd said he wanted to at the Science Center. He chose to ignore me. And I was going to let him. Because he didn't owe me a thing. After dropping Callum off at school, I headed to do a little shopping, window shopping that is. I couldn't afford a thing on Rodeo Drive, but it didn't stop me from walking up and down the sidewalks to look at all the hip and trendy things displayed in the many windows. A pretty red dress caught my eye. Being a redhead, whose favorite color also happened to be red, has proved to be difficult. The wrong shade of red looked terrible on me, but there were a handful of red items in my wardrobe that worked. The dress that had caught my eye was a design I loved, but the shade wouldn't work on me. The price tag peeked out from under the sleeve, and I saw a 4-digit number there. Whistling, I walked away, knowing there was absolutely no reason to waste any thought on that expensive dress. I couldn't afford that in my wildest dreams. But I looked back longingly for a second anyway, and that's when I ran into someone. Shit. Sorry. Hey, came a surprised male voice that I instantly recognized. August. This time I fought the urge to jump into his arms, but was happy to find him pulling me in for a hug. Once again my feet left the ground as he picked me up, hugging me tightly. My arms wrapped around his neck, and when his lips met my cheek, an inferno erupted inside of me. Damn, I'm easy. Putting me down, he looked into my eyes. Tnie, I'm sorry I haven't called. Even though I wanted to ask him why he hadn't called, I just waved my hand in the air as if waving the words away. No, that's okay. I mean, I'm sure you've been busy. Or maybe you just didn't want to call. It's not like you owe me anything. I understand. No, it's not like that. He looked around, then took me by the hand, pulling me along with him. Let's get some coffee and talk. We went into a cafe, the trendy 208 Rodeo Beverly Hills, where he ordered us a couple of cappuccinos, and then we took seats at an outside table. August, you don't have to feel bad or try to explain anything to me, I said, before blowing across the top of my steaming cup. I want to, though. He took my cup, setting it down before taking my hand and holding it on the tabletop. I've only held off because of my condition. Condition? That threw me off. I couldn't see a damn thing wrong with the man. His eyes clouded and his demeanor changed. I have PTSD. I don't talk about this with many people, but I want you to understand. When I was serving, a gun misfired, and I accidentally shot and killed one of my fellow Marines. He was also my good friend. It's done a number on my brain, that and the other things I've seen during my missions. My heart stopped. He'd gone through so much more than I ever would have guessed while serving our country. Oh my. I'm so sorry, August. He squeezed my hand. Thanks, Tnie. It happened a few years ago, and I'm in therapy. I don't get violent or anything like that, but sometimes I go into this state where it can be pretty scary for the people around me. I am a nurse, August. I'm accustomed to helping people deal with things like that. He laughed as he let my hand go, only to run his fingers over the back of it, making butterflies swirl around in my stomach. I hadn't thought about that, Tnie. I really hadn't. I suppose you could handle me if an episode came on. I nodded, knowing I'd handled a lot of tough situations. I could definitely handle anything he had going on. So, anything else stopping you from taking me out? My son, perhaps? No, just my condition. I don't have an aversion to kids, if that's what you're thinking. One wink told me that was true. An aversion to kids or not, I wasn't the kind of mother who brought strange men around her kid. But there was one man I'd let Callum be around, if that man wanted and when the time was right. That's good to hear. That said, I'm picky about the men I bring around my son. I don't think it's healthy for a child. He didn't seem put off by my words and even smiled. I think that's the sign of a pretty good mom. So, I can take you out, but the kid's going to be left out of it? I nodded. So, it'll just be you and me on any date you'd care to take me on, August. He looked away, and then back at me as he contemplated what I'd said. I can handle that. For now. He took my hand in his again and squeezed a bit. I thought about you a lot while I was away. Your going away present was a thing I cherished. I still do. It was the best present I've ever gotten. A yearning filled me, a desire to tell him more, but I managed to stuff it away. Oh yeah. With so little, the man set my senses on fire. It amazed me how much he could affect me. No one else had ever come close to bringing out this side of me, and August could do it without even trying. He nodded. And that night is just about all I've thought about since I saw you 10 days ago. You've been counting the days? I asked with surprise and a little smile. I thought he hadn't been thinking of me at all. I have. I was going to call you and take you out that very night we met, but my sister put me off the idea. She told me to wait a week and see if you were still on my mind, and you were. Then I called my therapist, and he told me I should wait a while longer before inserting myself into anyone's life. I laughed. One date doesn't mean you'd be inserting yourself into my life. I know. He smiled sensually and pulled my hand up, kissing it. But I can think of at least one place that I would like to insert myself. My cheeks were hot and my entire body flushed. August. I've missed you, Tnie. You've always held a place in my mind, and even my heart. His words only served to affect me even more. I'd always thought he probably didn't think much about me at all. I assumed he'd have other things on his mind, with what he was doing and all. We hardly knew each other. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't seem possible that we could form a bond so quickly. Not that we have a real bond, but you know what I mean. I've missed you too. I've thought a lot about you too. Even more so, once we ran into each other after so many years. I sucked in my breath as he leveled his eyes on mine. Those hazel eyes took on an intensity that made me squirm in my seat. 7 very long years. And now that I've gotten to sit and talk to you, I know I want more. Screw what my therapist said. I forgot to tell him that you're a highly trained nurse, and that you're more than capable of dealing with me if an episode occurs. So how about tonight? Wanna go out with me? I'd love to. But then reality hit me and I groaned, I've got to find a sitter. Crap. My sister would love to watch Callum for you, came his quick response. You think she would? My heart skipped a beat at the knowledge that he'd remembered my son's name. With a nod he answered, I know she would. She's got 6 kids. They're all older now, and she misses having little kids around. I remembered his sister. She was a down-to-earth young woman. I bet she'd be even more settled now. And with 6 kids of her own, she had to know what she was doing in that department. Well, if she doesn't mind, then I guess we have a date. Looks like we do. Well, I wonder just how long this date will last before he and I topple into bed together. I'm thinking a half-hour tops.
Chapter 7. August.
I'd sent my driver to pick up Tnie and her son to take them to my sister's, understanding Tawny's desire to keep the men she dates away from Callum. My driver then returned Tnie back to her place so that she could get ready for our date, which I was getting increasingly excited for as time ticked by. I'd gotten us a table at a restaurant that usually took reservations 3 months in advance. Money talks in this city, and when I offered to make a very generous donation to the chef's favorite charity, he was quick to give me 2 seats in his limited seating establishment. I had every intention of showing Tnie a very good time, a better time than anyone else could give her. What my sister had said to me earlier curled around my brain. I had taken the girl's first time and given her nothing in return. Sure, we'd both had an amazing time, and our night had left her with some great memories, but I hadn't given her anything else. We'd exchanged a few promises that night, promises that veered dangerously close to faithfulness. Of course, I was just talking, the way men sometimes do. I remember telling her that if I hadn't had to leave her, that she'd be my girl. I'd meant that, yet when I came back, I didn't even try to find her. My parents had moved shortly after I took off for the military. I had no idea if Tnie or her family still lived in the house next to my parents' old place. But I could have made some calls, or even taken a drive through our old neighborhood to find out. The fact was, I hadn't even tried. And that seemed odd to me, because Tnie had been a part of so many of my dreams and fantasies through the years, before and after we'd had intimacy. But life just hadn't seemed to send me her way, until the day at the Science Center. And then again on Rodeo Drive. Forces seemed to be throwing us in each other's paths now. Who was I to fight unseen forces? I'd told my sister about the date, of course, as she had to babysit. She seemed to understand why I'd gone against the advice of my therapist but cautioned me, telling me to let Tnie in on my tells, the things that I did before the onslaught of an episode. And she told me to call my therapist, to let him know what I was doing as well. That conversation was a bit tenser than I cared for. Dr. Schmidt had major concerns about Callum. Even though I'd assured him that the boy wasn't going to be around me, he said that he might be eventually, and that worried him. His concern for the welfare of Callum was unfounded in my opinion. Tnie hadn't told me the boy was mine, so there was absolutely no reason for me to get to know him. I could have a thing with Tnie without the boy being involved at all. It might sound callous to some, but Tnie and I had some unfinished business to attend to. One night with her had never been enough for me. I needed to feel her again. Craved it at times. Especially since seeing her again. My driver stopped in front of her apartment, and I walked up to her door to get her. After only one knock, she was opening the door, and there stood a vision of perfection. I felt my jaw drop. You? I looked her up and down, and my breathing stopped as I took her all in. Her long red waves had been tamed into one silky straight sheet of shiny hair. Tnie's hair wasn't copper red, but more on the auburn side, with copper strands throughout that made it shine. Her green eyes popped, her makeup perfectly applied to accentuate them. It was a toss-up as to whether I found her hair or her eyes more attractive. You look amazing. Her green dress hit her just above her knees, hugging her curves. Images of taking her in the back of my town car had already begun to flitter through my mind. Tnie's hand moved over my shoulder. These suits you wear make you look so handsome, August. You don't look much like the young man I knew back then. You're much more sophisticated. And you have your own driver too. Thank you for sending him to take Callum and me to your sisters, by the way. That was very nice of you. My eyes were glued to hers. It was nothing, really. Was Callum okay with you leaving him with Layla and her brood of children? She shook her head, making me frown for a moment before she smiled. No need to frown. He loved her and all the children. She does have a houseful, doesn't she? Yes, she does. I took her hand, leading her to the waiting car. I'm glad he liked them all. He told me I could leave, and that he'd be fine without Layla. Your sister introduced herself to him as that. I hope you don't mind. She looked back at me as I opened the car door for her. All I could do was smile. Of course, I don't mind that. It was a little shocking how much I didn't mind, how much I was hoping that might be the case in truth. She breathed a sigh of relief. Good. It just occurred to me that you might think that was a bit forward. Nah. I slid in after her, making sure to stay close. Any bit of contact I could get with her did things to me that I'd never experienced with anyone else, whether it was her hand on my shoulder or my thigh pressed tightly to hers as we sat side by side. So, I've scored us a couple of seats at Maud this evening. Maud? She looked enthused. August, that's like impossible to get into. How'd you manage that? Oh wait. You must have had reservations already, didn't you? I heard you have to make them 3 months in advance. No, I didn't have reservations. I just did a little wheeling and dealing is all. I took her hand, kissing the top of it before trailing my lips up her arm until they met hers. My heart beat like a bass drum as I kissed her softly, not wanting to rush, only wanting to take my time, tasting her in the way I'd dreamt about doing for years. Our chests were heaving when our mouths parted. The kiss hadn't gone beyond just lips touching lips, yet it had affected us in a way that neither of us had expected, judging by the dazed look in her eyes. I'll take it slow tonight, Tnie. I won't rush a thing. There's no reason to now. I'm not going anywhere. Her hand felt so good in mine as I ran my hand down her arm to grasp it. She blinked a few times. I think I'd like that. Nice and slow. We haven't done nice and slow, have we? No, we haven't. My fingertip ran over her bronze-tinted lips. Hard and fast was good, but I think long and slow will be even better. I agree wholeheartedly. She leaned her head on my shoulder. The smell of her hair captivated me. Lemons and honey, I commented as I took a long sniff. She looked up with a questioning gaze. What? Your hair. It smells like lemons and honey. That night it smelled like strawberries. The smile she gave me hit me like a fist to my heart. You remember that? She blushed, and I loved how I'd already made her do that. I was yearning to see her entire body flush with that same color. Plans for later that night were already beginning to form in my head. Dinner, a bit of dancing, then back to her place to get horizontal once again. The way my body felt had me wondering if we'd be able to get through all the courses that night before giving the chemistry between us what it demanded.
Chapter 8. Tnie.
The date went far past any expectations I'd had. Dinner at a restaurant that defied imagination. Small, quiet, and phenomenal food. Later, August held me in his arms as we swayed to soft music. Soft kisses placed on random areas of my head, then down my neck, leaving my legs feeling like jelly. The man had me, and he knew it. What he'd do with me was still a question that needed to be answered. We'd gotten back into the backseat of his car, the driver taking us to his place. A surge of disappointment traveled through me when I found out he'd be getting out there, leaving me alone so his driver could take me to pick up Callum before dropping me home. My thighs clenched as he told me the plan. No intimacy? I bit my lower lip, unsure of how to tell him that I wanted more. August, you don't have to go to all that trouble. I can take my car and run by your sisters to pick Callum up. It's not a problem at all. And you could maybe come in for a little, what do they call those things? I searched my memory and found an old Love Boat episode locked away. Oh yeah. Nightcap. A drink? He asked, his fingertip moving along my jawline. Sure, a drink. My body sizzled at his soft touch. I'd been on fire for hours, and I needed the flame doused. Only August had the magic elixir to do that. I don't want you to have to do any driving after even one drink. He leaned in close, trailing kisses along my collarbone. So I had to come up with another idea, and I did so quite quickly. Ride with me then. Stay with me while we go get Callum. But you said you don't like to introduce men to your son, Tnie. His lips moved up my neck. When his hands took my wrists, holding my arms to my sides, I almost begged him to take me right then and there. I don't. I haven't. My breathing became sporadic as he nibbled my earlobe, then blew warm breath into my ear. I don't want to make you do anything that would make you uncomfortable, he whispered as he moved those soft lips all around my ear, then licked the spot just behind it. I gasped. Please just ride with me to get him. I don't care about my old rules. I won't feel uncomfortable. Well, if you're really sure, then your wish is my command, princess. He pulled his mouth off me, then pressed a button. Max, change of plans. Go to my sister's first, please. Yes, sir, came the driver's answer. Then hazel eyes sparkling with desire leveled on my breasts before moving up to meet my eyes. Since your son will be here when I drop you off at your place, we'll miss our goodnight kiss. I couldn't breathe or even think straight. So a nod was all I could muster as I saw that look in his eyes. The one that told me without a doubt that he wanted me. His lips quirked up to one side. So, we should probably do the goodnight kiss now before we pick him up. I don't want to miss out on the best part of the night. Do you? All I could do was shake my head. He'd rendered me speechless. Before there had been no chance of a relationship between us, and now there was. Rushing things wasn't necessary. But I wanted some things to be rushed. August had been a young man when we'd first been together. His body had been great back then. Now he was all grown up and his body was ripped beyond my wildest imagination. His thighs thick as tree trunks, his biceps larger than before, and they'd been big before. I'd matured too. My body wanted to know what his body felt like. But I'd let August take the lead. I'd let him go as slow as he wanted to. Pleasing him made me happy, happier than I'd been in a long time. August Harlow was back in my life, and my goal was to keep him there.
Chapter 9. August.
The date had gone even better than I'd imagined, and I'd had high hopes to begin with, although it had been hard as hell not to sleep with Tnie. But I wanted things to progress nice and slow. Intimacy right off the bat would feel too similar to the first time, like we were rushing out of desperation. I wanted things to be different this time around. Sitting at home, I wasn't doing a thing but looking out my bedroom window. The wildfires that burned around Southern California were always a concern to me. Thankfully, there was no threat to Hidden Hills, and the smoke steered clear of us. My thoughts went to Tnie and Callum. The garage apartment she rented was in West Hollywood. She'd told me that a woman who worked in the Human Resources Department at Cedars owned the home there. She'd offered Tnie the small 2-bedroom, 1-bath for the low rate of $1,500 a month, and that included the utility bills too. In West Hollywood, rent that low was unheard of. That told me Tnie was in high demand. I had no right to feel pride in her accomplishments, but I did just the same. Tnie had made something of herself, despite having Callum at the young age of 19. Thinking about Callum made me remember the ride from Layla's to their place the night before. He'd been very talkative, chattering away about how much fun he'd had that night. "I had so much fun, Mama," he'd said as soon as he climbed into the car. "Aunt Layla is the funnest person ever. My sister could be pretty fun. Especially with little kids. She'd play chase with them, hide and seek, you name it, she'd play it." "Tell me what you guys did, Callum," Tnie told him, her face glowing with delight that he'd had such a good time. "I played a game called hopscotch. It was real fun. And his name's Gino," I offered. Layla had a lot of kids. Chances are Callum couldn't remember every one of their names. "No, not that man." Callum tapped his finger to his chin as he thought. The fact that he'd called Gino, a 16-year-old, a man had me laughing. "Raphael or Jacob," I added to the list he could choose from. "Yes," he shouted as if he'd made a wonderful discovery. "Jacob. He taught me how to play that game." Then we went inside when it got dark, and I played checkers with Aunt Layla. His hazel eyes went huge as he gasped. "And I won." "Great job, Callum," Tnie congratulated him with a high five. "I know, I'm very good at that game." His grin made me chuckle again. He was adorable. The way Callum had gone on and on reminded me of my nieces and nephews when they were little kids. They all had endless amounts of things to say. An idea crept into my head. If Tnie had let me be around him last night, letting him know we'd gone out on a date, would she let him come along on a date? I'd sent her flowers that morning, having them delivered along with a box of candy and a stuffed tiger for Callum. She'd yet to call or text me that she'd gotten them. I was sure she'd do that once she received them. When she contacted me, I wanted to ask her out again and include Callum if she'd let me. The boy interested me. I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be mine. I did know for certain that I wanted to spend more time with him, to try and find out, regardless of how long this thing between Tnie and I lasted. If Callum was mine, why hadn't Tnie told me as much? Why would she keep that a secret from me? I shook my head. She'd never do that. He had to be some other man's. Tnie would have told me by now if he was mine. Wouldn't she have? More than once she'd said that I didn't owe her anything. Tnie acted as if my being in the Marines was all I ever needed to do for her. Like that act alone was enough to give me a free pass for anything. I didn't want her to sell herself short or, God forbid, a child that might be mine, just because I'd served our country for a while? Would she do that to her own son? Would she deny him his father, only to keep that burden off my shoulders? And had my telling her that I had PTSD affected things? Maybe she'd been planning to tell me about Callum, but then I'd told her about my condition, and she decided not to. Maybe she felt she needed to protect the boy from me. At least for a while, until she could see how my episodes went. There were so many questions I wanted to ask her, but I didn't know how to do so without being presumptuous. This thing between us was so new still, and I didn't want to scare her off by prying or asking too much of her before she was ready to share. In my experience, women didn't like it when men asked too many questions about the men they'd been with in the past, at least not so early on. My phone dinged, telling me a text had come in. Tnie had gotten the flowers and wanted to know if I was too busy for her to call me. I called her right away and her sweet voice answered, "Hello, August. What a sweet thing to do. The flowers are gorgeous. Peonies are my favorite. And the chocolates are to die for. Callum will love the stuffed tiger too. Thank you so much." It was nothing. I just wanted you to know that I had a good time. I drummed my fingers on the dresser as I leaned against it, still looking out the window. How's West Hollywood looking today? Fire's smoking you guys out yet? No, it's clear today. There's a little breeze. I suppose it's keeping the smoke away for now anyway. I heard her walking around, her shoes clicking as she did. The way I missed her didn't make sense to me. She and I didn't know each other well at all. I had no idea what kinds of things she liked or disliked, no idea what her favorite color was or what food she liked the best. Want to get some lunch? I'd love to, but I've got to go to the hospital to fill out insurance papers today. They called me a little while ago and asked me to stop by around 1. The real question I wanted to ask her kind of hung in my throat. But then I went for it. What do you think about taking a trip to the San Diego Zoo tomorrow, since it's Saturday and Callum won't have school? He'd love that, she sounded excited. But all I could think about was that she'd said she didn't take him around men. So why was it okay for him to be around me? You sure about that, Tnie? I know he was with us last night for a little, but I don't want you to change all your rules if you don't want to. I crossed my bedroom to take a seat on the bed. Running my hand over the chocolate brown comforter, I made a mental note to get my housekeeper to put the emerald green one on. Tnie's auburn hair would look fantastic splayed out against it. And I did mean to get the woman into my bed in the near future. I just wanted to lay the groundwork first. Well, you're different, she said, making me think she might be on the verge of a confession. How's that? I asked as I leaned back on the pillows, wondering how I'd respond if she told me I was his father. It was one thing to speculate about it, but the reality would be much different. Well, he likes you. And he adores your sister. All the way to school today, he talked about her and her kids. He can hardly remember their names, but he definitely knows your name and your sister's. I'd like to get to know him, if that's okay with you, baby. I want to get to know you, too. I mean, I know the basics, and I know the intimates, but the real you, well, I don't know that woman yet. I'd like to get to that if that's okay with you. The soft blanket brought to mind how soft her hair was when I ran my hands through it. Let's see, my favorite color is red like my hair. I know that sounds like I'm a little too into my own looks, but I just love the color. I'd wear it every day if I could, but it has to be the right shade to look good on me or else it clashes. I don't even decorate with that color. I have to simply be satisfied to like it, but not use too much of it. Mine's green. Like the color or your eyes. I closed mine to picture her eyes, how they'd shine for no reason at all. She was just that happy person who always had a sparkle in her eye, the kind of person that people like to be around. Really? Or is that a line? She asked with a knowing tone in her voice. No, it's not a line. Green really is my favorite color. And I love Mexican food, how about you? Taking about these small things was so much easier over the phone. When she was around, all I wanted to do was kiss her and touch her. It'd take forever for us to get to these details about each other, if we were face to face. Chinese is my favorite, but I like Mexican. But only authentic Mexican, not like Taco Hell. She laughed lightly, and the sound captivated me. What made you become a nurse, Tnie? I asked, as that seemed like a thing a boyfriend should know about his girlfriend. Hold up. You've got to take things slow. Between this thing with Tnie and me, and my compulsive desire to spend more time with Callum, I knew I was getting wrapped up in this woman too quickly. Despite that, I knew one thing for sure: my therapist was right about me needing to take things slowly. I became a nurse after having my son. And I wanted to specialize in pediatrics. You see, Callum was born with a small hernia. It had to be operated on right away, it was that bad. The nurses helped me when I started crying and freaking out that my newborn had to go straight into surgery. My heart sped up. Gosh, Tnie, were your parents there? I felt terrible for her. No, they'd gone out of town. Callum came 2 weeks early. It wasn't anyone's fault that I had to go through that alone. It's just the way it happened. Anyway, the nurses stepped up and helped me through everything. I had to stay a week in the hospital, and they taught me how to take care of Callum. So it was a godsend that my parents weren't around, because Callum and I bonded right away, thanks to the nurses who helped me. Though the story was a sad and scary one, Tnie told it with an upbeat attitude. The girl was amazing. Despite her perseverance and easy reflection, I felt like a complete jerk while listening to her story. Because I knew one person whose fault it was that she'd had to go through all that alone: the father's. Whoever that might be.
Chapter 10. Tnie.
The sun warmed the cool early December air as we strolled through the zoo. Well, August and I strolled while Callum mostly ran, beating us to each exhibit. Callum was about to careen around a corner, out of our line of sight. August quickly called out, "Hey buddy, stay where we can see ya." To my surprise, Callum slammed on the brakes. "Yes sir." He was all smiles as he waited for us to catch up, before turning the corner. Wow. If I'd said that, he'd have ignored me and I'd be running after him. I looped my arm through his, leaning my head on his shoulder. And I've never heard him say "yes sir" to anyone before. He asked me a question earlier and I said "yes sir" to him. I guess he picked it up. August kissed the top of my head. I can be a good influence when I try hard enough. I like it when you're a bad influence too. Only on me though. August had been a perfect gentleman with me since the moment he'd picked us up. He drove himself in a new Mercedes, saying we might just stay the night in San Diego if it got too late. I'd been about to run back inside to pack us an overnight bag just in case, when he told me not to bother. He'd casually said that if we did end up staying, he'd buy us whatever we'd need, as if that was normal. I hadn't mustered up the courage to ask him just how much he was worth. I knew it had to be a lot. I didn't know how he made his money either. There shouldn't be anything wrong with wanting to know what he did to make a living. Would it be rude of me to ask you what it is you do to earn this vast amount of money you seem to have, August? He stopped walking, looking into my eyes. Can I tell you about that another time, Tnie? I will tell you, but now's not a good time to do that. Clueless as to why he couldn't talk about it at that moment, I wondered what the hell he did for a living that made him say such a thing. Was he a spy? Did he work for the CIA or the FBI? Did those people make as much money as it seemed he had? "'Kay." My eyes turned away from his, as my mind went crazy with all the questions. August pointed out ahead of us, directing Callum's attention to something he was sure to love. "Is that an arcade, Callum?" My son shot toward the open area, which was covered by a red and white circus-like tent. "Oh yeah." "He's going to beggar us in there, August," I warned him. "And getting him out of there won't be easy either." "I can take it," he said with a chuckle. But as we entered the area, with games making loud sounds everywhere, including the sounds of gunfire and explosions, I grew worried. August, are you sure you're okay with this? He knew I referred to his PTSD and nodded. It's okay. I've conquered the loud noises triggering an episode. So if those no longer set him off, what did? Standing back, I watched as August and Callum climbed onto a couple of motorcycles to have a virtual race, August obviously letting Callum win. "Aw man. You beat me," August whined to Callum. Then he pointed to some fishing game across the room. "Hey, wanna see who can catch the biggest fish, Callum?" "Yes, sir." Callum was off the bike, running top speed, or as fast as one little boy can go through a crowd of kids. And August was hot on his heels, having just as much fun as my little boy. As I watched them go from one game to another, my heart pounded in my chest. August and his sister were great with Callum. Maybe it was time I was more honest with all three of them. Maybe I would be, but not at this moment. This wasn't the time or the place, but soon. Maybe even later, after we left the zoo. My mind grew more and more determined as the day went on. When August grabbed Callum up, putting him on his shoulders so he could see an elusive bear who'd hidden itself in its cave, I nearly cried. They'd barely known each other from Adam when the day started, having only spent a spot of time together in the car on the way home the other night. But there they were, acting as if they'd always known one another. When we went to find something to eat, both of them ordered a cheeseburger, plain and dry, with a side of onion rings and an orange soda. The way they laughed after saying the same thing had me tearing up. "Jinx, you owe me a Coke," August said after they'd said the same words at the same time. "What does that mean?" Callum asked him with a crooked smile. August wore a very similar smile as he explained the little saying, and then they both laughed. The sounds of August's deep tones mixed with the high tones of my son sent chills through me. The day hadn't gotten away from us, and we left with plenty of time to get back home to Los Angeles. The car ride was quiet as Callum had fallen asleep, completely worn out. August took hold of my hand, pulling it up to kiss as he drove along the highway. "Thanks for today. I've never had that much fun in my entire life." Raising one eyebrow, I gave him a questioning look. "Oh, really?" "I mean in that kind of way. Of course, I've had a few great times with you, baby." He took my hand, resting it on top of his thigh. "Thanks," I said with sarcasm. "And thank you for taking us on this little outing. It did wonders for me as well," I told him, referring in secret to my new thoughts on what I should do. I thought about when the time would be right for what I'd planned. "You should stay for dinner at my place tonight. I can whip up some pasta. Or you two could come to my place, and I could have Tara whip us up something," he said as his lips grazed the back of my hand, sending chills all through me. His place? It was very tempting to be able to see how the man lived, to learn that much more about him. "And Tara is your chef?" He smiled at me with that crooked grin. "And Denise is the head housekeeper. Max is my driver and Joel is the groundskeeper. There are a couple of younger girls who come in with Denise twice a week to do the deep cleaning. To be honest, I don't know their names." "And you live where, exactly?" I had to ask. With a staff that size, it had to be somewhere glamorous. "Hidden Hills," he said as he glanced at me, catching my mouth hanging open. "No. Did you know that Kim Kardashian lives there?" I was flabbergasted. "Well, yeah, she and Kanye only live 2 houses from mine." He shrugged to accent how typical that was. "Get out." No way. My mind could only form 2 words at a time. Then I had to ask again, "So what is it that you do, August?" "Well, at the moment, I'm working with a couple of other men to open an incredibly exclusive nightclub, catering to only the wealthiest of people. We've named it Swank. It's due to open on New Year's Eve. I haven't asked you yet, but I can now. Will you please be my date for that, Tnie?" "So, you're some kind of a nightclub mogul?" And my answer is yes, I'd love to be your date for that. I wondered how the hell a former Marine had gotten into that. Yeah, on top of other things. My fingers are in a lot of pies, so to speak. Traffic slowed to a stop, and I found August looking out the window at the passengers in the car next to him. You'll have to fill me in on all the pies eventually, I said as I watched him. I realized that he hadn't heard a word I said, transfixed as he was by the people in the car beside us. Too many seconds ticked by with him motionless, then I finally heard him whisper, "John?" Everything seemed to happen in slow motion, like the calm before an explosion. 1 second August was fine, and the next the name John peeled out of his mouth in short bursts that changed to high-pitched screams. To make matters worse, his screaming woke up Callum, who began to cry, "What's wrong with him, Mama?" Taking off my seatbelt, I got on my knees in my seat and reached over, jerking on August's shoulders to draw him out of the episode. "It's okay, honey," I said calmly, trying to get things under control. "August, it's okay, babe. It's not real." "Mama!" Callum shouted as he cried hysterically. "Mama, make him stop." Looking at my son, I said firmly, "I need you to stop crying, Callum. August is having a hard time. You have to be quiet now. Right now." Being so strict with my frightened son wasn't an easy thing to do, but it was done, and thankfully Callum's loud cries became soft whimpers. Turning my attention back to August, I climbed over the console that separated us, landing sideways on his lap, and putting the car into park. "August, it's okay. It's me, Tnie. Everything is okay. What you're seeing isn't really happening right now. You're fine. Everyone is fine." With a loud gasp, August's eyes finally blinked and his screaming stopped. "Oh my!" He grabbed my wrists as I held his face between my hands. "Gosh." He took deep, heaving breaths as he slowly came back to reality. "Tnie, I'm so sorry." "It's okay now." I stroked his face and his hair for a few moments as he continued to calm down. "I'll drive." He nodded, and we both got out of the car as the people in the traffic all around us watched with gaping jaws. I saw my son's red-rimmed eyes as he watched August walk around the front of the car, getting in the passenger side, the side Callum had been sitting behind. My son took off his seatbelt with frightened eyes, sliding to the seat behind the driver's side. My heart broke at the sight. All of the trust that August had built with Callum had just been destroyed in a matter of minutes. Who knew how long it would take to get that back?
Chapter 11. August.
My episode had spoiled the rest of that night. After stopping at Tnie's place to drop them off, I drove myself home. A smell of smoke hung in the air even though no flames were in sight. It troubled me as I headed into my home. Joel, the groundskeeper, was inside talking to Tara, my chef. I was pretty sure the two liked one another, but they seemed to be taking things slow, maybe due to the fact they were both approaching 60. But their progress was really slow, like hurry up before one of you guys dies slow. But I kept that to myself. It wasn't my business, after all. I did ask them about the smoke though. Did you guys smell that smoke out there? Is there a fire near here that I don't know about? No, boss. I guess the winds have picked up around the current fires out in Angeles National Forest. They're calling them the Creek Fires. Nothing to worry about here, sir, Joel answered. Cool, I said with relief. I'm heading to bed. It's been a long day. Sleep proved hard to achieve that night. After an hour of trying, I called Tnie. Hi, August. You get home okay? I did. Are you and Callum okay? I put my hand over my eyes, wishing that the incident had never happened. I'm fine. I told you I could handle that, she said, then paused. Callum's not, is he? I asked, but I didn't have to. I knew I'd upset the boy. Well, he's young, August. You've got to understand. She sighed, and I hated to hear that. I do understand. Believe me, I do. I just keep wishing I could go back in time and figure out what the hell triggered that episode. As hard as I could, I tried to figure out what had caused it, but like many times before, I couldn't. It was crazy. I had determined that loud noises could trigger one type of episode, one where I saw myself in battle with my fellow Marines and where people I'd worked with for years were killed. Once I realized that specific catalyst, those kinds of episodes came less frequently until they finally stopped. but I still hadn't been able to figure out what the trigger was for the episodes reliving those moments with John Black. I think it might have been because I was asking you about your job and how you got your money, Tnie offered. When I asked you about that at the zoo, you told me that you'd tell me later, that wasn't the place. Since you're home now and safe, why don't you tell me about it now? It might help. She might have been on the right track. So I began my tale. I told you about the accident with John Black, but I didn't tell you that I sued the manufacturer of that gun and won millions. The first thing I did was look for an investment firm to help me grow that money. All I wanted to do was keep John's name alive. I wanted to make as much money as I could from the settlement money, so that I could make donations to charities in his name. So you found a firm that helped you reach that goal? She asked. I did. I met Gannon Forrester at the first firm I went to. He's one of my business partners now. He put the whole settlement into the same investments and ventures he'd had a ton of his money in. He made me a billionaire and helped me see my dream come true. And now I live off part of that money and invest other parts of it, all the while giving chunks to different charities each month. I felt better about telling Tnie about this. A weight lifted off my shoulders once I realized that it must have been the line of conversation that triggered that particular episode. For a while Tnie was quiet, and then she said, "What a weight you must carry around, August." Did I carry a lot of weight around? I hadn't realized that. I don't feel burdened by it, Tnie. You may not feel it, but you hold yourself solely responsible for making sure that man's name is kept alive. And you've gone to such lengths to do that too. Going to court, suing a huge weapons manufacturing company, winning, and then turning that money into an even bigger fortune, that's not nothing. And you're still not done. Finding the right charities every month, that's got to be difficult. That's a lot to do for someone who isn't even walking the earth anymore. But he's not here because of me, I reminded her. No, he's not here because of the malfunction of the weapon, not because of you, August. She tapped her nails on something, and I could hear it through the phone. If it had been your fault, then you would have never won that case against the manufacturer. You are not to blame for what happened to John Black, and you need to let go of that guilt. You've devoted your entire life to him since the accident. How do you expect to move on from that horror when it's always lurking there at the edge of everything you do? I'm not saying stop what you're doing. Giving money to charities is a wonderful thing to do. But let the guilt go. Her words were making my heart do flips inside my chest. Tears welled up in my eyes. In the year that I'd been seeing Dr. Schmidt, he'd told me a number of times that I needed to reconcile my guilt with the event, but he'd never hit on that as a trigger for my episodes. And he'd never quite gotten to the core of the issue as Tnie had, never gotten me to realize the immensity of the burden I carried, however subconsciously. Tnie had done that in record time. You're an amazing woman, Tnie Matthews. And you're an amazing man, August Harlow. I think we make a pretty great couple, don't you? She asked with a sensual lilt to her voice. Pushing my hand through my hair, I had another thought. If I'd frightened her son, then why would she want anything else to do with me? Tnie wasn't acting like the mother my sister said she'd be. She wasn't taking her son and running in the opposite direction. A couple, huh? I had to ask. You're not going to stop seeing me now that Callum's afraid of me. He'll come around eventually. I can talk to him, get him to understand things better, she told me. I don't want to stop seeing you just because this happened. As a matter of fact, if I did stop seeing you over this, then that might adversely affect your PTSD, making it worse. I'd never want to do that to you. But what about her son? What about him and how he felt about me? Tnie, I want you to know that I'd never fault you for ending things with me. I know that your son is the most important thing to you, as he should be. And he's afraid of me now. I would never say one harsh word against you if you ended this. I waited to see what she'd say to that. I'd given her a pass to end it all and walk away without a fight. Listen to me, August, she began. Callum is my life. He has been for 6 years now, and he always will be. But you have a place in my heart that no one else has been able to take. I know we weren't close in any real way back then, but what we did that night made us close, closer than a lot of couples are after years together. I've told you this before, I feel a bond with you. I don't know if you feel it too. I jumped in. I do feel it. But why do you think two people who barely know one another have such an important bond, Tnie? Please tell me Callum is mine. My fingers crossed and I waited for her next words, which I prayed would be the ones I wanted to hear. That night you took more than just my V-card. You took a piece of my heart, she said, her voice but a whisper. I fell a little bit in love with you that night, and spending time with you these last few days has made me realize that it was more than just some girlish infatuation. You love me? I asked, as that hadn't even entered my mind. But I had to admit, this girl had a hold on me that no one else had ever managed. I have since that night, August. And I think I always will, she said softly. Her words echoed in my mind, and I couldn't hold back my own confession. I thought about you over and over these past years. I replayed that night in my head so many damn times I've lost count. And when you brushed my arm as you walked past me at the Science Center, I felt an electric charge. Is that love, Tnie? Because I've never felt that with anyone else, not before our night together, and certainly not after. I can't tell you if that's love, August, but I'd like to explore the idea with you. She paused for a moment, as if thinking if there was anything else to say on the matter. We had a long day and it's late, I should get some sleep. The phone seemed glued to my hand, I couldn't put it down. Wait. Yes, she asked. Tell me, Tnie. Say the words to me. I love you, August Harlow, she said sweetly. Now you have a good night, babe. Call me in the morning. My head started spinning at those words, and I was overtly aware that I hadn't said any words of love back to her. But I couldn't make the words come out of my mouth. Night, Tnie. Lying in my bed, alone, I ran my hand over the empty space beside me. Had Tnie's feelings about me grown into love because she'd had a constant reminder of me? Had all those fantasies and thoughts I'd had through the years made me fall in love with her? God knew I never gave any female half a chance to win my heart. Hell, I hadn't slept with any woman more than a handful of times, and each and every time was purely physical, no emotions involved. Not the way I'd been with Tnie that night. Not the way I'd been with her on our dinner date, either. Shit, do I love the woman?
Chapter 12. Tnie.
My feelings for August were out in the open now, to him at least. But my son was unaware of them. Any time I brought up the man's name, Callum made a face. He'd cross his arms in front of his chest, puffing it out, and telling me he didn't like August so much anymore, and he didn't think he wanted to see him again. August and I had let a few days pass, talking on the phone each day, making suggestions to each other about what the best way to handle this situation would be. All the while, August never confessed any love for me, but asked each and every time our calls came to an end to hear the words I told him. So each conversation ended with an "I love you" from me and a goodbye from him. Lopsided, I knew. I also knew it was early to be throwing around the L word, but I'd pushed those feelings deep inside myself for so many years already. It was hard saying goodbye to August all those years ago, having to let go of the incredible spark between us, no matter how important I knew his leaving to be. But seeing him again and us spending time together had only made me realize that I'd been holding on to those feelings for 7 long years. It was no wonder they came blooming to the surface so quickly. I chalked my ease with expressing my love to August up to the fact that I'd been telling my son that I loved him at least once a day since the day he was born. Being honest about my feelings helped me accept the fact that August just wasn't ready yet. He might not have been ready to tell me that he loved me, but he sure as hell was ready to see me again. So ready, in fact, that he devised a plan. He decided he would show up at my apartment for dinner and talk to Callum directly about why he'd had the attack. When a knock came to the door, I casually asked Callum to see who was there. "'Kay, Mama." I watched him look out the window beside the door, as I stirred the pot of beef stew I'd prepared for dinner. When he turned around, heading out of the living room at top speed, the slam of his bedroom door punctuating the moment, I knew he wasn't about to listen to a word August had to say. So I opened the door for August, a frown on my face. "He saw you and took off. He's in his bedroom." Arms came around my body, pulling me close. Our bodies were flush against the other, and heat filled mine. "I'll fix this. Just watch." His lips touched mine. "I've missed seeing you, baby." I couldn't even respond, as his mouth took mine in a hungry kiss. But August had another agenda in coming here. "I've got bigger fish to fry right now, Mama. I'll get back to you soon, don't worry. But first I want to hear you say those words to my face." A blush heated my cheeks as I smiled shyly. "August." One finger traced my lips as he gazed at me. "Please." For courage, if nothing else. Though almost inaudible, the words came out, "I love you, August Harlow." A slow smile spread across his handsome face. "Oh yeah. That's what I thought would happen when you said those words to my face." Suddenly I was pulled back into his strong arms, his mouth on mine again. When our mouths parted, he whispered in my ear, "I love you too, Tnie Matthews." "August?" I asked, surprised. "You don't have to." His mouth came back to mine, making me shut up as he kissed me in a way he hadn't before. He loved me, and he'd finally told me so. When he ended the kiss, he nuzzled his nose to mine. "It felt good telling you that, baby. Better than having you tell me those 3 little words that have such an effect on me." "They have a pretty amazing effect on me as well," I admitted. With a groan, he let me go. "Okay, off to fix things." He headed down the short hallway, and stood just outside the closed door my son had slammed. "Hi, Callum. It's me, August. I know I scared you the other day, but I wanted to tell you a little story about why I zone out sometimes and end up screaming like that." Listening to him try to make peace with my son, I went on cooking dinner, and wondering how Callum would take August's little story. All the while I wondered how August would clean it up, so he didn't scare Callum any further. August went on, "You see, I was in the war." He paused for a moment, giving Callum time to try to understand what he meant. "You remember that game we played in the arcade, the one where we were soldiers and we had to shoot all the bad guys? Well, I did that in real life. When you do that in real life, it can make you have bad dreams, even while you're awake. That's what happened that day in the car." He stopped again for a few seconds, likely knowing that this next part would be the hardest to tell. "You probably heard me say the name John the other day in the car. John was a very good friend of mine, and something bad happened to him by accident, and I was there for the whole thing. Sometimes my brain plays tricks on me, like a very bad and mean prank, and the memory of what happened to John comes back to me even though I know it's not real. It's like I have a nightmare even though I'm awake, and sometimes I scream until someone helps me and tells me it's not real, like your mama did that day in the car. You probably have bad dreams too sometimes, right? Mine don't happen very often, but I know they can be scary. I'm sorry I scared you that day, Callum, and I hope we can be friends again like we were before that happened." The squeak of the door opening had me looking around the corner. Callum had come out, and August got down on his knees so he was closer to my little boy's height. "So you were a soldier, like on TV?" "I was," August answered him. "And it's a lot scarier than it is on TV too." Callum nodded. "I bet it is." He blinked a few times. "And your friend John, the one who had something bad happen to him. Did he die?" August nodded, his expression solemn. "Yes, he did, and I was there when that happened. It was very sad, and it's made me see things that aren't there. I know it sounds crazy." Callum nodded in agreement. "Yeah. It is crazy. But one time, I saw a monkey in a tree at Granny's. It was a real monkey, but no one believed me." "How'd that make you feel, Callum?" August asked him as he ran his hand through Callum's dark hair. Hair that matched his perfectly. "Crazy and mad," he said with a huff as he threw his hands in the air. "Why would I make that up?" August shook his head. I don't see why you'd do a thing like that. I wouldn't. I ain't no liar. Callum huffed again. August nodded in agreement. I bet you're not. Then Callum looked at August, and he reached out to put his hand on his cheek. I bet it made you sad when you saw that happen to your friend. Sadder than I've ever been. I'm trying like crazy to stop these nightmares, because I don't want you to be scared of me. Your mama is trying to help me too, so I'd like to stick around if that's okay with you, Callum. I like your mama a lot, and I like you too. August placed his hand on my son's shoulder. So, what do you say, Callum? Can I hang around with you guys? I'd sure appreciate it if you'd let me. Mama did help you. And I think she likes you too, Callum said, then took 2 steps forward, wrapping his arms around August's neck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was afraid of you. You can hang around with us. August got up, carrying Callum as he did. Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me, Callum. You sure do have a big heart. They walked over to me, catching me wiping tears away from that scene, which had touched my heart in a way I couldn't describe. So, I see you two have worked things out then. A sniffle would have confirmed to them that I'd been crying a little, if they hadn't noticed already. Yep, Callum said. We're friends again. Friends. No, they were more than just friends. But when would the time be right to tell them that?
Chapter 13. August.
Although Callum had seen fit to forgive me for the episode he'd witnessed, I wasn't ready to forgive myself. I'd been warned by my sister and my therapist, but I'd still made the unfortunate decision to ignore their sage advice. It didn't sit well with me that I'd scared the poor kid. Although a part of me, the rational part, told me to leave Tnie and her son alone and be on my merry way, my selfish side simply wouldn't allow me to do that. No, that side of me wanted Tnie and Callum in my life more than it had ever wanted anything. So, after eating the delicious beef stew she'd made, I told her what I wanted after we'd retreated to the living room while Callum filled the dishwasher with our dirty dishes. Slipping one arm around her as we sat on the sofa, I whispered, "So, what are the chances of you letting me sleep over?" Her pretty green eyes went wide as she shook her head. No way, August. You know I'd love that, but this place is tiny and Callum's a light sleeper. Okay, then how about we figure out a way to get him out of the house for a little while? Her expression turned from stern to intrigued. Like how? I only had one go-to for that answer, so I took my cell out of my pocket to call my sister. The sound of a group of people all talking over each other hit my ears immediately as Layla answered my call. August, what's up? I was wondering what you were doing this evening, I said as I played with a strand of Tawny's red hair. Actually, Jacob wants to go see some new cartoon movie tonight. He and I are about to head out now. Why do you ask? Well, I'm at Tawny's end. She stopped me. I see. Yeah, I know what you want now. I can take Callum with us if he wants to go. I'll ask him. With a kiss to Tawny's cheek, I got up to go ask Callum if he'd like to watch a cartoon movie with his Aunt Layla and Jacob. Yes, sir, he shrieked, then slammed the dishwasher shut before making a beeline for his bedroom. He's in, I told my sister. When can we expect you? About a half hour. At least, that's what Tawny said it took for your driver to bring them over that one time. Text me her address. And with that, I'd managed to get Tawny all alone for at least a couple hours. Sure, I'd rather have an entire night, but I'd take anything I could get. Going back to the sofa, I sat down next to her, running one fingertip over her shoulder. She bit her lower lip. Maybe I should jump in the shower and do myself up a bit. I've been dreaming about this, and I'd like to look my best. Whatever you want. I'll be right here. Before she could get up, I left a kiss on her lips that told her what she was in for. Things were turning around for us, I could feel it in the air. It felt heavy and light at the same time. Heavy with what was to come, and light with happiness. By the time Layla arrived, Callum was chomping at the bit to get going, and ran out the door as soon as she knocked. Slowing only to give her a brief hug and thank her for taking him, Callum was quickly on his way. Layla leveled her eyes on me as she stood at the door. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do, little brother." "Never," I said with a laugh, then closed the door, locking it before I turned to head toward Tnie's bedroom.
Chapter 14. Tnie.
August seemed content with the way things had to be. He came over during the day while Callum was at school, and we'd be together the whole time, stopping only to eat and drink a bit to replenish our strength. He'd stay for dinner, and would leave when the time came to put Callum to bed. That went on for a week. But then one day, that wasn't enough for August. Sweeping into my little apartment moments after I'd gotten back from dropping Callum off at school, I found a serious expression clouding his handsome face. "Tnie, this isn't working for me." Wrapping my arms around him, kissing his sweet lips, I felt the tension leave his body as he and I melded into each other. Once everything felt settled, our mouths parted. "Now what's not working for you?" He took my hands in his, pulling them up and kissing each knuckle as he eyed me carefully. "Not having you in my bed at night." "But you have me all day long," I reminded him. "Yes, but I won't always have this. You'll start work, and then we won't get to do this anymore." His lips pressed against my palm, making my insides turn into melted butter. "August Harlow, have you become addicted to me?" I laughed as he nodded without an ounce of shame. "Well, that can't be good for you." "But it is good for me." He pulled me along with him to place me on his lap after he'd taken a seat on the sofa. "You see, you're very good for me, and I just want you around all the time. I know you'll have to go to work soon, and then I'll have to give you up during the daytime hours. Then what will I get?" To be honest, I hadn't even thought about it. What would he get? What would I get? I needed my time with August just as much as he needed his time with me. But there was one thing that stopped me from wanting to change our routine: Callum. The hard thing about keeping a secret is knowing when the right time might be to confess. At first, I didn't want to burden August with anything. And then, after witnessing his PTSD episode, I knew he wasn't up for any surprises just yet. But when would he be ready? Living with PTSD was no easy thing for any veteran, and when you added in the fact that he'd accidentally killed a fellow Marine and one of his good friends, well, you had a recipe for disaster. And then there was the fact that August was now a billionaire. To some women that would be the best news ever. To me it wasn't. Although he and I came from similar backgrounds, he'd become phenomenally wealthy. Wealth like his came with a lot of responsibilities and problems that I was unfamiliar with. Like living in the public eye, or needing to have bodyguards for protection on occasion, not to mention the women who threw themselves at wealthy men. If I told him my secret, which I'd kept from every person in my life, then things would change drastically. And maybe not all for the better. August, and my parents too, would probably see me as a liar. I didn't want that. Sure, with time they'd likely forgive me, but how could they not have a little niggling feeling inside of them, knowing that I'd kept the truth from them for years? Especially when it was about something as important as the identity of my son's father. No, I couldn't do it. Not yet. "So what would you suggest we do, August?" I asked him as I ran my hands through his silky dark hair. "Why don't you two move in with me?" His eyes danced and glittered as he smiled at me. Now, I knew most women would fall all over themselves over such a request. But again, I wasn't most women. So when my answer came out, the frown I got wasn't unexpected. "No." One solid huff forced a burst of air out of him as he stared at me with a questioning expression. "Well, you won't let me stay the night here with you. You've said it's too small, and Callum would hear everything. I think my idea is great if you ask me. Look, Callum is a large part of why I can't move in with you. He gets up almost every night and climbs into bed with me. That would be a problem if you and I slept together each night. With a roll of his eyes, his reply was blunt. You're grasping at straws, Tnie. I am not, I said as I got off his lap. I'm getting a cup of coffee. You want one? He nodded and followed me to the kitchen. What I really needed was a glass of wine to soothe my nerves, which had grown jagged. I don't see why he can't learn not to get out of his bed at night, is all I'm saying. Maybe Layla can give you some tips on that. That shouldn't be something that keeps us apart, Tnie. Surely you can see that. Coming up behind me, August ran his arms around my waist, leaning his chin on top of my shoulder. Turning in his arms, I wrapped my arms around him and told him a bit more of the truth. Another reason is for our safety and privacy. I know you live in a high-profile neighborhood, not to mention that your lifestyle must be wildly different from what we're used to. If we were to move in with you, I think we'd need to be protected, by a bodyguard or security at least. I get that you don't need anyone to protect you, but your philanthropy and the opening of your club are turning you into a household name in this city. People will be curious about us, and Callum and I would have to have protection. I don't think I'd like living that way. Sadness filtered into his hazel eyes. Baby, what are you saying? Are you telling me that we can't ever move forward? Are you saying this is all we'll ever have? I don't know what I'm saying, August. This has all happened very quickly, and I'm just a little confused. I kissed him. The only thing I'm not confused about is the fact that I love you. But everything else needs a little sorting out still. His chest swelled with a deep sigh. He was not a happy man at that moment. But I knew I could take his mind off things, at least for a little while. Running my hands down his arms, I took his hands. Let's skip the coffee and go to bed. No, his word came out sternly. His eyes moved up to meet mine. If this is all we can ever have, I don't think I can take that. August, we haven't even been seeing each other that long, I argued. We've known each other forever, Tnie. I want to share my life with you. So what if I have to hire a couple of bodyguards to watch over you and Callum when I can't? I don't care about that. Shit, more than half the kids in Los Angeles have them, and most of the wives and girlfriends do too. The pad of his thumb ran over my lower lip as he looked at me with adoring eyes. How could I say no to him when he looked at me that way? His hold on me had my body vibrating with more than just lust. Love shook me, and I wanted so badly to make him happy. But I just couldn't move in with him, not with my secret still hanging between us. It wouldn't be right. My cell rang. It was in the living room, so August let me out of his embrace and I went to answer it. It's Callum's school, I told August, who loomed just behind me. Hello. Miss Matthews? A woman asked me. Yes, this is she. You were aware of the field trip your son's class took today, right? She asked me, her tone tense. Chills ran through me, my gut telling me something was wrong. Yes, the trip to Big Bear. I packed him a special lunch for it. Is everything okay? Have you watched any news today, Miss Matthews? August's arms encircled me, as I must have begun looking a bit pale. I haven't watched any news. Please just tell me what's going on. August let go of me to grab the television remote, and he turned it on, changing the channel to one of the local stations. And there it was. A yellow school bus, along with some other cars, trapped between two lines of wildfire. I collapsed onto the sofa as the lady finally filled me in. There are 15 people in total on the bus with your son, 3 adults and 12 children. Evacuations are underway, but with the fires moving and the winds picking up, well, it's a very dangerous situation. August took the phone from my hand, as I couldn't find the strength to say a word or move a muscle. He spoke to the woman on the other end. We'll handle it, thank you. Putting my phone down, he picked his up and made a call, to whom I hadn't a clue. All I knew was that my little boy was in danger. Horrible danger. August, what if he's burned alive? Hush, don't think like that, baby. He came to sit next to me. I heard a man answer his call, and he put it on speakerphone. Gannon, I need your help, he said, all business. There's a school bus full of little kids. One of them is especially important to me. They're trapped up in Big Bear by some wildfires. I need some choppers up there to help evacuate them, and my boy is the first to be helped. You got me? I've got you. I'll call my pilot and set things up. Meet us at the Beverly Center heliport. Got it. August hung up without as much as a goodbye. Come on, baby. Let's go bring Callum home. He pulled me up with him, and I followed. My body and mind were numb with shock. But August had a plan, and that was more than I had.
Chapter 15. August.
The thick smoke filling the sky made it impossible to see the ground below us for a few tension-filled moments. I'd left Tnie at the heliport, as she'd demanded to be left behind so there'd be more room for evacuees in Gannon's chopper. His pilot and I headed out in the first one, with Gannon and another pilot taking off just after we did. My other partner, Nixon, headed out just after him. 3 helicopters that could fit 3 more riders were on the way to save as many people as we could. The conditions weren't great. High winds caused by the blazing infernos made traveling through the air difficult. The birds swung from side to side as the winds pushed us, but the engines were strong and we all made forward progress. One Coast Guard chopper flew past us as we neared our destination. It felt good to know that their large helicopter could carry a lot more people to safety. Maybe we could get all of them out and no one would die or get hurt. The yellow school bus shone through the smoke, and I pointed at it. The pilot looked for a good place to land and found one not too far away. The Coast Guard's chopper had already landed, but they had to land further away due to the size of the craft. My feet hit the ground running as fast as I could to reach Callum. The kids were being kept on the school bus, and I banged on the glass door to be let inside. Only then did it occur to me that I had no legal right to take Callum anywhere, just as a lady who I assumed was his teacher stood up. Unless you're with the Coast Guard, we can't let you take any child who isn't yours, sir. I am truly sorry. Callum stood up shouting, August? You're here. He ran to me, throwing his arms around my legs, hugging me. I picked him up and handed my cell to the teacher. I'd hit the button to call Tnie, putting it on speaker in case I could help with her argument. Hello, came her frightened voice. This is Mrs. Copperfield, Callum's. Tnie wasted no time. Yes, I know. Let my son go with the man who came for him. I'm sorry, I can't, the teacher replied grimly. Are you kidding me? You can and you will, Tnie informed her. I also have Kyle's and Jasper's mothers right here, and they want their sons to go with August Harlow as well. He'll take them all, with your permission or not, Mrs. Copperfield. We'll deal with the school ourselves, no need for you to worry about your job. Hell, I don't know what to do, the lady said with despair. Let us get these kids to safety. Between the 3 helicopters we brought, we have room for 9, I told her before looking at Callum. Where are your friends? Let's get them and go. Come on, guys. Callum shouted, and 2 little boys jumped out of their seats, running to me. Just as I left the bus with my prize in hand, one of the Coast Guard men came up to me. How much room do you have, sir? Mine is filled, I told him. 2 more are behind me. There's room for 3 in each one. The children are small, the man said. I think you can get 2 in each seat. Would you try that? Sure will. Grab me 3 more from the bus and I'll see if they fit. I knew that with that man's help, the teacher would get over her fear of being fired and let the kids go with us. In no time at all, we had 6 kids loaded into our helicopter and were heading back to the heliport. Callum was all smiles as we flew through the smoke, even though the wind pitched us around a bit. The kid was fearless. When we touched down, I helped them out one by one, and they all ran to their parents. The parents must have gotten the memo somehow that the kids would be arriving at the heliport. Callum jumped into his mother's waiting arms as she cried with relief. Letting them have a moment, I hung back, making sure each kid had found someone before joining Tnie and Callum. Callum was talking a mile a minute, telling her about the fire and the helicopter ride and how I was like a hero, coming in and saving everyone. Tnie looked at me over her son's shoulder. You are a hero, August. You always have been. What I'd just done was nothing compared to the things I'd done in the war. But I took the compliment. Thanks, baby. You ready to head home? She nodded, still clinging to her son. I am. I just want to get my baby boy home and hug him for a very long time. I bet you do. Wrapping my arm around her and Callum, I led them to the car as the second helicopter arrived, reuniting 6 more children with their relieved parents. Although Tnie seemed to still be in a state of shock, Callum was anything but. He rattled on and on about the events, saying how he'd never forget any of it. Tnie ran her fingers over my arm as tears fell from her pretty green eyes. How are you, August? Are you okay? I'm fine. You don't need to worry about either of us, we're good, baby. You look like you need a stiff drink and a hot bath, though. Turning the corner, I headed to my place. Tnie was in no condition to complain, and she needed some tender, loving care. She looked around, then at me. Where are you going? To my place, I said with a grin. Yes? Callum shouted. Finally, we get to see your place. No, Tnie said. Go to my apartment. Baby, you need. I didn't get to finish as she said, No, August. Take us home. I want to go home. Well, I'm already on the freeway, and I'll have to find an exit, and that'll take a while. I tried to stall her. Mama, I want to go to his place, Callum demanded. No, came her stern reply. Tnie, it would be quicker and better if we go to my house. I took the next exit, turning around to go to her little apartment anyways, but hoping she'd change her mind. I've got a jacuzzi tub where you can relax. And there's an indoor pool where Callum can play too. I don't want to go there, August. Please, she said, and then broke down crying hard. Okay, baby. Okay, you don't have to cry, I tried to soothe her. I'm taking you home, baby. My words should have eased her cries, but they didn't. She went on and on, her face in her hands as her sobs continued. I supposed it was because it was the first time she'd come close to losing her son. Layla had been right. There were definitely some differences between a single mom and women who didn't have children. Mama, it's okay. You don't gotta cry, Callum made his own attempt at soothing his mother. You don't understand. Neither of you understands at all, Tnie wailed. You're right, I admitted. We don't understand. But I'm taking you home the way you wanted. You can calm down now. I had no idea taking you to my place to pamper you would do this to you. My response had come out sterner than I had intended, and I took a deep breath to calm myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, you don't know how sorry I am. That only made her cries go an octave higher, and I had no idea why. Callum was out of danger, and we were getting closer to her home by the second, so I didn't understand why she was carrying on the way she was. She cried all the way to her place, and once we got inside, she went to her bedroom and closed the door behind her, shutting Callum and me out. I could still hear her crying, and every now and then she would shout something, but it was always a grief-stricken question like, how and why did I do this? Did she mean me? Why did she get involved with me? Callum and I sat in the living room after I'd fetched us both bowls of ice cream. Finding a cartoon on TV that I could stomach, we sat and ate our snack, trying to ignore the sounds coming out of his mother's bedroom. Man, I'm never going on a field trip again, Callum mumbled, then took another bite. Don't let one little disaster stop you from having fun, Callum. Life's full of them, but we can't stop living just because bad things happen. If we did, we'd never have fun at all. And I like to have fun. Running my hand over his head, I nudged him with my shoulder. And she'll be okay. Mom's, huh? You're telling me, Callum agreed, rolling his eyes and sighing, trying to act like an adult. Lucky for me, Callum liked the same kinds of cartoons I did. Having watched my 6 nieces and nephews grow up, I was no stranger to kids' shows. Before I knew it, we'd talked over the whole last season of Ninja Buddies. Ninja Steve proved to be both of our favorite. When an hour had passed, we finally heard silence coming from Tnie's bedroom. "Maybe I should go check to make sure she's okay," I told Callum before getting up to go see if she'd passed out or what had her being so quiet all of a sudden. But just as I got up, the squeaking of the door stopped me, and I stood right where I was. Callum got on his knees on the sofa, peering at the hallway. "Mama." Her auburn waves were a mess. I could tell she'd been running her hands through it incessantly. Her red-rimmed eyes were smudged black with makeup underneath as they looked at me and then at Callum. Her mouth opened but then snapped shut. "Baby, are you okay?" I had to ask. I'd never seen anything close to this side of her before, and I didn't know what to do for her. Shaking her head slowly, her lips parted once more. "I'm not okay at all. I've done something that I wish I hadn't." "What could possibly be so bad, Tnie?" Having asked that, my mind went on a spree through ideas of what she might have done to make her look so guilty. Cheating on me was the only thing that sprang to my mind. My gut twisted at the thought. Her eyes darted from me to Callum and back again. "You're both going to be mad at me." "No way, Mama," Callum quickly said, shaking his head. All she did was nod in response. Seconds ticked by like hours as she stood there on the other side of the room, barely out of the hallway. "I've been keeping a secret." She had.
Chapter 16. Tnie.
I was frozen to my spot as both of their eyes were glued on me. In my complete and utter distress, I'd assumed the words would flow out me, unable to stay inside a moment longer. Instead, nothing came to mind as to how to tell the two people in front of me to the information I knew they deserved. In hindsight, if I'd have been in my right mind, I probably would have done things differently. But the terror of having my baby boy so close to death, and with August almost stopped from doing anything about it. Well, something inside of me had snapped, and I couldn't keep it to myself any longer. "A secret?" August asked, his face full of fear. He'd begun to assume the worst, and that alone had me speeding up my confession. "August, you're the only man." I paused, looking at my 6-year-old son, knowing I had to phrase this the right way for his innocent ears. "I'm the only man, what baby?" August asked with narrowed eyes. He knew something was up, and that he had something to do with it. "There's never been anyone but you, August Harlow. From the night before you left for boot camp, until we met again at the Science Center, there's only been you. I've never been with..." I couldn't say it. Not with my son looking at me. "Oh," August murmured. "I see what you're saying." He looked at Callum, and then at me. "So, tell us what you have to say, Tnie," he demanded, a serious yet unreadable expression on his face. My eyes came to rest on Callum. "Callum, August is your father." My son looked at me with so much confusion before he asked, "How do you know that?" August laughed and picked him up, and I let out the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Because mommies and daddies just know, that's why. I've been wondering about you, Callum. We've got the same hair." Callum looked up at August's hair, a contemplative gleam in his eyes as his gaze traveled to his father's eyes. "And you have my color eyes too," Callum said as they looked one another over. "I think your mom had a good reason for keeping this a secret, because she was worried. But she shouldn't have been worried. I would have been there for you guys. But we shouldn't be mad at her, okay, buddy? She was young and did what she thought best," August told Callum. Then he looked at me. "Come over here and get in on this, baby. No one's mad at you." My heart began to beat again, so much relief passing through me that for a moment I couldn't move. I'd prepared myself for August to yell at me for a while before storming out. And I'd figured Callum would be mad at me and not understand anything. Seems I'd been wrong. "I'm sorry for not telling you guys earlier. I was waiting for the right time to tell you, but it's a hard thing to figure out." August pulled me to his side, his arm wrapping around me as he kissed the side of my head. "You're forgiven. I had a very strong idea Callum was my son, just so you know." I was waiting for you to bring it up. I didn't want to seem rude if I'd been wrong. Relief flooded me with his touch and his words. Thank you. I forgive you too, Mama, Callum said, leaning in to kiss my cheek. And thanks for telling me. Now when I go back to school, I get to tell all my friends that it was my dad who saved us all. Man, I'm gonna be popular. August put Callum down and went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water, bringing it back and handing it to me. Here, you need to replenish your water. I think you cried just about all of it out. Taking the bottle from his hand, I said, thank you. By the way you guys are taking this news, I can see all that crying was for nothing. Yeah, August agreed. He took a seat next to Callum, and I took the one on the other side of our son. You know, I've had a nagging worry over those fires since the day I ran into you two. I thought it was weird, as there've been wildfires in California before and I've never worried this much about them. Maybe the worry will go away now. Maybe I knew one day I'd have to save my little boy from one. He shrugged. Stranger things have happened. Wow, I said as I looked at him. A little psychic ability to add to your other superpowers. Giving him a wink, I blew him a kiss. And I'm all yours, baby. He ran his hand over Callum's head. I'd like to sign his birth certificate and give him my last name. And I'll start up a trust fund for him right away. What's a trust fund? Callum asked. Oh, just this little thing that'll help you out for the rest of your life. A bonus you get for being my son. August laughed. Man, that sounds so crazy coming out of my mouth. I have a son. And I have a dad. Callum added. I always wanted a dad real bad. Everybody else has one. Well, except for Kaylana, who has two moms instead of a mom and dad. As we laughed, I saw the look August had in his hazel eyes. He had a family now. A real family. And it was then that I realized that I'd lost a lot of the control I'd had up to this point. Callum was his son too, and I knew August well enough to know he was going to do right by the boy, no matter what. Again, most women would probably be over the moon to finally be able to share this responsibility. But I'd been a single mother for years. I was the one who'd made every decision there'd ever been made concerning Callum. Now August would get to do that too. How would we be as co-parents? Would we see eye to eye on everything, or butt heads on everything? And what would that mean for our relationship? When August got up again, he wiggled his finger at me. Can I talk to you, Mama, in private? Callum went back to watching his cartoon as August took my hand, leading me to my bedroom. When he saw the state of my bed, he chuckled. The blankets were everywhere as I'd fisted them and tossed them around in my little fit of self-pity. He didn't say a word about the state of the room, though. He just closed the door behind us, keeping me between him and the door. His hands moved gently over my cheeks, and then his lips found mine. My chest swelled with love and relief. Everything was going to be okay. When his mouth left mine, he looked into my eyes. I want you both to come home with me. I want you both to be with me as much as humanly possible. And there it was, his first demand. And who was I to turn him down now? Now that he knew Callum was his, I had no right to deny him access to his son. I'd already done so for far too long. But I was anything but an irresponsible parent. August, what happens if you and I don't work out? What about Callum? Shaking his head as his finger traced a line across my jaw, then down to my collarbone, he answered my question. Tnie, not even married couples know what the future holds for them or their children. We shouldn't worry about all the what-ifs, there are way too many of those. And I can assure you that no matter what happens between us, that boy is mine, and I'll never turn my back on him or you for that matter. You're both a part of me now. Knowing he was right, I turned my attention away from the negative to focus on the positive. And the positive was standing right in front of me. I wasn't about to let any what-ifs take away from what we had. I'll come, but I should have my own bedroom. Just until I get Callum to stop getting in bed with me, I agreed. He seems excited and fine now, but but this might get a little confusing to him. It's not everything that I want, but it's a start, August said, then kissed me again. I didn't even bother to ask if he'd kept his promise, knowing he'd been with other women. It didn't matter. Not really. I knew he loved me, and doubted he'd ever loved anyone else. Let's get Callum's and your things packed up and get you home where you belong. August took my hand, leading me back out to our son. Hey Callum, you want to come see your new home, son? Yes sir, he jumped up, nearly knocking the empty ice cream bowls off the coffee table. Oops. He grabbed them up, taking them to the kitchen, then ran to August, grabbing his pants leg. Hey, can I call you Dad now? You better, August said, then messed up his hair. Son. My heart was on overdrive. I'd done it. I'd managed to tell the truth, and now we were going to be a happy family. I still had to tell my parents, which I was not looking forward to, but they'd be easy now that the two who really mattered knew the truth. My world was shaping up rather well. No matter what happened between me and August, my son would always be taken care of. I knew August would see to that. He was a hero right down to his core. As we left the apartment, August asked, So, what in that apartment is yours and what belongs to the owners? Well, we've got all of our clothes and personal things. That's really all that's ours. The place was furnished, all the way down to the dishes and the towels. Except for a few cleaning supplies, everything else belongs to the owner. There's really nothing left for us to do, I told him. But it's going to feel weird not to have my own place. I mean, I lived with Mom and Dad up until I moved to Los Angeles. This was the first place I'd had on my own, and I was really enjoying it. I think you'll like your new place in Hidden Hills, he said with a chuckle before taking my hand. And for the record, I love the idea of having a family to fill what's been an empty home for way too long. So that was it. My life had officially been turned upside down by the father of my child, and in record time too.
Chapter 17. August.
Bringing Tnie and Callum home had me on cloud 9. I couldn't recall a time I'd been so happy. It was like I was on love overload, and I couldn't quit thinking about our future. So that little death trap of a car you drive can be sold, Tnie. I've got plenty of cars for you to choose from. Not to mention the town car with my driver. August, you're doing too much for me already. And my car's not a death trap. I'll have you know that the '05 Nissan Sentra is exceptionally designed to withstand a head-on collision or being rear-ended. There are 2 crumple zones in the frame that... I gave her a sideways glance before interrupting her. Tnie, forget about it. The thing's an ancient piece of crap. And what's mine is yours now anyway. The laugh that came out of her didn't make sense. August, we're not married. What's yours isn't mine at all. Well, you're the mother of my son, that makes you something to me. And if I say what's mine is yours, then it is, Tnie Matthews. Fight it all you want, but you're my baby's mama, and I'm going to take care of you both. Geez, I hate being called that, she mumbled. That makes me sound like some woman from the Jerry Springer show. Okay, I'll come up with something better then. But you're important to me, and I'm going to treat you that way. Like it or not, I love you. And now that I know you carried my child inside of you, and raised him all on your own for 6 long years, I owe you. The entrance to my place was just ahead, and when I turned into the area in front of the twin gates, Tnie and Callum gasped. August, you live behind gates? Tnie asked me, then shook her head. That sounded so hickish. Ignore me, please. I've never been around any wealthy people before. I don't know how to act. Act like yourself, I told her. Callum took off his seatbelt to get a better look at the house, leaning up on the back of my seat. Wow. I know, right? The grandeur of my home wasn't lost on me. I'd grown up in a modest 3-bedroom house back in Sebastopol. I knew the home I'd bought was a thing of beauty. The driveway wasn't as long as some, but it was surrounded by lush vegetation, making it appear jungle-like. August, I had no idea, Tnie gushed. You knew I lived in Hidden Hills. What do you mean you had no idea? I asked her as I pulled to a stop at the front entrance. I mean, I had no idea how huge this place would be or how wonderful, she replied with a smile. Yeah, it sure is, Callum chimed in as he got out of the car. Tnie and I followed his lead, getting out too. I can't wait to see the inside. Standing in front of the house, I pointed to the right side. Okay, this home is divided into 3 sections. Right in the middle is the entrance room, also called a foyer. The staircase is located there. Behind that room is the main living area. It's huge. Off to the right you'll find the indoor pool, the bar, the game room, a media room, and another sitting area. All that's just on the right side? Tnie asked with curiosity. All of that is just on the ground floor. Upstairs are 3 bedrooms, all with their own private baths, enormous walk-in closets, and sitting areas, I informed her. And on the left? She asked as she turned to look at the other side of the home. On the left, you have the kitchen, the breakfast nook, the informal dining room, and the formal dining room, the theater room, plus a sitting area. And above them on the second floor are 4 more bedrooms, with all the same amenities of the rooms in the other wing. My bedroom is located in the left wing, so I'd love it if you two chose rooms in that wing too. I'd like to be close to you guys. Wrapping my arm around Tnie's waist, I pulled her close to me, whispering, especially you, baby. A seductive smile curled her pink lips as she looked down, batting her lashes. August, you're so bad. Give her one soft kiss to the side of her neck. Only with you, baby. Heading inside, I prepared myself for their reactions, and was pleased with them as Callum gasped after I opened the door. Gosh? August, you've lived here all alone? Tnie asked. This place is enormous. Her eyes moved over the redwood staircase. 2 sets of curved stairs ran up to the next floor, the ceiling open all the way to the top, where a skylight bathed the room with light. The gray marble glistened in the rays, shining brightly. I've lived here all alone, I answered as I gave her a little squeeze. And now I have you two to share this place with. Tnie, I've never been this happy in my entire life. I want you guys to make this place your home. That'll take some doing, August. Her eyes were wide as she looked all over the place. This place is like a 5-star hotel or something. It took me a minute to get used to it too. I kissed her cheek. You guys will get used to it before you know it. The door at the back of the room opened, and there stood my head housekeeper. Ah, Denise, how nice to see you. I've got a couple of people who'll be joining me here from now on. I'd like to introduce you to Tnie Matthews, my girlfriend. Tnie reached out to shake Denise's hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Denise. And you too, Denise said with raised brows. And who's this little guy? I'm Callum, my son said as he stepped up to shake her hand too. I just found out that August is my daddy. Denise's eyebrows rose even higher as she looked at me, and opened her arms up wide. Well, congratulations, August. Denise was incredibly maternal, with 3 children of her own, and she always treated me as if I were her 4th. Thank you, Denise. She let me go as she looked at Callum. And he looks just like his strapping daddy, too. Tnie and Callum will be living with me from now on, so please help them settle in the same way you did with me. They're from my hometown, so this is an adjustment for them, the same as it was for me when I bought the place and hired you on. Running my arm back around Tnie, I went on. After hiring Denise, I thought I didn't need anyone else to help with the upkeep of this place. She helped me hire the rest of the staff. She has a lot of experience working for people with large homes. Good to know, Tnie said as she looked at Denise, because I already feel overwhelmed and we're just in the foyer. I'll draw you a map so you don't get lost, Denise said as she clapped her hands. I'll be in the kitchen, come there last, and I'll give you the map. The skip in my housekeeper's step told me she was just as excited as I was to have more people in the home she took pride in caring for. As she headed toward the kitchen, I moved my little family into the next room. Windows ran along the back wall of the main living area, the mountains offering a gorgeous view. This is one of my favorite places to sit and watch the sunrise. I nuzzled my nose against Tnie's. And now you guys can join me to watch it too. This view is to die for, she murmured. Gosh, August, this is just too good to be true. No, it's not. I thought the same when I first bought the place. But it is true, and now you're a part of this as well. Taking her by the chin, I placed a soft kiss on her lips while Callum was distracted with his own exploration of the room. How about we see the rest of the downstairs, and then I'll take you up, and you two can pick out your new bedrooms. The rest of the tour had them nearly speechless, which was a rare thing for Callum. When I took them up to the left wing, I pointed at my door, which was at the end of the hallway. That's my room down there. If you'll notice, there are rooms very close to mine and right across the hall from each other. Should we check those out first? Callum ran to the door on the right and stopped, frozen in place as Tnie and I caught up. Mama, look, he muttered. Tnie's eyes looked like they were about to fall out of their sockets, and I couldn't blame her. The room was bigger than the apartment they'd been staying in. Oh my. I walked in, explaining as I went. This is the sitting area with a television. I gestured to the flat screen that hung on the wall in front of a couple of tan leather sofas. I opened the door at the back of that room, going into the bedroom. There's tons of room in here to fill this place with toys of all kinds. What do you think, Callum? I think I'm in heaven, he said with a giggle as he ran all over the room. A queen-sized bed caught his attention, and he hopped up on it and spread his little body out as wide as he could. I can't believe this. Is this whole bed for me? It is. Tnie went to sit on it too, moaning at how comfortable it was. Oh, August, this bed's so comfy. She pulled Callum up and put him on her lap. I bet you'll sleep like a baby in this bed, don't you? Probably, he agreed. After showing them the attached bathroom with a stand-up tiled shower and a bathtub, I took them to the closet at the back. Neither Callum nor Tnie knew what it was. And what kind of room's this? He asked. This is your closet. I opened the doors, which were built to look like they were only walls. See, your things will go in here. And the bench is for you to sit on to put your shoes on. I went to the other side of the room, opening those hidden doors. Your shoes will go in here on these shelves. That's a whole lot of shelves, Dad, Callum told me as his eyes grew wide. It is. I opened the last two doors, showing him the drawers that were inside of them. And here are the drawers for your other things. Neither quite knew how to act, they were clearly overwhelmed. And when I took Tnie to a room that was very similar to Callum's, she began to cry. I held her in my arms to soothe her. This is too much, August. No, this is what your life is now, Tnie. You belong here with me. Our son deserves this. And so do you. I kissed her on top of her head as I swayed with her. Resting her head on my chest, we watched our son as he ran around the room, marveling at everything. The puzzle of my life felt as if it was finally being solved. Hope filled me for our future. Nothing could stop me now.
Chapter 18. August.
I started out this day nearly catching on fire, and now I'm swimming in a pool that's inside a house that I get to live in. Callum said just before he jumped off the diving board, creating a splash that echoed inside the glass room. Tnie and I sat on the edge of the pool, our feet dangling in the water. She didn't have a bathing suit, so she couldn't get in. I opted to sit out with her, and Callum was happy to swim in a pair of shorts. Our fingers entwined, our shoulders touching as we leaned against each other, we watched our son playing away in front of us. I don't think I'd ever been in a better mood. The sound of the door opening had us turning to see who it was. Good evening, sir, my chef Tara greeted us. I've come to see what you all want for dinner. With the new additions, I'd like to prepare a meal they'll enjoy too. Callum dog paddled his way to us, the red life jacket he wore keeping him afloat. I love chili dogs. Oh, and I love French fries. Tnie cleared her throat. But little boys who want to grow up to be strong men like their fathers have to eat more than junk food to get that way. She directed her attention to Tara. So anything healthy is good with us. I don't like to eat fried foods and don't like Callum too either. I've always stayed away from sugary foods and drinks as well. I'm a nurse, so nutrition is more important to me than taste. Ah, I see. So, let me see if this is a typical meal you'd enjoy, Tara said, getting a bead on Tnie. Roasted chicken in an almond sauce, organic fresh green beans with wild mushrooms, and baked sweet potatoes with a touch of cinnamon and brown sugar butter. How's that sound? That sounds nutritious and delicious, Tnie said with a wide smile. And I usually give Callum an 8-ounce glass of almond or coconut milk, or a mixture of the two, unsweetened of course. And a glass of water too. With a nod, Tara had one more question. I usually serve fowl with white wine. Is that okay with you, ma'am? Yes, of course. And water though, please make sure there's water on the table, Tnie said with a smile. I'm an avid water drinker. It's like a little miracle, health-wise. I will remember that then. I'll have the mini fridge in your bedroom stocked with some bottled water, and I'll stock Callum's with some healthy choices too. And with that, Tara left us alone once more. Tnie shook her head. That was weird, huh? What, telling our chef how you want to eat? I asked with a chuckle. No, it's what you're supposed to do. Tara's a great chef and eager to please, so feel free to let her know whatever you want. Her lips were just too close not to kiss, so I stole one kiss from her as Callum paddled around the pool. He's wearing himself out rather well, don't you think? She nodded, and gave me a sensual little grin. After this, a filling meal, a warm bath, and a bedtime story, he should be out like a light. Then Mommy and Daddy can play. I kissed her again. Thank you for coming here with me. Leaning her head on my shoulder, she ran her hand over my chest. Thank you for asking us to come. My pride gets in my way sometimes. That's okay. One look at Callum as he climbed out of the pool to go down the slide reminded me of something that had been on my mind. Tnie, I thought you told me you were on the pill that night. She ducked her head, suddenly shy, and maybe feeling a little guilty. Yeah, you remember that right. So, how did you manage to get pregnant? I took her by the chin to get her to look at me again. Well, she said, then her eyes cut to the left before coming back to meet mine. I lied about that. Why on earth would you lie about that? I asked her. Because I wanted you. And I didn't have any protection and doubted you did. And I wanted to feel you and only you. I know that was immature of me, and very wrong and unfair to you. And I knew the risk I was taking. But I didn't care. I wanted you so damn badly, nothing else mattered to me. Her cheeks heated with embarrassment. I'm sorry, August. I never meant to get pregnant. I never meant to hurt you in any way. That's why I kept it to myself. I felt it to be my responsibility, not yours. But ease my blood, baby. I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but you should know that if you had told me you were pregnant, then I wouldn't have stayed in the Marines past my initial 2-year commitment. My thoughts turned to what had happened after the first 2 years had gone by. I'd been on some very dangerous missions I would never have taken if I'd known I had a kid. I'm sorry. I really am, she whispered. You and I were nothing to each other at the time. That was my biggest reason behind keeping things to myself. I nodded, understanding her much better then. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have just loved you and left you like that. There were plenty of ways we could have stayed in touch. My reason for not staying in touch was because I wanted you to feel free to be with other guys, maybe even fall in love. Not in a million years did I think you'd actually keep the promise you made to me that night. Blinking a few times, Tnie sighed. Yeah, well, having a kid makes dating pretty difficult. Hell, I've had doctors ask me out, and I've turned every one of them down. Bringing anyone around Callum just seemed wrong to me. Being with anyone else just didn't excite me the way being with you did. Stroking her hair, I had something to admit to her too. I can't lie and tell you that I kept my promise I made to you that night. But I can tell you this, no one compared to you. No one ever filled my mind and heart the way the memory of you did, the way you do now. Her green eyes looked at me, filled with love and hope. I hate what happened today with Callum and the wildfire scare, but I loved the fact that it drew the truth out of me. I knew it the moment you took over, and I couldn't think of anything else other than that you both needed to know what you truly are to each other. It's crazy how things in this world work. My fingers played with the collar of her dress, touching her skin lightly, loving how each touch sent sparks of electricity traveling up my fingers, through my hand, and up my arm. Our connection was real. Our love was real. One little voice nagged at my brain, though. If she'd told you that you were a father, you would have been out of the Marines long before that gun misfired. Closing my eyes, I tried to rid my mind of that thought. What happened had happened. I couldn't allow my inner demons to get in the way of my happiness. So, I opened my eyes to look at the woman I loved. I love you, Tnie. No matter what's happened, I love you. The smile she gave me made my heart melt as her hand moved over my cheek. And I love you too. I'll spend the rest of my life proving that to you, and making up for the years you lost with our son. Sure, she will, the nagging voice in my head said. She can't change the past though, can she?
Chapter 19. Tnie.
The day had taken its toll on Callum, and when he laid his head on the soft pillow, his eyes closed almost immediately. August read him a story, but only got a quarter of the way through it before Callum made light snoring sounds. "He's out," I said, taking the book out of August's hands to put it on the nightstand. August gazed at me as he sat on the edge of the bed. "Now what should we do?" My body ached for his, it had for hours. Taking his hand, I pulled him up and then linked my arm around his. "I'm thinking I'll just turn in and see you in the morning." He'd waited until we'd gotten out of Callum's room and closed the door behind us before he lifted me and threw me effortlessly over his shoulder. I'm thinking something very different from that. I had yet to see his bedroom. A dark green comforter spread over his huge bed. "Is this bigger than a king-size bed, August?" I asked as he threw me down on it. "It is. But as big as this Texas king is, you still won't be able to get away from me on it." He shucked off his jeans, then his shirt, leaving him in his tight black boxer briefs. "Do you always get what you're after, August Harlow?" I asked with a wicked grin. He nodded before stepped back. "So, what do you say? Want to get hitched and have lots of my babies?" I had to laugh. Lots of babies? I only remember agreeing to one. "Yep. I want a dozen or so," he laughed and then kissed me. "Keeping you barefoot and pregnant sounds good to me." "Neanderthal," I hissed playfully as I batted his chest. I'd never given any thought to having more kids. But then again, I'd never given any thought to being married. So what did I want? I wanted August in my life forever, that was a given. I wanted Callum to have a great life, and it would be better if he had brothers and sisters. And August and I had already made one great little boy. His fingers trailed over my stomach. "I promise to make you happy, Tnie." "You already do," I said, then pulled my head up to kiss him. He gripped the back of my neck, holding me tight and kissing me deeply. The way my heart pounded and my body shook told me I had to do it. I had to just give in and give myself entirely to the man I loved. When he released my lips, he rested his forehead against mine. "So, what do you say? Want to become Mrs. Harlow?" "I do."
Chapter 20. August.
Waking up alone wasn't how I'd envisioned spending my first morning with my brand spanking new fiancé. But that's exactly how I woke up. No soft skin next to me to caress, no vanilla-scented silky auburn hair to smell, no warm body to hold for a while before I had to get up. There were meetings to get to. Swank's grand opening was getting closer and closer, and so much had to be done. We'd suffered a setback when the mother of Gannon's son had arranged to have a small explosive device go off inside the unfinished club, so we were doubling up on projects, trying to meet our opening night. More construction workers had to be hired, and we were all meeting with the crew foreman to plan out the strategy to make sure things got done on time. New Year's Eve would bring our joint endeavor to life. I couldn't wait to see how the club would turn out with my own eyes. And knowing I'd have Tnie, my fiancée, on my arm was the icing on that magnificent cake. Groaning as I rolled out of bed, I went to shower and dress before heading to Tnie's bedroom to see if Callum had indeed ventured to her bed in the middle of the night. When I opened the door, I saw her sitting up on the side of the bed, yawning and stretching. Her hair a wild mess. She wore one of my t-shirts. It hit her near her knees. It was so much bigger than she. Smack dab in the middle of the king-sized bed lay Callum. "So he did come to find you then," I said, drawing her attention to me. "August, what the heck are you doing?" She ran her hands through her hair, knowing it was a wreck. Making strides across the room, I got to her and picked her up, kissing her on the mouth. She pushed at my chest to make me let her go. "You look cute when you wake up, Tnie." "No, I don't. Let me go. I need to use the restroom." I had a plan to put into action after my meeting, and I looked around the room, finding her rings on the nightstand. She must have taken them off to sleep. I noticed the little sapphire ring she wore on her ring finger and scooped it up, putting it in the breast pocket of my Armani suit. I knew she'd miss it, but figured I'd be replacing it with a sparkling, enormous engagement ring later on anyway. Callum wasn't stirring at all but was still snoring lightly, his dark hair standing straight up on one side. Leaning over, I kissed his forehead, and then heard the bathroom door open. Out stepped a fresh-faced Tnie, her hair combed, face washed, and teeth brushed. I went straight for her, gathering her in my arms and rocking back and forth with her. I went in for a proper good morning kiss, and our mouths collided softly and tenderly. She tasted like the mint toothpaste she'd used, and she smelled like apricots, I assumed from whatever she'd used to wash her face with. I rested my forehead against hers when our kiss ended. "Hi there, fiancé." "Hi to you too, fiancé." She giggled softly. "I've got to get Callum up and get him ready for school." "Have Max drive you too." "I've got a meeting this morning and a few things to do after that." Taking out the credit card I'd taken from my wallet for her, I slipped it into her hand. "And have Max take you to Rodeo Drive. I want you to do a bit of shopping today. That enormous closet looks a little empty right now." "Oh no, August. I can't," she tried to protest. But I kissed her again, putting an end to her protests. "You can and you will. And buy Callum a bunch of new clothes too. And don't skimp at all. I want my family looking sharp. When I come home, I'm going to inspect the closets, and I better see them close to bursting. I do realize you can only do so much shopping in a day, but I want to see a lot more in there, including shoes and underclothes too. Buy yourself some sensual underwear and bras too, don't forget about those." She shook her head as she looked at me. "August, that's just not me." "Fine, I'll have a personal shopper do that then if you're going to refuse. I would get my way, one way or another." "Fine," she admitted with a sigh of defeat. "I'll do it." You know, Tnie, most women would be over the moon if a billionaire handed them a credit card, one that has no limit by the way, and told them to go crazy. I kissed the tip of her little turned-up nose, ending my lecture. "I know. Thank you," she conceded. "I'll try to get used to being spoiled rotten." "Yes, you will, because I aim to spoil both of you rotten, and when our next one comes along, they'll get the same treatment." Moving one hand down between us, I ran it over her flat stomach. "You can ditch the birth control pills now." She blinked at me. "Are you sure, August? I mean, you want to get married, and that's going to be a lot on its own. You sure about bringing a baby into this so quickly? We already have one kid, so why wait?" I couldn't say I liked her line of questioning. Why should we wait? What did it matter? Well, okay then. I'll stop taking my pills. But it'll take a little while for them to get completely out of my system, months actually. She ran her hands up and down my arms as she looked at me. So, don't get upset when it doesn't happen right away, okay? Okay, I said, then pecked her cheek. I've got to run. I'll be back by dinner time tonight. You have a great day shopping, and don't you dare forget to eat some lunch. Hell, call a girlfriend to go with you. Treat her to a day out too. August, I don't have any friends here yet. I haven't started working, so I haven't had many opportunities to make friends since I moved here. She looked down but then looked back at me. Hey, do you think Layla would like to join me? I know she would. Give her a call after you drop Callum off at school and see if she's free. With one more kiss, I left her and headed off to my meeting. Gannon and Nixon were already at the Kings Road Cafe when I got there, though our foreman had yet to show. Scones and coffee had already been served, so I took a seat and helped myself. How are you gentlemen doing this fine morning? Gannon's eyes were bright. I'm doing pretty damn good, considering all the shit that's come my way lately. Nixon chuckled as he sipped his steaming hot coffee. Would that little blonde babysitter have anything to do with that? She might, Gannon said as he winked at our other business partner. Then his eyes fell on me. And you look like you've got extra pep in your step as well, August. Any particular reason for that? Well, I found out yesterday that I'm a father to a 6-year-old boy. His mother and I had been together before I left for boot camp, producing a child that she's just confessed is mine. The waiter came up, interrupting my news. He stood, poised for my drink order without saying a thing. Espresso macchiato, please. He hurried off to get my drink, and I turned my attention back to my friends. And you're happy about it, so that means it's with a woman you like, Nixon said. So both you guys are fathers. Well, now I feel left out, not that I wish some random woman would show up and tell me I've fathered a child. I nodded. The mother of my child isn't some random woman. She and I were neighbors back home. I've known her as long as I can remember. I've already asked Tnie to marry me. That's her name, by the way, and my son's name is Callum. Nixon smiled. Way to go. I'm glad you found someone. I'm actually a little jealous. To tell you the truth, I can't get this one girl off my mind. We had one crazy Halloween night, and she's been stuck in my head ever since. But that wasn't that long ago, so maybe this feeling will fade, who knows? Gannon laughed. I'm asking Brooke to marry me on Thanksgiving at her family's get-together. Wish me luck, guys. Her brother Brad is my best friend, and I've been told to keep my hands off his baby sister. As if I could help that. She's the most lovable woman I've ever met. So, I'll face Brad and the rest of her family's wrath if I must to make her mine in every way possible. I didn't envy Gannon with that mess. At least I don't have to worry about Tnie's family. She's an only child, so there are no siblings to deal with there. And her parents don't seem to interfere too much in her life. I think Tnie and I have found what everyone looks for. True love. I looked at the waiter as he brought the drink to me, placing it in front of me on the table. Are you three ready to order? He asked us. Not yet, Gannon informed him. We have one more coming. With a nod, the waiter left us, and we got back to our conversation. Nixon mused, so this grand opening we're having won't be at all like we initially envisioned. For you guys, anyway. I'm still a free man. Hey, maybe Katana will call me and I can invite her to be my date for that night. Gannon looked at Nixon with wide eyes. You don't have her number. Nah, it was a one-night thing, but I gave her mine just in case. Nixon looked hopeful. Maybe she'll call. I hope she calls. I laughed. You sound like you really like this girl, Nixon. He nodded, and then took a sip of his coffee. When we came up with this grand idea to open a nightclub for the uber-wealthy, part of the plan was for us to score hot chicks. Now that's not even on the agenda for any of us, really. Who knew? Gannon added. There we sat, three friends who'd gone into a business venture together with the grand fantasies of single men. Only now we all seemed to be preoccupied with special women. It seemed we'd never get to have even one night of unadulterated philandering. But they'd both had years of living that kind of life, and I'd had my fair share as well. How funny that things change so quickly. Things were going much better than I had ever expected, and my life was changing for the better with each passing moment. Things could only get better from here.
Chapter 21. Tnie.
When I realized my sapphire ring was missing, I had a pretty good idea where it had gone. August had to have taken it to use it to buy me an engagement ring. That didn't surprise me one bit. I'd spent the day shopping with Layla, and we had a very nice time. With her help, I actually made a lot of purchases and was waiting patiently for August to come home so I could show him just how much I'd added to Callum's closet as well as mine. But the hours ticked by, and finally at 7 in the evening he graced us with his presence. We'd been waiting in the main living area, which was right behind the foyer. I thought that would be the best place if we wanted to see him when he first arrived home. Callum ran to August as he came through the doorway. "Dad?" "Callum." August shouted right back at him. Picking him up, I noticed him whispering something to our son, and Callum's little head nodded in a fast motion. "Good, glad you agree." August was up to something, and I sidled up to him, my arms open wide. "Good evening." "Ah, did you miss me?" he asked as he put Callum down so I could hug him. "A little," I said as he moved into my arms. The way his body wrapped around me made my heart skip a beat. I loved being in his arms. When our hug ended, August got down on one knee and looked up at me, still holding my left hand. "Tnie Susan Matthews, would you do me the great honor of becoming my lawfully wedded wife?" Yeah," I said as I rolled my eyes. "I told you yes last night." Narrowing his eyes at me, he whispered, "I'm doing this for him." "Oh. For Callum." "Oh, then my answer is yes. Yes, my one and only true love, I will marry you." He pulled something out of his pocket and flipped the lid of a small black box. Inside was a sparkling solitaire that looked like it cost a small fortune. Now I was surprised, and my free hand flew to cover my gaping jaw. "August." "Ah, now that's the reaction I was looking for." He slipped the ring on my finger, and Callum came to look at it. "Man, that's big, Mama." Callum took my hand to get a closer look at the ring. "So my dad will be your husband just like in real families. This is great." Rising from his position on the floor, August placed his hands on my hips, then kissed my lips. "Thank you, baby." I looked at the ring, then back at him. "Thank you too." August turned away, picking up Callum and then taking my hand. He took us to sit on one of the sofas, placing Callum on his knee. "We'd like to talk to you about something, Callum." I looked at August with a questioning expression. "Oh, we would?" August nodded, then pointed at my tummy. "Yeah, we would." Now I understood, but I wasn't sure I wanted to talk to my 6-year-old about a thing like that. "August, maybe it's a bit too soon. And he's already had one big shot of news today with the marriage." "Well, I think he should know," August argued. Huffing with resolve, I nodded. I knew August's tenacity would win out in the end anyway. "Proceed." Callum looked back and forth at us. "What's up?" August took the lead. "Callum, what do you think about becoming a big brother?" Callum looked at me. "Are you gonna have a baby, Mama?" "No, there's not one in my tummy yet. But your daddy and I would like to have one. Is that something you'd be okay with?" I asked my son. Callum looked at August with a thoughtful expression. "But I just got you, and if you have a baby, then I'll have to share you." "Callum, you're my oldest son. My very first child. You'll always have a place in my heart that no one else will ever have." August ran his hand over Callum's head. "I promise that you and I will spend tons of time together, no matter who or what comes along. And you'd get to help a lot with the baby too, you know. You'd get to be a big brother, the oldest of the family your mom and I would like to have." "That might be fun," Callum said as he looked up at the ceiling, thinking. "I'd like to have a big family, Callum. That would mean you'd have lots of kids, brothers and sisters, to play with. You'd never be lonely." August took him by the chin. "You'll never be alone." "Well, I think it'll be okay then," Callum said. "So go ahead, have a baby if you want to." "Glad to have your blessing, son," August said, then kissed him on the forehead. "Now, I've got one more thing I want to talk to you about. What else could there possibly be, August? I asked him, as I thought Callum already had too much on his plate as it was. The sleeping situation, he informed me. I want you to sleep in my room with me. Sucking in air, I couldn't believe what he'd blurted out. August. Callum was the one to say something first. Don't mommies and daddies sleep in the same room, Mama? August answered him, yes they do, Callum. But you seem to have a little habit of getting into your mama's bed in the middle of the night, and that might be a problem. Why? Callum asked as he looked at August. I can just come to your bed and climb in. My brows rose as I looked at my fiancé, who seemed to think he knew more than I did where Callum was concerned. Now how do you plan to explain that, August Harlow? Easy, he said with a wink. Well, you could do that, Callum. But I was thinking you could get used to sleeping the whole night in your own bed. You see, that way you'll be a good influence on your younger brothers and sisters when they come along and face the same problem you're having. Oh, I don't think it's a problem, Callum said as he shook his head. I just like snuggling with Mama is all. Me too, August said, making me blush. Callum nodded. She's very cozy. I agree, August added. Maybe we can come up with a deal, so she doesn't get sick of us snuggling her all the time. I get her at night, and you get her all day. Callum chewed his lower lip as he thought about that. Well, maybe that might be okay. But how about this idea? If I wake up and I'm feeling scared, can Mama come sleep with me then? August smiled, and he reached out to shake our son's little hand. That's a deal, son. As they shook hands, I sighed, knowing my life really was changing, and fast. After we ate dinner and gave Callum a bath, we tucked him in, August reading him a book while I sat on the other side of our son, stroking his hair. The way Callum looked at us both made my heart swell with joy. My little boy was finally getting to feel what his friends had felt their whole lives, the love of a mother and father who adored him. We stayed with him until he'd fallen asleep. True to what his father had told him just after dinner, there was a baby monitor placed on the nightstand next to his bed. All he had to do if he woke up and was afraid was call out to me, and I'd come running. August had placed the receiving monitor on the nightstand on the right side of his bed, which he told me was mine now. August was trying hard to make things work perfectly. And so far everything was going the way he wanted, and I loved it all too. Somehow August made Callum do things I couldn't. And he did so without hurting our son. More love built up in my heart for the man with each passing day. When we climbed into bed that first night, I felt a sense of relief. No longer did I have to carry all the responsibility of raising our son on my shoulders alone. Now there was a father to share that with. And soon he'd be my husband, and we'd grow our family together. In my wildest dreams, I had never imagined my life turning out like this. He brushed my hair back as he looked into my eyes. I love you more than you can even understand, baby. I understand perfectly because I love you that much too. I kissed his bearded cheek and ran my hand over the tattoo on his left pec. Semper Fi was written in text, surrounded by guns, an eagle, and a chopper. Quite the work of art, and I loved the way it looked on him. My Marine was one rugged man. He would always be my hero. Falling asleep in his arms was like heaven to me. Though I was a little annoyed when he'd brought it up, I couldn't be happier that he'd made our son feel comfortable with us being able to do this. Life would be fantastic with August by my side. Hours had passed when my eyes suddenly flew open, my sleep disturbed by August as he tossed and turned beside me. Some mumbled words came from him, and I reached over to shake him awake. August, wake up, you're having a bad dream. His left arm flew back, smacking me in the face. I tasted blood right away, my lip busted from the blow. August! I shouted and moved back. Blood was rolling down my arm as my hand covered my mouth. I rolled over and over, until I got to the edge of the huge bed. Grabbing some tissue off the nightstand, I held it to my lip and went to the bathroom as August continued to move around, mumbling indiscernible things in his sleep. The bathroom light turned on remotely as I entered the room, the way all the lights in the house did. I found my lower lip had been split pretty good, but it wouldn't need stitches. Wetting a cloth, I held it to my lip until the bleeding stopped, then headed back into the bedroom to try to wake August without getting hit this time. The blankets were a mess as he tossed back and forth, before sitting up abruptly, his eyes open and scanning the room. "August," I said in a calm voice. "Are you awake?" "You," he shouted as his eyes came to rest on me. Then he looked over his shoulder, as if he saw someone else there. "Get her," he shouted as he pointed at me. "August, stop," I shouted as he got off the bed, coming toward me. "No. Wake up, damn it." I was only a few steps out of the bathroom, and I quickly turned to lock myself in. When he saw I planned to retreat into the bathroom, he sped up. His hands caught me by the throat. "I've got the spy." I couldn't say a thing as he'd cut off my wind. Then he lifted me by the throat until my feet left the ground. I struggled and hit him to make him let me go, but my efforts proved to be futile. Once more he looked back over his shoulder, as if someone was talking to him. "Yes, sir," he said, and then placed my feet on the ground, releasing his grip on my throat. "On your knees. Don't even think about trying to get away or I'll kill you, you damn spy." I went to my knees, gasping to get air into my lungs. Then I saw his feet walking away from me, as he barked an order to some imaginary soldier, "Take her to camp." Crawling on my hands and knees as fast as I could, I made it into the bathroom. Closing and locking the door behind me, I took a few minutes to breath and calm down before filling 2 cups with cold water and heading back out. I found August still in his dreamlike state, glaring at me. "How'd you get away from my men, you dirty spy?" he bellowed as he moved toward me. Once he was close enough, I tossed both cups of water in his face and he stopped solidly in place. Shaking his head, he wiped his face with his hands. The look in his eyes had changed, and August was back. "August." He blinked as he looked at me. "Your lips busted." My chest heaved as I tried hard not to cry, but failed miserably. Breaking down, I ended up on the floor, a puddle of emotion. "Baby, what's happening?" he asked as he scooped me up. "Did you fall and hit your mouth on something?" Carrying me to the bed, he laid me down, then ran his hands over his face once more. I had to pull myself together to explain what happened. So breathing deep, I choked back the sobs and sat up. "You had some kind of a dream. Your arm flew back and connected with my face when I tried to shake you awake. Then you..." I broke down again. I've never considered myself to be weak. I'd stayed in control through some terrible situations since I first became a nurse, but this was different. I wasn't safe with the man I loved. What the hell could we do when he wasn't in control of himself while he slept? "I hit you?" he asked as he sat down on the bed beside me. With a nod, I answered his question. "Then you called me a spy and started choking me." He reached out, pushing my hair back, looking at the marks his hands must have left on my neck. "Oh my." Horror filled his expression. "I've hurt you." We stared at one another for the longest time, both of us knowing this was too serious to ignore. After a while he got up, walked around the bed, grabbed the baby monitor and came back to me. He didn't bother to put anything on either of us, as he scooped me up his arms, then took me to my old bedroom, placing me in that bed. "You're safe here." He turned to leave and I couldn't stop myself as I called out, Don't leave me, August." Without looking back at me, he shook his head. "I can't put you in danger. I'll go see my therapist first thing in the morning. I love you. Try to get some sleep." With that, he left me alone in my bedroom. And as I laid there, I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had intercepted all the joy we'd found. And my heart hurt, because I didn't know if I could feel safe here anymore. Going to my closet, I put on some pajamas, then went to Callum's room. Locking the door behind me, I climbed into his bed, pulling him to cuddle with me. With the locked door between August and us, I felt better. This wasn't how I thought things would go at all. In my fantasies, August and I would be this perfect couple. I dreamt about it many times, about August coming back into my life and us getting our fairy tale ending, especially when I was pregnant with our son. Back then, my biggest dream had been that one day he'd come back into my life and ask me to marry him, making us a real family. That part had happened. But I'd never thought in a million years that we'd have a problem as big as this one seemed to be. He'd shut me out. That wasn't a thing I ever saw in my fantasies. No, I saw us getting along well. But for that to happen, he'd need to listen to me about things, especially important things like this. And he wasn't doing that. He was taking everything on himself, leaving me out. Would I be able to deal with a life with him that was so very different from the life I'd envisioned? How would I be able to handle the disappointment of another dream shattered?
Chapter 22. August.
I left the house early the next morning. Facing Tnie after what I'd done to her proved too hard for me to do. My therapist's office didn't open until 9, so I waited in the park nearby. My cell rang at 8:30. Tnie's name shone up at me. "Hi," I answered. "August, where are you?" she asked, concern etching her tone. "I told you last night I'd be seeing my therapist first thing this morning, Tnie." A car drove by, and I saw Dr. Schmidt inside of it. "Hey, he's here. I'll call you later." "August, call me as soon as you're done there. I've been doing some research. I want to talk to you about it." My heart ached, and my head felt as if I'd been in a boxing match with Mike Tyson. I felt hopeless. Everything had been going so right. But I'd failed to remember my little affliction. It would never be safe for Callum or Tnie. Coming in just behind the doctor, I seemed to have startled him. "Oh goodness, August. What has you here so early?" He looked at the calendar that hung on the wall. "Wait, today isn't your normal day." "No, it's not. Something's happened. I've hurt someone." I took a seat on the sofa, the one I usually sat on for our therapy sessions. "Someone I love." "I was afraid of this," he said as he took his usual seat. "August, I know you've made great strides, but you're not far enough along that there wouldn't be complications when seeing someone seriously. So tell me what happened." I told him what I knew. I had a bad dream. I don't remember the dream at all, or even recall having one. She said she tried to wake me up, and I hit her in the face, busting her lip. That was bad enough. But she said I choked her too. My handprints were all over her neck, Doc. Tears trickled down my face as shame and horror overtook me. How can I make this stop? It takes time, he told me, handing me a box of tissue. August, you were a working Marine for 6 years. You've seen things, participated in things, and performed acts of war that most civilians could never imagine. That all builds up inside of a person's brain. I had no idea I was having these types of dreams, Doc. How could I not know that? I asked him. It was tearing me apart that I'd brought the woman I loved to my bed, not knowing I might hurt her physically. My advice for now is to let me prescribe something for you. Zoloft I think might be best. He pulled out a prescription pad and began to write on it. I didn't want to take pills. I hated the way they made me feel, numb and unfocused. No. He looked at me with a frown on his wrinkled old face. August, you need more than just therapy to manage this at the moment. You need medication. If you had, let's say, hypertension, then you'd take a pill for that. If you had diabetes, you'd take medication for that. Why can't you look at this like the disease it is? Because this is mental. This isn't physical, and I will not turn into a damn zombie to win this battle. I got up and slammed out of his office. Nothing he did was working for me. I needed more. I needed some real help. Maybe a whole damn team to help me get over this thing. I could do this. I knew I could. I could do it because I had at least 2 reasons to, now. Before, I didn't have anyone to do it for. But now I did, and I'd beat this thing. Getting into my car, I pounded the steering wheel in frustration. I had all the money in the world at my disposal, and no idea how to get the help I really needed. My cell dinged, and I looked at it. Tnie had sent me a text, telling me to come home and talk to her, that she had a lot to tell me. So I drove home, not sure what she had to say, but putting my trust in her the way she'd done me. If she and I were going to get married, then I had to learn to lean on her too. It was time to admit to myself for once that I had weaknesses, just like anyone else. I wasn't the hero she thought I was. I'd been a merciless killer at times. I'd been a man who shot first and asked questions later. That was what I was trained to be. Shooting from a moving helicopter at a shifting mass of what we thought were rebels. That was the terrible consequence of war, the casualties of combat. Thankfully, Callum was away at school when I got home. Facing the little guy would have made everything even harder. Tnie must have been waiting with her ears pricked because she ran to me as soon as I came into the foyer. "August!" She threw her arms around me, hugging me. My arms moved to hold her, wishing like hell I wasn't so messed up. "Baby, I am so sorry." "Don't be. You didn't do anything on purpose." She pulled back to look at me, and her swollen lower lip hurt to look at. "August, I've been bitten by scared little kids, kicked by expectant mothers with low pain thresholds, and once I was smacked in the face by an old lady's purse when I came up behind her too fast and frightened her." Her purse left both lips busted. She tried to make light of the situation, but it didn't help me at all. "Don't, Tnie. This is bad. This is really bad. I had no idea I did things like that when I slept." I took her hand, rubbing the back of it, loving the way her soft skin felt beneath my fingers. "Well, that's understandable, as no one's ever actually slept a whole night with you on a regular basis." She pulled me into the main living room, and we sat down. Her laptop was open on the coffee table. She swiped the screen and a picture came up. "This is what I wanted you to see. This is in West LA, and I think it would be the perfect place for you. The stuff they do with people who have PTSD is groundbreaking and revolutionary." She picked up the computer, placing it on her lap and showing me everything about the place. One thing that stuck out was the 14-day treatment period where I'd have to stay in their facility. And the fact that they treated with drugs. And not the regular ones, either. No, they used a form of the drug known as ecstasy on the street, but they called it MDMA. "Wow, that's not your normal PTSD drug, Tnie." I looked at her with concern. "My doctor has put me on every other drug they use for this, and I've never done well on any of them." "Well, this one works very differently from those," she told me as she pointed out some of the testimonials. "These results can't be ignored, baby." One of the patient testimonials said that the person who'd gone to the facility to try the treatment, which included taking the medication and receiving intense therapy, felt as if their soul had snapped back into their body. That was a strong thing to say, I thought. I'd be away for 2 weeks. I looked at Tnie, taking her face in my hands. "That seems like a long time to not get to see your beautiful face." "Well, I can get through half a month if it means we can have a lifetime together, sleeping together each night. You can do this, August. With the right help, you can get through this thing. And I'll be here every step of the way. I'm not going anywhere." She ran her hands over my whiskered cheeks. "The truth is, I'm surprised you're still here. I thought I'd hurt you so bad you'd feel you had to leave me. For your protection and Callum's," I admitted to her. "I'm not that afraid of you. If I have to keep a bottle of water with me to pull you out of an episode, or chain you to your bed so your hands can't do any damage, so be it. I'll do whatever I have to keep you with me. I don't give up on people in general, and those are mostly people who don't mean a thing to me. You mean everything to me, August Harlow, and I'll never give up on you. Not ever." She should give up, and I knew that. But damn it, that selfish part of me clung to her as if she were my only lifeline. "I'll do it. I'll go to that place, and I'll try everything. I can be stubborn." "You don't have to tell me that," she interjected, smiling. With a laugh, I picked up the computer, put it back on the coffee table, and pulled her to sit on my lap. Thank God for that full moon 7 years ago. I do all the time, she added. Our mouths met, and her sweet kiss made me believe that everything would be okay. It had to be. I had the best woman by my side. With her, I could beat anything that came my way. In the meantime, I wasn't going to waste a single moment I had with Tnie before I had to go. Moving her to lie back on the sofa, I moved my body to cover hers. She pushed on my shoulders, making our mouths part. What are you doing? I'm going to take you right here, baby. That's what I'm doing. And then maybe I'll take you in the swimming pool while we skinny dip. After that. She sighed, stopping me. So today is all about getting your fill of me, is that it? Baby, I will never get my fill of you. But today is about getting as much of you as I can get. Because tomorrow I'll leave to go get better. Putting my mouth back on hers, I found her pushing my shoulders once more. Now what? What about the staff, August? She looked worried. I don't want to get caught. Little did she know that I'd called Denise and told her to give the entire staff the day off. I wanted to be completely alone with Tnie for the entire day. But I didn't let her in on that. A little fear of getting caught added some spice to things. Don't worry about that. I kissed her again. The kiss was so hard and so full of passion that she melted underneath me, letting me have my way. She knew I wasn't going to quit until I got what I wanted, and so she didn't fight me on most things, not when she wanted those things as badly as I did. I loved that about her. I loved everything about her, and I'd do anything to make myself the man she deserved.
Chapter 23. Tnie.
After one hell of a great day, where August gave me all of his attention just as he promised, we had to come up for air when Callum came home from school. Max, the driver, had picked Callum up for us and brought him home. We managed to keep our hands mostly off one another until Callum went to sleep. Then we went at it like animals again until the wee hours of the morning, when August carried me to my own bed, locking the door behind him. I cried then. Cried for all he had gone through. For all he'd seen. For all he'd had to do. The man was my hero. He always would be. After a shower, I put on some nightclothes and went to sleep. I'd brought the baby monitor with me to my bedroom, and was shocked when I woke up the next morning alone in my bed. No Callum. Progress was being made there, and I prayed our little family would just keep on progressing. Later, after getting myself and Callum dressed, I found August in the breakfast nook. Steam swirled over his coffee cup, and he jerked his head over at the carafe. Grab a cup and join me. He looked at Callum. There's juice in the other one for you, buddy. I poured us something to drink, then we took seats at the small round table with August. He put his cell down, looking at our son. I knew leaving him for 14 entire days wasn't sitting well with him. Placing my hand on top of August, I said, I'll explain things to him, don't worry. Explain what? Callum asked before he gulped down some apple juice. I want to tell him, August said before he directed his attention to his son. Callum, I've got to go away for a little while. Why? Callum asked with furrowed brows. You remember me telling you about why I had that weird screaming episode that day in the car, right? August moved his hand through Callum's dark hair. Yes, sir, Callum said, then took another drink. Well, I think it's time I finally fix that problem. Your mama found this place that we think can help me. But I've got to go and stay there for 2 weeks. Do you think you can be a big help to me and keep your mama company while I'm gone? Callum looked a little worried. You're coming back, right? His lower lip began to tremble. 'Cause I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you too, buddy. But I need my little man to step up and keep his mama happy while I'm gone. August got up and went to pick Callum up. Callum rested his head on his father's broad shoulder as he cried. I'll try, Dad. Daddy has to get some help to get better. August patted him on the back, and I had to bite my lip to hold back the tears that welled in my eyes. August looked at me. Layla will be here soon to pick him up and take him for the day. I didn't think it would be a good idea to send him to school today. And I'd like you to come with me to the facility. I kind of need you with me to hold my hand. Nodding, I picked up a napkin to dry my tears before they fell. "'Kay." We sat there in silence as we all picked at the breakfast Tara had made for us. Not one of us was hungry anymore. After Layla came and picked up Callum, Max drove us to the facility, which I prayed would be able to help the man I loved. "So here we are," he said as he got out and took my hand, helping me out too. Being a nurse, I was used to medical facilities. This one was something else though. Everything was state-of-the-art. The building was large, but it didn't have that morose hospital feel to it. Positive energy flowed invisibly through the air. Gripping August's arm, I whispered, "I like the atmosphere here, babe." "It does seem upbeat, doesn't it?" he asked as we went to the reception desk. "August Harlow. I spoke with someone earlier about seeking treatment." "Of course," the young woman said with a smile. She pointed to a frosted glass door. "Dr. Sheldon is waiting for you right through those doors. He'll go over the treatment plan, and once you agree with it, you'll sign papers and we'll get you started on your road to success, Mr. Harlow." With a nod, we headed the way she'd pointed, and found soft music playing when we came into the doctor's office. The man we met there had a soft voice and the kind of demeanor that put one at ease right away. I had to admit, he seemed so genuine. Much more so than any other doctor I'd ever dealt with. Confidence filled me as he told us how they went about doing things. "While we have had much success with our treatments here, it's important that you understand that therapy is something you will have to be in for the rest of your life, August. You should get used to that fact." August didn't seem to be pleased by that and asked, "Isn't your mission to cure me?" "There is no cure for what ails you." August shrugged. "I guess so." "Well, would you expect them ever to be cured of their memories?" The way the doctor smiled made my heart soar. He was the real deal, like an angel sent here to help others. August could only shake his head. "No, I guess you can't cure memories. So how the hell can you help me?" "While we can't wipe your memory bank clean, we can help you handle those memories a lot better. People who've had an overload of terrible things happen to them have it much harder than your average person. Hence, why so many military personnel in particular end up with PTSD." The doctor took out a bottle of pills. "This is what MDMA looks like." "You should know that I don't like taking pills, Doc." August shrugged again. "I don't like the effects they have on me, and I don't want to depend on them either. Let me explain this drug to you first, and let's see if I can help you understand what this can do to help you. And let me tell you this too, this is not a drug you will take forever, the way you'll have to have therapy forever." The doctor opened the bottle, spilling all the pills out on the desk in front of him. "That's a lot of pills," August mumbled. "This is your personal 1-month supply," the doctor let him know. "And with our help and observations, you'll learn when to take one and when you don't need to take one." "Okay, wait. I've got to ask this. How am I supposed to handle that frustration when you'll have me locked up in here?" "You'll have a room to yourself here, lots of privacy. Now let me explain this medication to you. These pills are made up of 3 neurotransmitters. Serotonin makes up most of it. Now, you can purchase serotonin in any drugstore over the counter. It's most often used as an aid to those who have trouble falling asleep. People with mild anxiety take serotonin as well. Does any of that worry you so far, August?" "I suppose if it can be sold like that, then it hasn't got any bad side effects," August said. "And it might be like taking the vitamin supplements I take every day. Right?" With a nod, the doctor went on. "So, you're on board with the serotonin. The other 2 ingredients, dopamine and norepinephrine, have similar effects. They're the components that will increase alertness. They'll increase your energy level too. And with all that positive blood flow, well, your arousal is also increased. And lastly, the relaxing effects of the serotonin act as a base that help level everything out." "Okay, Is this feel-good drug addictive? August pointed out. I do not want to leave this place addicted to anything. Tell me, do you think you have an addictive personality? Do you need alcohol or tobacco or anything like that? The doctor asked. Pulling up our clasped hands, August kissed mine. She's the only thing I've ever been addicted to. Yet, I'm finding the strength to stay away from her for 14 days, aren't I? A blush heated my cheeks, and I ducked my head as the doctor went on. Well, I'm glad to hear that, August. While you're taking this medication, you will be strictly observed. It's not our intention to get anyone addicted to anything. We're not a pharmaceutical company, nor do we have any connections to any of them. We're in the business of helping people. And we do so by lightening their mood before we have deep therapy sessions. Our sessions sometimes last 12 hours, mostly 8 though. This pill will help you think about things you've shoved into the deepest recesses of your mind, and deal with those memories while in a calm, cool state of consciousness. So what you're saying is you guys will pull out all the shit I've seen, done, and dealt with, and teach me how to interpret it in a new way? A positive way. Because let me tell you, there are things I've seen and done that no amount of spin will turn into a positive thing, August argued. The doctor smiled at that, and I started to feel a bit confused, thinking August might not do as well here as we'd hoped. Maybe this isn't the best place for him, I said as I squeezed August's hand. The doctor leaned forward, steepling his fingers, then resting his chin on them. I feel exactly the opposite, Tnie. You see, your fiancé is the perfect candidate for this. His concerns are valid, and he has conviction in his heart. It is clear he is ready to work hard to deal with this issue. My bets are on August, and I rarely lose my bets. August looked at me, and then took a deep breath. I'm going to stay, Tnie. I'm going to give this my all. And I'm doing it for you, Callum, and those future kids we're going to have. But I'm also doing it for me. Better words have never been spoken, August, the doctor complimented him. When it came time to leave August there, I did so with hope in my heart and a smile on my face, even though tears filled my eyes. I was going to miss him so much, but this was something he had to do.
Chapter 24. August.
I have a little test I need you to take, August. A female therapist named Tasha told me as she placed a laptop computer on the desk in my room. I'd been admitted to the PTSD treatment facility and taken to what would be my room for the next 2 weeks. It had only been a couple of hours, and already I missed Tnie and Callum like crazy. But I wanted to do this for us. I had to do it. Okay, I just checked the yes or no boxes? I asked as I looked at the list of questions. The first question asked whether I had ever been exposed to a traumatic event. Yes, Tasha said as she nodded. And be truthful with this. Therapy works best if you're honest and vulnerable, especially when you're used to being a tough guy. No one is strong all the time, and it's important for you to let those weaknesses show. She headed for the door. I'll leave you to it then. Alone, I looked around the room. A small full-sized bed was in one corner and a desk sat right across from it. That's where I sat. The walls were a pale blue, the door pristinely white, and the floor was done in bamboo wood flooring, giving the room a serene, calming feel. The few pictures that hung on the walls were of flowers, butterflies, and one was of a flock of birds. A small bathroom was attached to the room, giving me all the privacy I could ask for. Turning my attention back to the test, I checked yes for the first question. The next question asked if I'd ever experienced the threat of injury or death, to which I again checked the yes box. Although I tried not to think about that, I guess it was part of the process of fixing my messed up mind. The next question asked if I'd felt fear, helplessness, or horror. That one had me going back and trying to count the number of times I'd felt those emotions. Shaking my head, I had to stop that line of thought. There were too many to count. Another yes box had to be checked. Do you regularly experience intrusive thoughts about the traumatic event? I had to ask myself what regularly meant. But then the thought of these nightmares I'd been unaware of came to mind, and I had to check yes again. The next question asked if I felt at times like I was reliving the event, and another yes was at hand. Recurring nightmares, stress over the memory, avoiding thoughts about the event, avoiding people that reminded me of the event, all of those had to be checked with a yes as well. I was on a roll. A bad one. And I wondered if all these yes answers would only earn me more time in the place. Then I got to check a no when asked if there were things I wasn't able to recall about the event. No, I recalled everything well, too well actually. Had I lost interest in anything I had once enjoyed doing? I was able to check another no on that one. Phew, for a minute there I thought I was a goner. More no boxes followed, as it asked if I had difficulty trusting people or showing emotions. Did I fear I'd never have a normal future? I was able to check the no boxes about having trouble falling asleep. I thought I'd been sleeping like a baby, but I'd been wrong about that. But I knew I never had trouble falling asleep. Angry outbursts got a no too, and so did difficulty concentrating. But then the question about having guilt over those who died while I survived had to get a yes. Oh well, they can't all be no. I was there for a reason, after all. I had a mix of yes and no answers as I continued through the questionnaire. Did I startle easily? Did I feel as if I had to be on guard all the time, ready to spring into action? I could spring into action whenever I needed to, like I did with the wildfire situation in Callum, but I didn't go around tense and ready to spring. I checked the yes box for the question about whether I'd been experiencing this for longer than a month. The last question made me pause though. Do your symptoms interfere with normal routines, such as work, school, or social engagements? Did they? I had to think about that one. I could go out without any trouble. But there had been the incident on the freeway, and then a couple of others in the past, one in a nightclub, one in a restaurant. Another yes had to be checked, and then I hit the submit button. The score said 12, and I thought that was pretty good. But when I looked at the bottom portion, I read that anything over 10 was considered to be evidence of symptoms of PTSD. Well, that wasn't anything I didn't know already. I would indeed be spending the next 14 days here with the good doctors and therapists. I suppose things could have been worse. I could have lost Tnie and Callum, which thankfully hadn't happened yet, and wouldn't, whether I had to stay here 14 days or 14 months to fix this. With the test submitted, Tasha came back into the room. August, the results showed us what areas you need to work on. Just a few more questions so we can get you all set up. She tapped a pen on the top of her clipboard, then put it to the paper. Do you feel more at ease speaking with a male or female? I think I'd like it to be a male. I liked talking to Tnie, but mostly it felt easier talking to men about my weaknesses. Okay, she said as she took note of that. And do you like being in a group or alone when you discuss private matters? Alone, came my quick answer. I wasn't one to talk freely in a group, never was, never would be. Okay, then just one more thing, she said as she looked at me. Are you a daytime person or a nighttime kind of guy? I get up early each morning, so put me down as daytime. I got up out of the chair, eager to get things started. So, when can we get started? Soon. I'll input this data into my computer and have a schedule for you in about an hour. Lunch is being served, so why don't you head to the cafeteria and introduce yourself to the others? She left the room, and I stood there, wondering if I really wanted to go meet anyone. The idea of hobnobbing wasn't sitting well with me. But the growl of my stomach told me to go eat, so out I went to find my way to the cafeteria. About 15 people were seated at various tables. Just like high school, they seemed to have their cliques. When I spotted a USMC tat on one guy's arm, I headed to that table after picking up a tray of food and a bottle of water. Hi, I'm August Harlow, formerly known as Major Harlow, first of the first. The bulky man shook my extended hand. Tom Moore, formerly Second Lieutenant Moore, Combat Logistics Regiment 3. He gestured to the man to his right. This is Frank Wilson, non-military, son of a mafia drug lord. I shook that man's hand too. Nice to meet you, Frank. You too, August. Frank went back to eating his turkey on rye, which was the main dish for lunch. A set of blue eyes found mine as I looked at the woman seated next to him at the round table. Natasha Granger, formerly Captain Granger of the 10th Regiment. Ah, the arm of decision. Too many decisions you'd rather not have made, is that what brought you here? I asked her as I shook her hand. You could say that, she answered. Her blonde hair was pulled up into a high ponytail. The first thing they'd done was give me a set of light blue scrubs to wear, and I found everyone else had them on too. I'd been told this was because the MDMA could make some people hypersensitive to touch, so they tried to lessen this distraction with the soft, roomy material of the scrubs. The clinical staff all wore white sets of the same scrubs. The others workers in the facility all wore yellow scrubs. As I looked around, it seemed like something out of a sci-fi movie. One empty chair remained at the table, and one remaining person had yet to introduce herself to me, a quiet young woman with dark hair and eyes. Eyes that looked like they'd seen some shit. With a nod to the empty chair, I introduced myself to her. Hi, August Harlow. Mind if I take this seat here? Do what you want to. Who am I to stop you? She said with a snarky tone to her deep voice. I took the seat. And I didn't catch your name. I had to say. Tilly, she said, then took a large bite of her sandwich, chewing it as she looked at me. Natasha nudged me with her shoulder. She's a mistreatment victim, she told me quietly. Rescued last year by DIA agents. Tilly's deep voice took my attention. My master was all I'd ever known. Now it seems I have no idea how to function in society. So, I came here to see if I can be taught. How old are you? I asked with concern. 21, she said with her mouth full of food. No manners to speak of, it seemed, but who could blame her? Your family? She shook her head. It was my father who sold me. Mom died when I was 8. Damn me, I mumbled. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you find help here, Tilly. I didn't have anything compared to that poor girl. Tom looked across the table at me. How long were you in for? 6 years, I said, then took a bite of the sandwich, finding it pretty good. I barely made the 2-year mark I'd signed up for. I can't see how you did 6. He took a drink of water from the bottle in front of him, and I noticed there were already 3 empty bottles of water he'd already drunk. Natasha chimed in. I made nearly 10 years before this hit me. It was just like bam. One day sane, the next day screaming at some poor lady in line at the grocery store for no reason other than that she moved too slowly. She shook her head. My husband told me I'd been waking up screaming too. I don't recall doing that. I've been doing things in my sleep too, I admitted. And last night I hit my fiancée in the mouth, busting her lip, then went so far as to choke her. I don't remember any of it. But the cut on her lip and the marks my fingers left on her throat told me all I needed to know. I had to get help and fast, or I'd lose her and our son. Natasha nodded in agreement. This is my second marriage. I got married when I was only 20. He was an oil field worker who didn't understand why I wanted to be in the military. Now my husband and our 2 kids are afraid of where I'm headed. He told me to get help or get out. At 30 years old, starting all over is the last thing I want to do. So, I retired from the Marines and came here afterward. Damn, I murmured. My girl told me she'd be behind me every step of the way. She said she'd never turn her back on me. Don't believe her, buddy, Frank came into the conversation. No one can take abuse for long, whether you do it in your sleep or not. She'll leave if you don't get control of this. I doubted the young guy's words. If you don't mind, Frank, how old are you anyway? 22. A very old 22. I've seen shit no one should see, and I didn't have to leave home to see it. He downed his water, then opened a new one. Looking around the table, I noticed everyone had at least 4 bottles of water, and I'd only picked up 1. So I had to ask, I'm not trying to be rude, but what's the deal with you all drinking so much water? Tom chuckled. A side effect from the MDMA. Excessive thirst. With a nod, my jaw clenched. I didn't like that at all. But I'd promised to give this whole thing a try. I've never taken MDMA before. What can I expect? Natasha answered first. I call it truth serum. The drug lulls you, leaving you feeling good about everything. Safe, you know? Like you can say anything you've done or seen to your therapist and not worry that they'll think you're sick, crazy, or a monster. I can't quite bring myself to admit the things I've done unless I'm on the pill. Tom added, and then there's the arousal. He looked me up and down, as if trying to get a measure of my personality. If you're anything like me, you're probably worried about that part of the drug. I nodded. A bit, yes. Especially since my fiancé isn't available to scratch that itch. Everyone laughed then until he answered, the therapeutic sessions go on for at least 8 hours. I don't begin to get antsy until the end, and when my therapist notices me squirming, she ends the session, and I have to go masturbate for at least an hour. Natasha added, it's like a little inside joke around here. Don't let it bother you if you see someone walking real fast to get to their room, and they ignore you. It's just that they have to deal with some more personal matters in private. I've got to ask, I said as one question ate at me. Is there a lot of hooking up in here? They all looked back and forth at each other, then each one of them looked at a table in the far corner where 6 people sat. 1 female and 5 males. If you're into hooking up, she's really the only one into that here. No, I said quickly as I shook my head. I'm not into that at all. I was just wondering. Tom laughed, then downed the last of his water, and I saw Tasha coming into the cafeteria. She waved me over, and I excused myself to go get my schedule. Things were about to begin, and I felt ready for that.
Chapter 25. Tnie.
A week had passed, and I hadn't heard a thing from August. Layla had come over to our place to do some planning. She'd called me up, explaining that the family wanted to have the holiday at August's place that year, which would work great, as August was set to be released from the facility just a couple of days before Thanksgiving. I was happy to oblige as I'd already requested that my start date at the hospital be moved to January 5th. I was free as a bird and knew the planning would help take my mind off missing August. Layla's kids had come over too. It was the weekend, and they helped keep Callum entertained while Layla and I chatted over a few glasses of the wine she'd brought with her. She'd handed the car keys to her oldest, Gina, just after coming inside. Here, Gina, I'm drinking so you're driving us home. Her daughter took the keys and followed the others to the game room. Got it, Mom. Layla showed me the bag with the 3 bottles inside. I've brought us some refreshments, Tnie. But I drink responsibly, never drinking and driving. My hubby's uncle Alonzo died in a car wreck 10 years ago after drinking and driving, and I vowed then and there never to do it, even after just 1 drink. With a nod, I led her to the bar so that we could find some glasses and a corkscrew. Texting Tara along the way, I asked the chef if she could bring us a cheese board and fresh fruit tray. Layla and I settled in, sitting on tall bar stools at the gorgeous dark wood bar. Layla had found the stereo system and put on some soft rock music. I just love visiting this place. It's like a hotel, don't you think? She asked me. That's what I said when I first saw it. I chuckled, taking a sip and loving the salty undertones of the red wine. Yummy. I know, right? Layla asked. I just love Napa Valley wine. A true Californian, I added, smiling. Tara brought in the trays I requested, and Layla was quick to invite her to join us. Tara, we're going to be discussing the Thanksgiving holiday. Would you care to grab a glass and join us? Your input would be appreciated. Going behind the bar, Tara got a glass and poured herself some wine. She took a pad of paper and a pen out of her apron and placed it on the top of the bar. Okay, so we're having it here then? With a smile, I was happy to tell her the news. We are. Our first holiday together, and I get to be the hostess. I'm so excited. Mom and Dad are coming too, Layla informed her. The total head count is 13. Even my elusive hubby will be home for once and will be there. So, I'll get to meet the man behind the remarkable woman, I said with a laugh. That you will. Tara tapped her nails on the bar. Okay. Turkey is a must. Ham too, I added. Then Layla looked at me. Tnie, please tell me your parents are going to come too. She looked at Tara. Put down 2 more people. I forgot to add them. Tara jotted that down. Okay, 15 people. Make it 19, Tara, I quickly pointed out. I certainly expect you and the rest of the staff would like to enjoy the meal too. A little smile crept across her lips. Sweet of you? So our final count is 19 then. Do you think August wants to invite his business partners? Layla asked me. He used to go out every weekend with them. They're all pretty close. I'll ask him if he ever calls me. And with that my cell buzzed. Pulling it out of my back pocket, I didn't recognize the number but saw that it was a local call. Hello? Baby, have you missed me? Came August's voice. I screamed and jumped off the bar stool, too excited to stay sitting. August. Yes. Yes, of course, I've missed you. Glancing over at the 2 women who were laughing at me, I excused myself and headed to the next room, which happened to be a sitting area. How are you, babe? Doing pretty good, came his reply. I'm feeling a little exhausted right now. A lot of memories are being dredged up. When I'm on the MDMA, I can take it all well. But afterward, when the drug wears off, then I feel drained. That didn't seem like progress to me, so I asked, do you feel like this is a waste of your time, August? No, they told me it would be like this at first. This is a process, and these first 14 days are just the tip of the iceberg. He sighed heavily. The hardest part is being without you and Callum. I'm not sure why they think it's so important to have us here without any kind of friends or family around, but they do think it's important. I've asked quite a few times if you could at least come for a visit, only to be told that's not allowed. Biting my lower lip, I felt the same angst he did. Well, most recovery programs want the person to know they have to handle things on their own. There can be emotional support, but the idea is to make you see that you're okay all on your own and that you don't have to depend on anyone but yourself. I guess you're right. I don't know or care really. I've talked to a lot of people here this last week about what they've gone through too, and to say the overall atmosphere of depression is demoralizing is an understatement. I could hear his breathing, and I longed to feel his warm breath on my neck. Your sister's here. We're going to host Thanksgiving this year. Is that okay with you? I asked him to get my mind off his breath and lips and everything else. I needed him so badly. Oh, are we? He asked with a laugh. So, Layla and her brood want to come trash our place, huh? They're here now, the whole lot of them. I chewed on my thumbnail, as memories of his body on top of mine filled my head. Oh, and do you want to invite your business partners? Layla said you're pretty close to them. No, Gannon has big plans this year, and Nixon is flying home to Texas to be with his family. Thank you for asking, though. That's nice of you, baby. Another long sigh came out of him. Gosh, I hope the next week goes by faster than this one. Once I get out, I have to come to therapy every day. The sessions last 8 hours, so I'll be gone all day. Even Thanksgiving? I asked, despair filling my voice. Yeah, even Thanksgiving. They told me it'd be from 9 in the morning until 5 in the evening. Can we have the party during the dinner hour? He asked. I wasn't about to let him down. Of course, I'll make sure to tell them all that it'll be a dinner party, with dinner being served at say 8ish? That sounds good to me. Invite your parents, baby. I can't wait to see them again. Your mom's fudge was the best ever. She came over and gave us a batch every Christmas. And your mother gave us her famous peanut brittle too, I added. We did go way back. We did have a history. Maybe we hadn't ever been a couple, but we'd spent a bit of time together as neighbors. backyard barbecues, and neighborhood block parties. Every New Year's Eve watching the fireworks, all of us in our own backyards, but sharing things over the chain-link fence, the only thing that separated us from each other. "One more week," he said quietly. "I can hold out that long. Can you, Tnie?" "I have to, don't I?" I laughed to lighten things up. "So how is it besides feeling so drained? Are there people there you can relate to?" "A couple of fellow former Marines are here. We sit at the same table for all the meals. Natasha is 30 and she's married with kids. Her marriage is on the line because of her PTSD. Tom's a kid who barely made it 2 years in the service. He's seen shit that haunts him. I worry about them both. But not as much as I worry about Tilly. Her father treated her bad. And I'll tell you, it makes me feel like a wimp that I'm having so many problems, when what I've been through is nothing compared to what she's been through." "You're still human, August. You've still been through bad things yourself. Don't lose sight of what you have to work on just because others have had it bad too," I gently chided him. "But that is a very sad thing for the poor girl." My stomach knotted as I thought about what a horrible life she must have had, and how hard it would be to ever get over that. The world could be a terrible place. It would be wonderful if things could be perfect all the time, but that's not the way of the world. And my poor man had been through awful things too, things that would break the average person. August was beyond average. He was a hero through and through. If he could learn how to manage his bad memories, things would get better for him and for the rest of us too. "When you come to pick me up, have Max drive you," he told me. "Why is that?" I asked him as I pushed my hand through my hair, pretending it was his hand instead. My body tingled as I thought about him touching me. "Because I'm going to devour you completely on the ride home." His voice had gone deep. "August. My doctors have been monitoring my sleep too. They're working on an idea to help me stop this nighttime shit I've been doing. They're coming up with a plan that'll let me keep you in my bed." He groaned. "I want that so bad, baby. My arms hurt, they want to hold you so damn bad." "Damn. It's okay, August. One more week and you'll be home. Just work on learning how to use the pills to help you, and use the therapy too. I know you can beat this." I read a story. I stopped myself. "Never mind. Let's talk about something else." When I thought about what I'd been about to say, I recalled that though the success story was great, it had taken the woman about 30 years to be completely free of PTSD. "Never mind?" he asked. "Why is that?" With a sigh, I went ahead and told him anyway. Well, there was this success story I read. This woman had suffered an abusive upbringing. I mean, very abusive. It was a real horror story, what her father did to her until she was 18, and then he kicked her out of the house. Anyway, she was one of the first people to go through the program you're going through now. It was just in its beginning stages though, so maybe that's why it took her so long to be completely free of any PTSD symptoms. But that's what I wanted you to hear about. She did become free of all the symptoms and didn't have to take MDMA anymore either. The therapy you're going through can work, and it can work to completely relieve you of all the symptoms, babe. Isn't that great news? How long did it take her, Tnie? He asked in a grim tone. 30 years, I said quickly. But that had to be because she'd been involved at the start of the whole program. They hadn't worked out all the kinks, you know. Came his uncertain answer. Well, I'm not about to let it give me false hopes. Things haven't been going that great for me. And the arousal isn't comfortable. Thank God I only have to take one of those pills a day, right before my session each day. A thought grew in my head, and I blurted it out. What if you took that pill at night? Say, just before you go to sleep. Maybe that would stop your nighttime episodes from occurring, and I'd be here to help you with anything else you need. My body heated with the thought of how hot our love life would be if his doctors agreed with that. That's not how it works. I can't even take the pills home anyway. He stopped and then laughed. But I get to come home after the sessions, and then you could definitely help me with that little problem. I don't see it as a problem at all. The idea had me excited already. Gosh, you have to go to therapy every day for how long did they say? He laughed. You naughty little vixen. I have to go every day for 2 more weeks, then it goes down to every other day for a month, then every 3 days for the next month, and finally it goes down to a day each month, until I'm only going once a week. Sounds like fun to me. Why not make this into an exceptionally good thing, babe? I asked him, as I thought of the evenings we were going to have. Things were looking up.
Chapter 26. August.
My body must have gotten used to the MDMA by the second week of therapy, because things started to change. My mind felt different, my thoughts became more evident. Besides the need to drink more water, there were no other side effects, other than a sense of peace, and that lingering arousal. The last day of therapy saw me sitting on the sofa in Dr. Baker's quarters. We didn't go into an office for the sessions, the spaces were more like living rooms in someone's home instead. I'd been telling him about one of the missions that stood out in my memory. This was one I'd hidden from myself because it was just too hard to think about. But now I was able to not only think about it, but talk about it without feeling that overwhelming hopelessness I usually felt when I thought about such terrible things. Yeah, and me and the 3 other Marines who'd been sent to deal with those men were pretty mad. You know, because they were killing innocent children. Taking sons away from fathers and mothers who loved them. I leaned forward, putting my elbows on my knees, then putting my face in my hands as powerful emotion suddenly flooded me. It's okay to let that sadness out. Let it escape your mind, August. Of course you felt sorrow for the parents, the siblings of the boys, and the boys themselves. That's completely natural, Dr. Baker told me in a calm voice. Tears streamed from my eyes. I felt sorrow, no doubt, but there was another emotion at the forefront. Love. No sobs came from me, only tears as emotion filled me. It was the oddest thing I'd ever felt. Gulping, I sat back, grabbed some tissues from the box that sat on the sofa beside me, and dabbed my eyes. So, these men hardly resembled humans at all. In my eyes, they looked like demons. I suppose that was what my brain did to make it okay to kill them. Dehumanize them to make it okay. Well, that's interesting, isn't it, August? The doc asked me. Turning a man into a monster would make it easier for you to do your job, which was ultimately to save lives. It did. I dried the rest of the tears as they stopped flowing. I took 2 of them out as I hid behind a partial wall of someone's home, blown up in another battle sometime before. This village was war-ravaged, and I couldn't begin to fathom this happening in America. Why did it make you think of America? He asked me. I paused for a moment, working through that question as best I could before answering him. In America, we're much more protected, by our laws, our rights. We're even able to have weapons of our own, while that country's people are just sitting ducks for terrorists. Their government doesn't seem to care about protecting them, and can't seem to comprehend what these people need to help them survive or to overcome. It's aggravating, annoying, and makes it real difficult to feel much empathy. How can we help a country that doesn't seem willing to help itself? But when you see a family who's been victimized, the empathy is there. But I have none for those who govern them. So there are feelings that conflict you, Dr. Baker pointed out. Confliction within oneself is never easy to deal with. Perhaps you should talk about this conflict, and you might figure out how to end it. On one hand, you have a government that makes its citizens easy targets, and that's a crime in my book. On the other hand, you have people who haven't lived freely in their entire existence. I sat there, thinking about that for a long time. The doctor sat quietly, patiently, never rushing me or giving me any words of wisdom. And as the time went by, I swear I felt a click in my head. But maybe this isn't for me to understand. Things happen, and we aren't supposed to understand all of what happens. And that's just life. I can't solve all the world's problems, can't fight all the world's battles. All the doctor did was nod. After a moment, he picked up his cup of tea, and took a sip. I leaned back on the sofa, linking my fingers and placing my hands on my stomach. Peace filled me then, and I spent the rest of that session swimming in the peace I had found. And the doctor allowed that. When the 8th hour had passed, he got up and stretched. "Well, it seems it's time for you to be going back home, August. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9. I sat up, and then it hit me. Tnie was waiting for me outside. Jumping up, I hurried to my room to change into the clothes I'd come there in before hurrying out the front doors. And there was my black town car, and Max stood by the back door waiting for me. "Max?" I shouted as I made long strides to get to the car. "Hello, Mr. Harlow. Nice to see you again," my driver greeted me. "Nice to see you too, Max," I said as I shook his hand. He opened the door, and there sat Tnie. She had on a beige trench coat, her auburn hair braided and pulled over her left shoulder, and a huge welcoming smile on her face. "Miss me?" she asked coyly. Sliding into the back seat, I gathered her into my arms and kissed her. I didn't even notice that Max had closed the door. She'd captivated me, engulfed me, took me over completely. The car began moving, jolting me back to reality. I pulled my mouth from hers to look at her. "Gosh, you're real, not a dream, right?" She nodded and pulled the belt on the coat, letting it fall open and revealing a pleasant surprise. "I thought I'd make things very easy for you, August." "Oh, baby."
Chapter 27. Tnie.
I'd fallen asleep in August's bed as he'd completely worn me out. His hand on the back of my neck woke me up abruptly. He gripped it tightly, and then his knee was in the middle of my back. His words were slightly slurred, growled out near my ear. "How did you get in here?" "August, it's me, Tnie," I said with a stern tone. "You need to wake up now." But he didn't seem to hear what I'd said as he continued to hold me, calling out to someone who wasn't there. "Jones, get the zip ties. I don't know how this bastard got in here, but he's our prisoner now." "August, please," I shouted. "It's me, Tnie. Wake up." There were bottles of water on both nightstands. All I had to do was reach one and I could wake him up. But unfortunately for me, I'd fallen asleep on my stomach, and I was helpless as he pinned me to the bed. August pulled my hands back, his fingers moving over my wrists as he pretended to use a zip tie to bind my hands together. And that's when I saw my chance. He'd think my hands were bound, but they wouldn't be. Not struggling at all, I let him pick me up, putting me on my feet. He looked past me, as though talking to someone as his hands held my shoulders. "Get him out of here." He removed his hands from my arms, and that's when I grabbed the bottle of water, rapidly taking the lid off and squeezing it. A stream of water hit him right in the eyes, and he moved his hands quickly to deflect it. But it had done its job, and when he moved his hand, I saw that he'd come back to reality. "Tnie?" "August," I put the bottle down, released my pent-up breath, and hugged him. "What did I do?" His voice was so quiet I barely heard him. His hold on me so tight that I could feel the uneasiness filling him. "You didn't hurt me. You just thought I was the enemy, and had snuck into your bed, I think. Everything's okay now. Come on, we can get back into bed now." His hands moved through my hair, sending a chill through me as he continued to hold me. "Tnie, I'm taking you to your room now." In one swift movement, he had me up in his arms, carrying me away. That was the last thing I wanted. "August, it's okay. You didn't hurt me." "Not this time, I didn't. But what happens the next time? There's no way of telling, Tnie. I'm putting you where you'll be safe." He walked to my room and opened the door, placing me on the bed. "Good night. I love you." My heart was breaking. "August, I'll be okay. Please let me sleep with you." "No," came his one-word response. Then he walked out, making sure to lock my door before he closed it. The pain and frustration I felt couldn't be tamed. I ended up getting up and taking a shower to try to ease the tension that had filled me. It wasn't fair. I had a man who I loved, and he loved me, yet we couldn't sleep together because he was afraid he'd hurt me in his sleep. How could this be fixed? I had no idea, and as I stood in that hot shower, I knew that wasn't the way I wanted to live. But I'd made August a promise. I told him I would always be there for him, that I'd never turn my back on him. But how could I be true to myself, too? When I climbed back into the king-sized bed, I pulled the blankets up to cover my naked body. Sadness took over and I got out of bed, leaving my room to go to his. My plan was to sneak into his bed, hopefully nothing would happen, and then I could show him that things would be okay if we slept together. When I tried to turn his doorknob, I found he'd locked it. Turning around, I went back to my bed. My heart pounded, my head hurt, and I felt something draining away inside of myself. I couldn't live this way, and I knew it. Going back to my bed, I tried to decide what I should do. I had to do something. But what? Sometime in the night, I'd finally drifted back to sleep. When I woke up, I found it was after 10 a.m., and August had already gone to his therapy session. I called my old landlady to see if that garage apartment was still available. I was glad to find she hadn't rented it out to anyone yet, and would be happy to have me back. After getting dressed, I drove over to Layla's to pick up Callum. There was no hiding anything from her. She saw sadness written all over my face. "Tnie, what's wrong?" "I'm moving out," I let her know. She took my hand, pulling me inside. "We have to talk." I let her pull me inside, and then she led me into a quiet place in her busy home. She sat me down on a chair and took the one across from me. "I know you probably don't understand why I have to leave him, Layla. Did something happen last night? Did he hurt you again?" she asked, knowing that was a great concern of ours. "No, and that's why I have to leave. I'm so damn frustrated, Layla, you have no idea." I felt the tears begin to sting the backs of my eyes, and looked around for something to dry them with. Layla was already ahead of me, handing me a tissue. "Here, use this. Now tell me what's got you so frustrated that you think moving out of August is the only answer." "He won't let me sleep with him," the words burst out of my mouth, and then I was crying some more. "Because he's afraid he'll hurt you, Tnie." I could see her shaking her head through blurry, tear-filled eyes. "If you truly love my brother, you'll have to understand that things aren't going to be completely normal for a while, or possibly never. It's just what comes with the man. Layla, it hurts so much when he locks me out like that. He actually locked me out of his room last night, but that's not even fully what I mean. I just want to help him, but his solution seems to be to just block me out, mentally and physically. It's agonizing. You have no idea how much it hurts." Blowing my nose, I tried to get a handle on my emotions. Crying hadn't done me any good so far, so I might as well stop. "I have some idea. My husband works out of town more than he's home. I have more lonely nights in our bed than ones with him in it." She looked out the window as her expression turned melancholy. "I know you're lonely, Layla. But your husband's not in the same house as you, forcing you to sleep in a different room each night. It's different. I was okay when August was at the treatment facility. But with him home, I can't take it." Getting up, I paced back and forth in front of the window. "I love him, adore him. But I can't take him pushing me away each night. It's just too hard. I don't know if we'll ever be able to live in the same house together like this. So I think I need to take some time to figure things out." "You're right," she said as she nodded. "Maybe you're not the right girl for him then. I don't know if there will ever be a right girl for my brother." Her legs crossed as she tapped her chin, thinking about something. "August has seen so much. Been through so much. Maybe he's broken beyond repair, and will just have to deal with living his life alone." Listening to her talk about him that way made my heart pound. I don't believe he's broken beyond repair. I never said that. The fact is he's making progress. He didn't hurt me last night. I was able to douse him with water, and he came around very easily. I handled the situation just fine, but then he went and took me to a different room anyway. He wouldn't listen to a thing I said. Not my brother, she said with a smile. Are you calling him strong-willed, tenacious, stubborn, a man who thinks he and he alone knows what's best? She knew the man all right. So, what am I to do about that? Tell me please. I want to know. This is just a roadblock, Tnie. Sure, maybe things aren't working out as perfectly as you'd hoped, but this might be the way it has to be, for now anyway. Don't let one small deviation from your dream stop you from experiencing this thing you and he have together. She got up, coming to me, then her arms were around me, hugging me. I know it's hard. Life is hard. It's hard for August, you, me, my husband, everyone in some way or another. Don't let frustration end what you two have. Learn to accept the things that come along with loving a man who has some problems. I just feel like this has already hurt me so much. How will I feel after years of this? It's like I lose a little piece of my heart every time he shuts me out, I admitted. Eventually, there will be nothing left. You feel that way because you love him. Leaving him will only make that loss and hurt so much bigger. For both of you. Layla let me go and walked away from me, leaving me alone in the room. Leaning against the wall near the window, I eased my body down until I was sitting on the hardwood floor. My head still ached, my stomach had an enormous knot in it, and my heart pounded. I'd never felt so terrible in my entire life. But I knew what I had to do.
Chapter 28. August.
Taking a break to eat some lunch, I found Natasha sitting at our table alone. No one else from our ragtag group had come into the cafeteria yet. Her eyes were red from crying. So, have you had a rough morning with therapy? Her blue eyes glistened with unshed tears. He left me, August. I went home last night, and my husband and our kids were gone. He left me a note, saying he couldn't handle this anymore. She burst into tears, and I quickly got up to go hug her. Natasha, everything's going to be okay. If he really left you, he's not worth your tears anyway, I tried to comfort her. What about my kids? She wailed. Feeling sorry for her and knowing the cafeteria was no place for her to be breaking down like this, I helped her up and took her to my doctor's quarters, vacant during the lunch hour. At least she could break down in private. The kids can be sorted out. I'm sure you can get custody of them. Are you okay financially speaking? I asked her. No, she cried. I don't have anything coming in since I left the Marines. He's been bringing in all the money since then. And when I went to swipe my card at the ATM, I found out my card had been canceled. He's left me without a damn thing, the damn bastard. I had no idea why a person would do such a thing. But then again, I knew bad shit happened all the time. I'm sure things will work out, I tried to calm her down. I'll hire a divorce lawyer for you. He'll get things straightened out before you know it. It's not legal what he's doing to you, and we can stop some of it from happening. She threw her arms around my neck. August, thank you so much. How can I ever repay you? Just by getting better, Natasha. Now come on, buck up and believe that everything will work out the way it should. I'll go grab my cell from the receptionist and call my lawyer to get his recommendation for a good divorce lawyer. With any luck, you can meet with one right after today's session. I'll do my best to set that up for you. I let her go and headed for the door. You stay here as long as you need to. But just know that very soon things will be as right for you as they can be. You're my hero, August Harlow. Her words stopped me. Tnie had told me those same words. Shaking my head, I looked at her. I'm just a guy with enough money to help out, that's all. Natasha shook her head. You're far more than just that. Your fiancé is lucky to have you. I left Natasha then, feeling a bit odd about that last exchange. After I'd made the call and had good news to tell her, I went back to my doctor's quarters, finding Natasha still there, talking to my doctor. She looked at me as I came in and rushed to hug me. There he is, my hero. Oh, come on now, I told you I'm just a guy with money, Natasha. I'm no hero. I gently pushed her to let me go, and she did so. Handing her the piece of paper I'd scribbled the name and address on, I continued, "Here you go. Meet the lawyer at her office at this address. She'll be waiting for you." I told her you're busy until 5, and she understood. I've already taken care of the payment, and she said she could have things straightened out tomorrow. You have nothing to worry about. You're in very capable hands now, Natasha. Thank you, August. Her fingers trailed over my hand as she took the paper. And I know this might sound kind of bad, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you and your fiancé don't work out, give me a call. I think we could make each other very happy. And there it was. I'd thought something felt a bit off between us, but it could be just the shock of it all for her. I didn't want to crush her spirit either way. Giving her chin a playful tap with my fist, I said, "You just get things straightened out, slugger. Things will get better, you'll see." With a smile, she left the room, and my doctor looked at me. "I think now would be an excellent time for you to talk about your feelings for your fiancé. How are things going in that department, August?" I had to put her in another room last night. I took a seat on the sofa and crossed my leg, resting my hand on my ankle. I did it again, had some dream, did something to her that might have hurt her. She woke me up by splashing me with water. I don't know how I'm going to handle this thing. "And how did she react when you asked her to go to another room, August?" he asked me with a knowing grin. "Not well. And I didn't ask her. I took her there and locked her door so I couldn't get to her. Then I locked my own door, so she couldn't get to me either. I was afraid she'd try to come back to my bed. And I'm also afraid that this is putting a strain on our relationship." I caught some movement out of the corner of my eye and turned my head to see that Natasha had slipped back in. She looked at me with those blue eyes, a smile on her face. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I needed to ask one more teeny little favor from you, August." I excused myself from the doctor's room and joined her in the hallway for some privacy. "What's that?" I pushed my hand through my hair, worrying that she might ask me something to get me alone. And now that she'd overheard what I'd said, I knew she'd seen an opportunity to get her claws into me. Being a wealthy man, having a woman use unconventional methods to catch my attention was nothing new to me. "I need a ride to the lawyer's office. I don't have much gas in my car, and if you'll recall, I don't have access to any money." She looked down with a shameful expression. Getting up, I reached into my pocket. All I had were 300s, and I pulled one out and handed it to her. "Here you go." "Oh no. I don't want your money." She looked up at me. "You've already given me so much, paying for the lawyer and all. Just a ride would be fine." She might have been being honest, but I wasn't going to risk falling into any kind of scheme that aimed for my seduction. I'm sure she thought it would be a great way to get back at her jerk of a husband. I couldn't blame her for what she wanted, but I wasn't about to mess up what I had waiting for me at home. "Natasha, I'm very much in love with my fiancé. Now take the money, and do us both a favor and stop whatever train of thought you might be on, okay? I'd like to stay on good terms with you." A blush turned her cheeks beet red and she nodded, then left the room. I turned back into the room and saw my doctor smiling at me. Clearly my attempt at privacy hadn't worked. "You handled that very well, August. So now we have the matter of figuring out how you're going to handle your nightmares and your fiancé." That was a hell of a lot harder than what I'd just done. Taking a seat, I went back to what we'd been talking about. "I'm sure you've seen this before, Doc. What do people do when this sort of thing happens? I'd like to be perfectly frank with you, August. Can you handle that?" He pulled his glasses off and looked at me with a serious expression. Something told me that I wouldn't much like what he had to say at all.
Chapter 29. Tnie.
Callum and I got home a little before August. My heart ached, but I'd resolved myself to the fact that August and I would never be able to have a normal life together. But then again, nothing had ever been normal for us. At only 18, I'd found the strength to have a baby all on my own. One fiery night of passion had filled my heart with something I'd never felt before. At the time, I had no idea that it was actually love for August. In the days that followed his leaving me, I felt numb at times and full of pain at other times. August and I had never had a relationship at that point. We had hardly spent any time together. So why did I miss him so damn much? Back then, I'd talked to my best friend Beth about how I felt, and she'd had no idea what to say to me. Beth and I weren't alike at all, we were night and day really. In the following years, she'd had at least 6 different boyfriends. Attachments like love didn't come easy to her, so she didn't understand why I was crying over some guy I'd had intimacy with for only one night. Somehow, with that one night, August had become a part of me. And a few months later, I realized I'd missed my period. Most girls that age would have panicked. I wasn't panicked at all. Once I thought it might be possible, I'd actually hoped that I would be pregnant. Crazy, I know. I'd asked Beth to pick up a pregnancy test and bring it over. With that test, I'd found out that I was going to have a baby. August Harlow's child. At that time, his parents still lived next door, they hadn't moved away yet. I could have gone over and told them the news. They would have told August, and things would have been so different. I didn't want to do that though. I didn't want to get in the man's way. He'd told me from the beginning it was a one-time thing, no matter the fanciful promises we made to each other. And I was happy to have a part of him that I would have forever. Our son. Back then, I decided to take on all the responsibility, and as hard as it was, I thoroughly enjoyed every moment with Callum in my life. And when I saw how much he resembled August as he grew, it only served to make me even happier. Though falling in love with someone overnight hardly made any sense at all, my love for August gave me strength. Could I find that strength again? August and I were engaged. Marriage meant sacrificing things for the sake of your spouse. Could I sacrifice sleeping with my husband so that we could have a marriage and a family? The idea that I was shortchanging myself still lingered in the back of my mind. I knew I'd shortchanged myself by keeping my pregnancy a secret from him too. I'd lost the chance to have support throughout my pregnancy. I'd lost the chance to have help taking care of my child. But I knew I'd shortchanged August and Callum with my decision as well. My parents were great and helpful, but they couldn't replace the father that had been missing since day one. Things had been tough for me, especially once I'd started college. I was still pregnant when I began the nursing program. We had to do clinicals at one of the local nursing homes, and there were times I'd have to rush out of the patients' rooms to deal with my pregnancy-induced nausea. My mother told me it was from the stress of having a child, without any idea of how to get in contact with the father. I'd lied to my parents about who the father was, and that lie had me dancing around at times. The truth was, I hadn't felt stressed out about having the baby. But worry had consumed me at times about August and his safety. I'd actually had nightmares about what August was going through. I hated the fact that he was in danger. As time went on, and our son was born, that worry over August, his whereabouts, whether he was okay or even still breathing, became less and less intense. Not that I didn't care, but I just grew to accept the fact that Marines live hard lives, and that was the life he'd chosen. Now I was faced once again with having to accept a lot of new things all at once. Like the fact that I might not get to actually sleep with him for some time, or maybe never. Again I asked, am I shortchanging myself? The answer was that I probably was. The same way I'd done before. Callum's voice shook me from my internal struggle. Mama, when's Dad coming home? I checked my cell to see what time it was. Should be about a half hour or so, I answered. And as I held the phone in my hand, a call rang in from August. With a swipe, I answered the call. Hello? Were your ears ringing? Callum and I were just talking about you. He chuckled. No, they weren't ringing. I'm calling to let you know I'm going to be a little late. Some problems with the nightclub have come up. I've got to go over there and meet with my partners for a little while. Tell Callum I miss him, and let him stay up so I can see him, will you? How late are you going to be? I asked him with a sigh, knowing this would be disappointing news to Callum. I really have no idea, baby. I doubt it'll be later than 9. Callum's bedtime was 8 and he had school the next day. Keeping him up past his bedtime wasn't something I was keen on doing. I guess I can keep him up a little past his bedtime. But can't you let them know you have a little boy who hasn't seen you in a couple of weeks and misses you pretty badly? I will definitely do that. I'll do my best to get out of there as fast as I can, baby. See you in a bit. Love you. Bye now. With that, he ended the call. Callum was staring at me when I put the phone back in my pocket. Well, Dad's got a meeting to get to. He'll be a little late. I tried not to get upset about the disappointed expression on Callum's face. Okay, he whimpered, then climbed onto the sofa, laying down and burying his face in one of the pillows. I sat next to him, rubbing his back. It's okay, you'll see him later. He said I should let you stay up until he gets home, even if he's really late. He'll definitely be reading you a bedtime story tonight. Even if I have to go down to that nightclub of his and drag him home. Promise? Callum asked as he moved his head to look at me. I promise. Pushing his hair out of his face, I kissed his cheek. Now come on, let's get some dinner. The fairy tale I'd made up in my head about how life would be with August was coming to an end. I'd never been in a relationship. Perhaps I should have dated at least a little to find out what relationships really were like. Things were hitting me harder than I ever thought they would. And I knew I was being unrealistic about how things should be going for us. Even with August having PTSD, I hadn't really thought it would be like this. I'd lied to myself, it seemed. But I had Callum to think about. What would be best for him had always been my number one priority. Having a father was what was best for our son. I just have to learn to deal with the reality of what being with August Harlow meant. Tara smiled at us as we entered the kitchen. Good evening, you two. I've got some appetizers on the bar over there, and dinner will be served at 7 as usual. Perfect. I went over to the tray of appetizers, finding some fresh veggies alongside a creamy white dip. Yum. Come on, Callum, dig in. Tara was busily preparing the meal, and everything smelled awesome as we sat in the kitchen and waited. But as busy as she was, it didn't stop her from filling me in on how the Thanksgiving plan was coming along. The smoked turkey and ham I ordered came in this afternoon. And I made it to the farmer's market to pick up the organic vegetables and herbs for the day after tomorrow. Callum perked up then as he realized something. Hey, I only gotta go to school tomorrow, then I'm off for 4 whole days. And I get out early tomorrow. Yep. I ran my hand over his little head. And you'll have lots of fun with your cousins, and Grandma and Grandpa will be here too. Not to mention that you'll get to meet your father's parents too. You're going to have another Grandma and Grandpa. It'll be so much fun. With the talk of the upcoming holiday, Callum came out of his funk. In no time at all, he was dancing around, talking about what he was going to do on Thanksgiving. He was also excited to get to say what he was thankful for, practicing how he would share that he was most thankful for finding his dad. As bad as my heart ached over the complications between me and August, and knowing that they wouldn't get resolved any time in the foreseeable future, the joy of watching my son be so happy took over. I could do this. I could do it for our son.
Chapter 30. August.
My therapist's words echoed in my head as I came into the house at 7:30. You shouldn't force your fiancée to do something that hurts or upsets her, August. In short, he thought I was wrong for making Tnie leave my bedroom. She wasn't some child, she was a grown woman and a nurse to boot. And I had to give her some credit for how she'd handled both situations. More than I'd been giving her, I supposed. But it still gnawed at me that I might really hurt her, and that overrode anything anyone else thought. As soon as I stepped into the central living area, I heard feet smacking the hardwood floor. Dad. My little 6-year-old flew through the air, the smile on his face melting my heart. Son. My goodness, I missed you. I caught him up in my arms, hugging him as his small arms ran around my neck. Tnie came in behind him. We've just finished dinner. Yours has been sitting in the oven, keeping warm. I've already eaten. Callum still clung to me as if I was a life preserver, and he was in stormy seas. The meeting was about the menu. We had all these samples to taste. I have no room left. Tnie spun around. I'll let Tara know then. As she walked away, I sensed something off with her. There was a frigidness about her. Her eyes, usually so full of love, seemed dull. My heart thumped in my chest at the thought that she might be getting tired of dealing with me and my problems already. Our love was new, fragile, maybe so new it was something she could easily walk away from. Maybe the doc was right. Maybe I shouldn't make her do things she didn't want to, like leaving my bed. Dad, am I gonna meet your parents? Callum asked me with a wide grin on his cute little face. You are, I said, kissing his rosy red cheek. They're going to love you almost as much as I do. I bet I'll love him too then. He was finally ready for me to put him down, and I placed him on the floor. So, how was it in there, Dad? Pretty good. Not as bad as I thought it might be. I missed you and your mama a lot though. My eyes darted to Tnie as she came back into the room. It's nearly his bedtime. Yep, she said as she came and took Callum's hand. Bath time, then bedtime. Come on, kiddo. As they walked away, I realized Tnie hadn't even given me a kiss hello. Now the chill was evident. There was something wrong here. I'll meet you guys in Callum's room at 8 then. I shoved my hands into my pockets, rocking back and forth on my feet, feeling uneasy. "Kay," Tnie called back without turning to look at me. Had I really gone too far when I'd forced her out of my room, despite her protests? Strolling to the bar, I made myself a small glass of scotch and took a seat. All my adult life, I'd been making decisions for more than just myself. Had that made me hard? Tnie and I had a connection, that much was true. But was it strong enough to withstand this hard time? And would she be able to love a man who was used to having things his way? The truth was that Tnie and I were great together when it came to intimacy. And we were doing a great job at co-parenting Callum, I'd say. But what about the rest of the stuff that came with being a couple? Relationships were hard enough to sustain. Could she handle all the extra baggage that came along with me? After finishing the drink, I headed to Callum's room, finding him dressed in some Paw Patrol pajamas and picking out a book from his bookshelf. Hey Dad. Here's one Mama said is called The Princess and the Pea. Wanna read this one to me? Sure do, I said, and looked at Tnie, who seemed to be leaving the room. Hey, you going somewhere? Yeah, I'm going to my bedroom where I'm taking a long hot bath with a glass of wine, then turning in for the night. See you both tomorrow. Good night, sleep tight, and don't let the bedbugs bite. Love you both. She blew us a kiss before she left. Now I knew I'd made her mad. Gulping, I took a seat on the edge of Callum's bed as he climbed in, snuggling under the blankets. Mama said you and I should have father-son time from now on when you read me my bedtime story. I wasn't happy about that at all. She wasn't even talking to me about anything. She'd just gone and made decisions all on her own, and she'd already done that for 6 years where Callum was concerned. But I swallowed my anger and read the story to our son. As soon as he'd fallen asleep, I went to her bedroom door. It was locked. Now the anger came back, and I knocked on the door with a loud bang. Tnie? No response came, and I knocked harder, my voice louder when I called out to her. Yet still there was no response. Pulling my cell out, I typed out a message, telling her to come to my bedroom because we needed to talk. But even that didn't get an immediate response. I headed to my bedroom, shucked my suit, and got into the shower. My head was a mess, worry mixed with anger, and I hated how I felt. I finished my shower and headed out into my bedroom, wearing nothing more than a towel around my waist, and found Tnie sitting on one of the small sofas. She was wearing a fluffy white robe and sipping a glass of red wine. "Why aren't you in the bed waiting for me, Tnie?" I walked toward her slowly. "I thought I'd let you get some sleep. What did you want?" She looked past me for some reason, deliberately avoiding my gaze. "You thought you'd let me sleep?" I went to take a seat on the other sofa. "I was gone for 2 weeks, and you think one night together is enough for me?" I ran my hand over my stomach, as I thought about her agreeing to try to get pregnant. "I didn't say that." She pulled the glass of wine to her lips, taking a long sip. "You don't want me to sleep with you, August. I get it. I understand even. But that means that sometimes, when I feel really tired, I'll have to forego the intimacy. Otherwise we might fall asleep together, and you don't want that. I want to respect your wishes, that's all." But that wasn't all. If that was all, then she'd be able to look at me as she said it, which she didn't. "Tnie, you can be truthful with me. Is something wrong?" Finally, her eyes moved to meet mine. "August, of course there's something wrong. I love you. I want to sleep next to you, feel your arms around me, feel your body behind mine as we spoon the night away, every night. And I can't have that. So yes, there's something wrong. But even so, I love you, and I want this to work. So, I'm not going to fight you about it anymore. I'll sleep in my own room." She was giving me what I wanted, and yet she wasn't. "I've missed you, Tnie. I really wanted to sleep with you tonight. Or at least spend some time talking with you before you rushed off to bed. And I'd love that too. Do you think I haven't missed you today?" "I have. But I'm just tired. It's been a rough day." She took another drink of the wine. "And why has this day been so rough, baby?" I watched her take a bigger gulp of wine than her previous sips. She was obviously using the alcohol to cope with things. "Okay, if you must know, I cried myself to sleep last night after you took me to my room. And I've been thinking all day about how I'd be selling myself short, living this separate kind of life with you. I even talked to your sister about moving out of here. I went so far as to call the lady I rented my apartment from, and asked her if it was still available, if you must know." She downed more wine. Even though her words hit me square in the chest, I couldn't help but notice that she was downing her drink too quickly, and relying on it too much during this conversation. I got up, walked over to her, and took the glass from her hand. "No more of this. You should be clear-headed for this discussion." Placing it on the table next to her, I sat down beside her. "Are you unhappy now?" She looked me square in the eyes. "August, I am very unhappy now. It was never my intention to make her unhappy. But at least she was honest with me. Do you think you'll be okay in time?" I have no clue. Her honesty was complete, but it was overwhelming. Could I live with myself, knowing that she wasn't as happy as she could be? "My doctor advised me not to make you do anything that you don't want to." I ran my hand over her shoulder, then up to her chin, taking it with my fingers to make her look at me, forcing her to take her gaze off the floor. "But Tnie, I am deathly afraid of hurting you. I am a soldier. It would be so easy for me to hurt you by accident when I'm like that. You have no idea how hard it's been for me to take you out of my bed and lock you away from me. I'm sure it was hard. And I know what you're afraid of." She blinked a few times, and I could tell she was holding something back. Then she said it. "I'm afraid of this separating us, August. I'm afraid that our relationship is just too new to handle this right now. And I know this isn't your fault. But it's not mine either." Swallowing hard, I knew she was right. Maybe I'm not meant to have a real relationship. All she could do was nod. "Maybe not. I do love you." I leaned forward to kiss her, but she pressed her hand against my lips, stopping the kiss. "You don't want me to kiss you?" I asked incredulously. "I do, but I'll want so much more if you do that." The way her brows furrowed told me she was teetering on the edge of something. "I think I'll get used to this with time. But for now, I feel hurt when you make me leave. I'm trying my best to deal with this. I'm doing everything I can. What in the hell could I do? This is a thing I can't control, Tnie, I whispered, and then took her hand, holding it in mine and kissing each knuckle of her balled-up fist. You think I don't know that? She watched me as I kissed her hand with soft, sweet kisses. What I think is this, baby. Her skin felt soft beneath my hands as I ran them up her arms. I think you and I can figure things out together. I think you and I can eventually have a normal life. So how about we do this? You come to this bed, our bed, each night. We'll be together, either holding each other or making love until you fall asleep. I'll stay awake and carry you to your bed once you fall asleep. The sadness that took over her expression told me that wasn't going to be enough for her. If only that would make things better. But I know it won't. I know I'll wake up once I can't feel your body close to mine. You're a part of me, you have been since that first night. It was okay before, not to have you physically in my life, in my bed. Now that I have you, I need you like you'll never understand. Don't you think there's some way you can come to terms with this? I asked her as I brushed her hair back, pinning a lock of it behind her ear. My lips yearned to graze over her neck. For instance, if I had a job where I had to get up earlier than you did, would it bother you so much to be in the bed alone? But it's not like that. You're just down the hallway, not gone. She looked away, as if nothing would ever make this any better. I may have been considered the stubborn one in our relationship, but Tnie was proving to be pretty stubborn herself. And I was at a loss as to how to help her accept things for what they were. As hard as it was to let her go, I did it. I guess there's nothing I can say then. Good night, Tnie. I love you. Then I got up and walked away. It was one of the hardest things I'd ever done.
Chapter 31. Tnie.
Thanksgiving came and went. At least the busy holiday season took my mind off how long it had been since August and I had been intimate. We had gotten along all right. But with the lack of intimacy came a distance between us. When we were asked at the dinner table on Thanksgiving if we'd scheduled a date for the wedding, we'd both murmured a quiet no. Layla took me aside, asking me how things were going. I told her what we were doing, and she told me to stay strong and give things time. I'd been doing that, but nothing was getting any better. It began to feel as if August and I were roommates. We did things with Callum together, but I continued to let August read to him each night alone. I'd go take a bath and go to bed with a book, much the same as I'd done all the years before when I was single. Only now, Callum wasn't coming into my bed each night. The security of knowing there was a monitor right next to him so he could reach me was enough to end that little habit he'd had. Little by little, I got back into my old routine. Christmas was right around the corner, and another big holiday party had been planned. Everyone would come to August's house once more to spend the holiday. Our Christmas Eve dinner, with just August, Callum, and I, proved to be a pivotal moment in our lives. When we left the dining room, August asked me to come talk to him in his room after he'd put Callum to bed. When I went in, staying dressed in my jeans and button-down, I found him to be fully dressed too. That surprised me, as I thought he might try to pull out all the stops to get me into his bed that night. I couldn't have been more wrong. Please sit down, Tnie. He gestured to one of the sofas, and I took a seat. He sat across from me on a chair. We need to talk. So you said. What would you like to talk about? I asked him as I sat back and tried in vain to get comfortable. He pointed at me, then at himself. There's a rift between us. All I could do was nod. Yes, I agree. Do you still love me? His hazel eyes bore into mine. I'll always love you, August, I admitted. And I you. He looked away, trying to steel himself to tell me more. But this isn't working. Taking the engagement ring off my finger, I placed it on the table between us, feeling numb. I agree. We shouldn't be getting married right now, if ever. We had a child, but that doesn't mean we have to be together forever. I don't want you to leave. He looked at the ring instead of me. I want you to stay here with us. I'd never leave my son anyway. What should we tell Callum? My fingers ran over my finger, where the heavy ring had been. I hadn't even worn it that damn long, but I already felt its absence and it felt horrible. He let out a big breath. I think we can figure that out later. He paused for a moment, looking down at his hands as if preparing himself for what he had to say next. I've been talking to my therapist, he started. He'd progressed to doing his therapy sessions every other day now. And to some other people too, people who have what I have, people who've been in marriages that haven't worked out because of this. But if not being able to sleep together makes this much of a difference in our relationship, then maybe intimacy was the only thing holding us together in the first place. He reached across the table, taking the ring and closing his fist around it. As I watched the ring disappear, my numbness began to fade, and it hit me. He and I were over. Then that's it, I said, my heart breaking as I stood up to leave. Good night. Good night, he echoed. My feet moved at a normal pace, even though I wanted to run out of the room. Tears starting pooling in my eyes as I walked toward my bedroom, the dam finally bursting as I crossed the threshold. In no time at all, I'd gone from finding true love and getting engaged to breaking up. Falling on my bed, I buried my face in the pillow to hide my cries. What he'd said had hurt, that there was only intimacy between us. I'd made him fall out of love with me. By withholding myself from him, I'd ended what we'd found. Pounding the bed with my fists, I tried to get the frustration and anger out of my system. I'd be living under the same monstrous roof as the man, but I would never have him again. Everything inside of me hurt, my heart, my head, my entire body. Every time August had tried to touch me, I'd shied away, telling him I couldn't handle that yet. I wasn't ready to be intimate with him, and be forced to leave him. One day had turned into another, and another, until it led to the one that ended it all. Life as I'd known it was over. But then again, I supposed it had been over since the night I'd made up my mind to sleep in my own room. I had no one but myself to blame. I knew our relationship was more than mere intimacy. I was the one who took everything off the table. But every little act of intimacy. I didn't like to be alone with August at all, knowing I'd want him if we were alone. I'd been cold at times, shutting myself down to avoid having any arousal for the man. My body had craved him, but I had managed to lock that craving away, telling myself that I had to get stronger before I could deal with that. It seemed I'd waited too long. Christmas morning came, and so did his family. My mother and father came too. It was my mother who noticed the absence of the ring. "Tnie, you're not wearing your engagement ring." Her words caused many sets of eyes to shift toward my hand. Before I could think of anything to say, August came to my side. Always the hero. "We might as well get this out in the open. Tnie and I won't be getting married. She will continue to live here for as long as Callum does, though. We'll continue to raise our son together. We've agreed to do what's best for him, and we do have love in our hearts for one another. We'll never hurt each other, and Callum will always be put first." My jaw clenched, and I couldn't say a word. My brain screamed at me that this was all my fault. If I had tried to work around the problem, then we'd still be in love and getting married. Instead, we were surrounded by pitying eyes as our families learned our sad state of affairs. Layla sighed heavily and leaned against her husband, who ran his arm around her, holding her close. Those two barely lived together with his work schedule, and yet they'd had half a dozen kids and found a way to make it all work. Why couldn't I figure out how to make it work no matter what the obstacles were? I wasn't a dumb person. So why had I resolved myself to this? Christmas Day was long and hard and full of awkward conversations. August's mother had slipped up and mentioned finding the perfect little mother of the groom dress at some shop in Napa Valley. Her eyes had gone wide as she remembered that she wouldn't need it anymore. Then her eyes went to August, who sat near Callum, before traveling to me, pity and sadness filling them once more as she apologized for saying that. August and I stood side by side that night, saying goodbye to everyone as they left the foyer to head to their homes. Then the three of us turned around to head upstairs, me to bathe Callum, August to read to him afterward. Was this how life would be from now on? And if so, just how long could I take it? If I was unhappy before, I'd become completely miserable. Callum's smile had faded as we made our way up the stairs. So you guys really aren't getting married now? I'd mentioned something to Callum earlier in the day, before anyone had arrived, and he hadn't had much of a reaction. I guess it was because he didn't think it was real. This was the first time he mentioned it since. August and I exchanged looks. Nah, not right now, August said lightly, like it wasn't a big deal at all. But that's not going to change a thing, don't you worry, buddy. Do you think you might get married someday, and then we could be a real family? He asked as we reached the top of the stairs, and he stopped to turn back to look at us. And what about the brothers and sisters you said you wanted me to have? What about them? What about all the plans? Callum burst into tears, great heaving sobs that tore at my heart. I wished I could fix everything for him. But there wouldn't be any fixing it. So I stood there, frozen on the staircase as August, the hero, scooped our son up. Things are going to be fine, Callum, he murmured softly. Mama and Daddy will always love you, and we'll always be a family, just in a different way. You don't have to cry. The two of them continued on to Callum's room, leaving me alone. My legs felt weak, and I sat on the top step, putting my face in my hands. It wasn't just my life that was falling apart before my eyes, it was my son's too. Maybe not as badly as some people's do, but for us it was bad. And then there was August, strong as hell on the outside, but ripped to shreds on the inside. August must have seen the state I was in, because he called back to me. I've got him, Tnie. I'll give him his bath and put him to bed. Night. Instead of heading to my room, I went back downstairs. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. All I could do was berate myself internally for screwing everything up. I headed out to the garage where I got into a random car and drove off, not wanting to see the mansion August let me live in, not wanting to be around the two people I loved more than anything. I'd failed them both immeasurably. August had always been my hero, but I couldn't bring myself to be one to him or our son. Selfish skank. That's all I kept saying to myself as I just kept driving. I didn't realize where I was heading until I'd arrived at August's nightclub, Swank. Opening night was only a week away. Parking the car across the street, I looked at what they'd built. The building was a masterpiece, even though it hadn't been lit up yet. I wondered if August still wanted me to be his date for the grand opening. And if he did, would I go? People usually kiss their dates as the clock struck midnight on New Year's Eve. I couldn't allow that to happen. One kiss from him now would tear me apart. I decided to tell him to find another date. I couldn't expect him to take me when we weren't even dating anymore. And how would I react to seeing another woman on his arm? The thought made me sick to my stomach. What a selfish skank. It was bad enough that I'd turned cold on him, but now I didn't want him to have anyone else in his life. Heartless. That's exactly what I was. I'd probably never see the inside of the expensive, over-the-top club. But I bet that I'd see plenty of pictures of the man I loved inside it. Probably pictures with pretty women all over him. Even though I knew exactly who to blame for how things had fallen apart, I still had to ask myself how the hell it had all happened. Pounding the steering wheel, I shouted and cried, screaming at myself the whole time. And once I'd gotten it all out, once I'd run out of air, I headed back home. Back to the place I knew I had to stay until Callum was out of school. Now that we'd been living this way, the three of us together, it wouldn't be fair to take that away from him anytime soon. Back up the stairs I trudged. Walking down the long hallway, I looked straight ahead at August's closed bedroom door. My feet carried me right to it. I stopped just in front of it. Little sounds inside the room told me he was there, just on the other side of the door. I gripped the doorknob in my shaking hand. But when I went to turn it, I found it locked. My jaw clenched in frustration. And then the anger set in. He'd locked me out. That's exactly why I'd shut down my feelings for him in the first place. But those feelings were still there. I'd just buried them under fear, anger, frustration, and most of all, out of weakness. Where had that strong woman I'd been when I was just a kid of 18 gone?
Chapter 32. August.
I wasn't playing mind games with Tnie exactly, but I was letting her see what life would be like if she couldn't come around and realistically deal with things. She wouldn't let me touch her, made sure she was never alone with me, and had even stopped talking to me like she used to. I watched as she let her heart freeze over, as she tried to force what she truly felt for me into a place where it couldn't get out. Tnie wasn't Tnie anymore, and I knew it would take something drastic to bring her back. I hated that Callum was being hurt by this, but sometimes it takes a bit of hurt to start the healing process. Like it or not, Callum was a part of us, and when we hurt, he hurt too. That's just life in a family. It took all I had to walk away from Tnie as she sat at the top of the stairs. But she had to be alone. She had to know what it would be like if she kept building the fortress around her heart. Tnie was hurting us all, not just me or herself, each and every one of us. Something had to give. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I was just about to turn off the lamp and lay back when I heard the soft rattle of my doorknob. It had to be Tnie. I didn't have anything on, and I didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable, so I pulled on a pair of pajama bottoms before going to the door. When I pulled it open, no one was there. Taking a couple of steps to the door to her room, I found it was locked, so I went back to bed. Maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe it was wishful thinking on my part that Tnie was there, trying to come into my room. Laying down, I looked up at the ceiling, my hands behind my head. Maybe it was still a little too soon. But a month had passed without her allowing me to so much as touch her. I felt the timing was right. I had to admit, I didn't think she'd give me the ring back. That wasn't my plan at all. But when I'd said things weren't working out, she'd shucked that ring quicker than anything I'd ever seen. The sight of that ring sitting on the table had made my heart stop. When I'd picked it up, it took everything inside of me not to yell at her to just stop this shit already. I'd fisted it in my hand, hating like hell everything that was happening. I also had no idea anyone would notice the missing ring, or ask anything about it if they did. Even as I'd explained things to our families, I half expected Tnie to come around and say something to me. She hadn't. She'd stayed quiet. But I knew she wasn't happy at all. As a matter of fact, I'd seen her growing sadder and sadder as the day went on. And when our son had started crying, she'd broken down too. But she hadn't broken down hard enough, I guess. What would it take to make her see that she was throwing us away, our whole family? Callum had put it out there, asking about the brothers and sisters, asking about becoming a real family. I thought that might get to her. It sure got to me. I guess it hadn't, though. As I lay there, thinking about everything, I wondered if I'd been wrong too. I could have let her stay in my bed, or tried to find some other solution before kicking her out right away. I hadn't budged a bit on that. Was I to blame too? Screw you, you're a jerk. My brain turned on me. I'd been looking at Tnie for an entire month, blaming her, wanting her to see the role she'd played in creating this rift between us that grew a little more with each passing day. My cell dinged, and I looked over at it as it lay on the nightstand next to me. There was a message, and I saw it was from Tnie. You should find another date for Swank's opening night, it said. That was it. Putting the phone down, I turned over on my side. Had I really messed things up so badly that she wasn't going to go with me to the opening night of the club I'd worked so hard to build? The truth was that I hadn't thought about that at all. The truth was that nothing had gone the way I had thought it would. Everything I'd hoped that conversation would accomplish had backfired on me. My intentions were to get a conversation going that would eventually lead us to a place where we could get back to what we had. But it had only served to break us completely. I had no idea how to fix things. The only thing that did come to mind was that Tnie didn't mind seeing me with another woman. And that pissed me off. Would she really go so far as to try to send me into another woman's arms? Because to me, that meant she didn't give a shit about me. And that pissed me off to no end. That girl had loved me, I knew that without a doubt. It was her own stubbornness that had gotten in the way of that. But if she was serious about me taking another woman to the grand opening, then something had to have changed in her heart when she'd deliberately frozen it. Picking up my cell, I typed in a response. Won't be taking anyone. I hit send. I hoped that would sink into her tenacious head, and soon she'd realize how much it would hurt her to see me with someone else. Hell, it would hurt me to take out another woman, it would have to hurt her, right? Tossing and turning, I couldn't get comfortable. She had me irate, and all I could think about was what the hell had gotten into her head to say a thing like that to me. She'd told me she loved me just the night before. Sure, it wasn't like she said she was in love with me, just that she'd always have love for me. I suppose that was because I was the father of her child. I'd said it back, but I knew I didn't say it the way I meant it. I was a jerk then too. Shit, when had I turned into such a jerk? Slowly but surely, it became clear that I was just as much to blame for this shit as she was. Both so stubborn we'd cut our noses off to spite our faces. But how to fix it, now that was the real question. How do you fix something that's so broken? I had to admit to myself that I didn't know the answer to that question. I could go to her and apologize, take my share of the blame, but that wouldn't change anything anyway. I still wasn't ready to let her stay the nights with me, sleeping with me. Man, she was so damn stubborn. Why couldn't she see that I was afraid of hurting her? Why couldn't she be okay with that shit? Sleep wasn't coming, so I sat up, picked my laptop up off the nightstand, and did a little research. It seemed that most people with violent sleep disorders ended up taking medication to ease the problem, which I'd been against. My mind went back to Dr. Schmidt, asking me whether I'd take medication if I had high blood pressure. And I knew I would. So, why not take something to help me save my relationship? Blinking at the screen, I wondered if I'd waited too long to make this decision. Would Tnie give me another chance, or was she done with me? The text told me she was damn close. The way she was so quick to take my ring off said that as well. What if it was just too late? Would I be able to live with myself?
Chapter 33. Tnie.
I'd noticed that August had been to therapy every single day, the entire week between Christmas and New Year's Eve. I hadn't asked him why that was. Maybe our breakup was worsening his problems. New Year's Eve came, and Layla showed up at the house. I had to admit I was surprised, especially since she had a garment bag in one hand and a bottle of champagne in the other. I'm here to help you get ready, Tnie. Why is your jaw hanging open like that? What are you doing? She walked past me, heading up the stairs. I'm here to get you ready for the grand opening at Swank, of course. Come on, I've got to get this show on the road. You're to meet August at the entrance in less than 3 hours. But Callum? I said as I moved along behind her. I'm taking him home with me. He'll stay the night with us. She hurried to my bedroom. He doesn't need to stay over. August and I don't. I stopped. She knew we weren't sleeping together. I didn't need to remind her. Oh yeah, the we're not romantically involved thing. Yes, he told me about that. There's no need to wake Callum up to take him home so late, that would be silly. She laid the garment bag on my bed and pointed to the bathroom. Go in there, shower and shave every last bit of hair off your body. This dress is quite revealing. And wash your hair too. I'm going to put it in a fantastic updo for you. You're going to be the most gorgeous woman there tonight. Unzipping the garment bag, I saw something shimmery and white inside. Layla, this is so nice of you. But you see, I've already told your brother to get another date for this. I'm not about to spend the night with him, dancing, drinking, and possibly kissing him. And why the hell not? She asked as her hands moved to her hips. I'll tell you why you don't want to do that. It's because you're in love with August. You're being foolish about this not sleeping together nonsense. I'm here to tell you that August has asked me to come get you ready. He only wants you as his date, and he told me to tell you that. He does? I asked as a shot of heat moved through me. He told me that he wasn't going to take anyone to the opening. I don't know why he said that. He's taking you, and that's that. Now hurry up, Tnie. With that, I hurried to the bathroom, showering, shaving, and shampooing too. When Layla was finished with me, I looked like me, but a version of me turned way the hell up. My hair was curled and pinned in ways that defied imagination. Wow, you're good, Layla. So I've been told. She poured me a glass of champagne. Drink this. Take the bottle with you, Max is driving you there. It'll help you to relax and to keep an open mind this evening. See what happens. Nothing will happen. He's as done with me as it gets. And even if he isn't, he's not going to give me what I want. Know what I need. Yeah, she said, gently shoving me along. Let's get going now. The white heels matched the barely there dress perfectly. A slit came up the inner thigh of my right leg, showing off much more of me than anything I'd ever worn had before. The V-neck plunged all the way to the bottom of my belly button, and the back did the same thing. August had spared no expense, as diamonds dripped off my ears and hung around my neck. Even a diamond ankle bracelet accented the over-the-top get-up. I felt like a movie star going to the Academy Awards. The alcohol didn't do a lot to help my nerves, as I sat anxiously in the back seat while Max drove me to the club. He stopped at the entrance, and there stood August and two other men. I suppose they were his partners, I'd never met them before. All three of them wore matching black tuxedos, and all three of them were devastatingly handsome. August was the best looking, though. At least to me, he was. He came right to me as I got out of the car. You look amazing, Tnie. I gave him the once-over. As do you. Thank you for coming. He threaded my arm through his. As if Layla would have allowed anything else. I tried to ignore how good he smelled. Is that a new cologne? It is. He leaned in so close his breath tickled my ear. And you smell fantastic. Thank you. I felt my body flush at the compliment. As we walked up to the men who were still waiting just outside the door, he introduced me. Tnie, this is Gannon Forrester, and this other gentleman is Nixon Slaughter. I extended my hand for a shake, but they took turns kissing the top instead. It turned out they were both waiting for their significant others, so August and I headed inside. The place was opulent, utterly fantastic. A blue light shone from nowhere, and magically filled every space somehow. The entrance was phenomenal. White stone statues had been placed around the perimeter of the round room. These came straight from Greece. August pointed over at the doorway that led to the actual club. Wait till you see this. Stepping through the door, red light echoed off sparkling waterfalls on either side of them. In the center of the large room, there looked to be a swimming pool. You can swim in here? Tnie asked him incredulously. No, he chuckled. Come on. Leading me to it, I tried to stop when we got to the edge, but he pulled me along. Glass covers the water. Didn't you notice that you can't hear the waterfalls? Looking at the water fixtures on both sides, I couldn't see the glass that covered them, but I did notice that I couldn't hear any sound coming from them. That had to cost a lot of money. Everything in this place did. His arm moved around to take me by the waist. Come on, I want to tell you something before anyone gets here. He took me to a table and sat me down as he continued to stand in front of me. Tnie, I've spent a lot of time this past month looking deeply into myself, and I found a selfish man in there. You told me how important it was for us to be together, always, but I didn't do a thing to try to fix that problem. I thought keeping away from you at night was the only solution. But I was wrong. You were? I asked as hope filled me. I was. And I've been working with my doctors and have found a medication that I can take just before falling asleep that has been proven to help me with my sleeping disorder. Then he got on one knee, taking my hand. Tnie, I want you back in our bed. And I know that there is more between us than just intimacy. We belong together, and I want you to sleep with me each and every night. I want you to marry me and make me the happiest man alive. He produced my engagement ring, and I didn't know what to say at all. I can sleep with you? I had to ask. He nodded. Yes, you can. And I'm sorry it took me so damn long to figure out that I was being bullheaded. But don't worry, I'm not about to make you admit that you were being that way too. So, will you marry me? I couldn't help but chuckle at his little dig at me. It made me happy that he was calling me on my shit too. First, let me take my share of responsibility in this. I've done a lot of soul searching, too. I was being stubborn, and I shut myself off as well. Tears welled in my eyes as I thought about the pain I'd caused us in the past month. You never did that. You kept trying, and I kept pushing you away. And I am so deeply sorry for doing that. But the fact that you got help with this thing makes me so happy. You have no idea. His smile went wide. Good. So will you? He wiggled the ring. Holding out my left hand, I said, please put that back on my finger. I've missed it more than I care to admit. Slipping it on, he smiled the whole time. Thank God. Pulling me up, he slipped his arms around me, holding me close. After this, I'm going to take you to my home so that we begin to make our future baby. I laughed as he began dancing with me, even though no music played. So, this is going to be one hell of a night. Not what I had in mind a few hours ago. Not one bit. He dipped me. This dress looks hot as hell on you, baby. You think? I asked, with a little giggle. He pulled me up slowly, his eyes trained on my mouth. I know it will. Damn. Yeah. His eyes never left my mouth as he came closer and closer until our lips barely touched. A wave of heat gushed through me, my body shook, and desire took over as he kissed me. We shared a kiss that took me away from everything. People had begun to filter in, and neither of us had even noticed as we held each other and kissed like no one was watching. No one seemed to mind though, and we continued on doing that pretty much the rest of the night.
Chapter 34. August.
Only 1 year later, we were back again at Swank, which had become extremely popular, at midnight on New Year's Eve. I looked over as Tnie came walking toward me, her belly beautifully swollen with a little girl and a white bouquet in her hand. It wasn't the wedding chapel back in our hometown, it was much better than that. With Callum as my best man, we stood together watching the woman we both loved walk toward us. We were about to become a real family in Callum's eyes, and he wanted to be front and center as it happened. Man, Mom is so beautiful, isn't she, Dad? He asked me as awe filled his little voice. She sure is, son. I patted his head, but couldn't take my eyes off my bride. I hope when you grow up you meet a lady as good and pretty as your mother one day. Me too. You're lucky, Dad. And I know it too. I held out my hand as her father brought Tnie to me. She handed the bouquet to my sister, her matron of honor. Tnie's smile was wide and happy. Hey. Hey. I rocked on my feet. You're up late. She chewed her lower lip as she looked me up and down with her pretty green eyes. So are you. I eyed her, taking in the pink stain of her lips, wondering how she'd taste after she became mine in name too. You want some company? Plump pink lips pulled up to one side as she turned the question back on me. Why you want some? I do want some. I'm heading out to boot camp in the morning, and my mind's a mess about it. I took her hand, playing with her fingertips. Her lips formed a straight line as she looked into my eyes. So, you're really going then? With a nod I went on, I'm not afraid to fight in this war. But I am afraid I'll never see home again. At my words, she glanced up at the rising full moon through the skylight we'd built just for this momentous occasion. If it helps at all, I think you're a hero, August. I'm no hero. Not yet, anyway. But thanks. And I should tell you, since I might never see you again, that I think you're beautiful. I've thought so ever since you turned 15. You and I were too far apart in age to ever do anything about that, though. Her lips quirked to one side. Okay, if we're being honest, then I can tell you that I've always thought you were smoking hot. The memory of everything that happened between us during our first time popped into my head. Well, I may never make it back, Tnie. She looked out at her parents and winked at them as she said, My parents aren't home. I'm here alone, August. Our guests laughed knowingly. The last line of our little play before the actual vows had me saying, it would be a one-night thing. You understand that, don't you? Then she shook her head. No, I don't understand, and neither do you. This will be an every-night thing, and for the rest of our lives. And she'd been right. We'd found our happily ever after.
The end.
Nightclub Surprise Extended Epilogue. Tnie. 5 years later.
Callum, can you find Tabitha? Our 4-year-old wanted to play hide-and-seek with her older brother, but he wasn't into it. It didn't stop her from hiding underneath the coffee table anyway. At 11, Callum wasn't into playing baby games as he called them. When he looked at me, hazel eyes rolling, I knew he wasn't about to go along with her. So I turned my attention to our 3-year-old Cole to see if he was feeling game. One never knew with the moody little boy. Cole, can you find your big sissy? I'd interrupted his cartoon time with my question, and that earned me a very loud and boisterous no, his absolute favorite word. Okay, so that's a no-go there. Looking at the 6-month-old baby in my arms, I cooed at Taylor before laying her in the bouncer so I could go find Tabitha. Let Mama go find your big sissy, Tay-Tay. In the last 5 years, I'd given birth to 3 more children. August's dream of having a big family was coming true. And now I finally understood why my sister-in-law Layla had a job outside of the house. Escaping to work was a thing I found I needed too. Of course, I only worked part-time at Cedars-Sinai in the maternity ward. Now that I'd given birth 3 more times, I was a virtual pro at it, and a big help to laboring mothers. I worked the day shifts every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. That's when Daddy got to take care of this brood he had wanted. I had to admit, I loved having a lot of little ones around. They made life more enjoyable. And the making of the little replicants of us with my husband was a thing I found myself craving at times. Making babies was a thing we were good at, and all he had to do was give me that look, the one that told me he wanted to see my belly filled with his child again, and I'd melt into the man. His PTSD was still an issue, but one that was being handled as well as it could be. He saw the therapist for the 8-hour sessions, along with a dose of MDMA, on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The nighttime medication had worked well too. No more night episodes had occurred since he started taking it, a thing I was extremely grateful for. I had the man I wanted the way I wanted him, snuggling me as I fell asleep each and every night, holding me all night long. Life had been a dream since then. But like all dreams, they have to end sometime, and you have to wake up and deal with reality. I'd felt something in my left boob that morning. It had started suddenly, and I had a bad feeling about it that lingered in the pit of my stomach. My maternal grandmother had passed away from breast cancer when she was 30, the same age I was. My mother had a cancer scare when she was 32. Hers was caught early. Although the malignancy was only in one of her breasts, she'd had them both removed just to be on the safe side. I didn't want to lose either of mine. I used them to feed our babies after all. But I'd do whatever I needed to. Tabitha shouted, "Come find me, somebody." So I got back to that, and left the internal reverie on the back burner to go find my not well hidden little girl. "Let me see, are you behind the sofa?" "Nope," she shouted. I walked over to an overstuffed chair. "Could you be hiding behind this big chair?" She called out. "Come on, Mommy." Even though I could see her, I continued to walk around the large main living area until I heard the exasperation in her little voice, and then I went to the coffee table and looked underneath it. "Found you." Taking her hand, I helped her out. "That took a long time, Mommy. Maybe you'd like to play with the doll you got for Christmas, instead of playing this game that no one seems to want to play." I took her over to the toy box and helped her find the doll. "Okay." She took her doll over to the dollhouse her father had built for her. The baby fussed a bit, so I went to get her out of the bouncer. Holding Taylor, I looked at each one of my kids and a lump formed in my throat. What would they do without me? What would August do without me? I didn't want to think about it, but there it was, staring me in the face. Breast cancer ran in my family, and I had a lump. The door opened and in came August. "And how are my little hoodlums this evening?" He was fresh in from his therapy session, and I could see the rosy glow on his cheeks. After giving each one of his children a hug, he pulled the baby out of my arms, then kissed me on the lips. The soft way he kissed me told me he wanted more. "Hey," I whispered as his free arm slipped around my waist. "Hey. You think you can get Denise to look after the kiddos for?" He cocked his head, thinking about how long he thought it might take. "An hour?" I didn't have to answer that, as our head of housekeeping came into the room. I heard Mr. Harlow's voice, and thought I'd see if you two needed me to watch the kids for a little while so you can discuss his therapy session like you normally do. August handed her the baby. "Thank you, Denise." And with that, he took my hand, leading me out of the room and up to our bedroom.
August.
Each pregnancy only served to enhance my wife's curvaceous body. As we laid there, chest to chest, I felt something odd. A knot. Had the sheet gotten twisted between us somehow, and I hadn't noticed? I rolled off her, running my hand over the place I'd felt the knot, and there it was. There was no sheet twisted on my wife's body, there was a knot in her left breast. "Baby, did you notice this?" I leaned up on my elbow, looking down at her. Her lower lip pulled between her teeth, Tawny's eyes shone with unshed tears. She nodded and burst into tears.
Tnie.
Being a nurse, and having the kind of medical knowledge most don't have, can have its drawbacks. Average people who get cancer don't know for certain they have it until a doctor reads the test results. I wasn't that lucky. I saw the mammogram, I saw the lump, I saw the way it was shaped, and I knew it had grown far too fast to be benign. So, when the doctor met August and me in his office, I already knew what he would tell me. "Tnie, it seems you've got a malignant tumor in your left breast. Now, we'll need to do a complete body scan using a CT scanner to see if this cancer has metastasized to any other parts of your body." All I could do was nod as August wrapped his arm around me even tighter, kissing the side of my head. "Okay," August asked, "how soon can we get that done?" "Today, if Tnie can get over to the hospital to get it done. As a nurse working there, she'll get in very quickly." The doctor patted me on the knee, as if that would comfort me at all. "I know this seems grim, but there are worse cancers to get, Tnie." Again, all I could manage to do was nod. I knew I would just sob if I opened my mouth. Thankfully, August again spoke for me. "If you could give us a moment, I think I can help her take this in, and then we'll pick up the paperwork, and I'll take her to get the CT scan done." "Thanks, Doc." With a nod, the doctor left, and I buried my face in my husband's chest. "I can't." The sobs choked out the rest of my words. "Hush," he murmured as he held me and ran his hand through my hair which I'd lose in the coming months. The thought only served to make me cry harder. Everything is going to be okay. You know that. Your mother had the same thing, and she was okay. After they took both of her breasts, I sobbed. And they caught hers before it was as big as mine. And my grandma died from the breast cancer she had. That was a long time ago, baby. You know a lot of cancer survivors now. Think about it, Tnie. He took my face between his palms, looking at me with soft eyes. You can do this. You're the strongest woman I know. You've got this, baby. You do. Gulping back the tears, the pain, the fear, I looked into his eyes and found something there, deep in them. He had faith in me, like real true faith. His words weren't said just to placate me. He meant them. If they take one breast, I want them to take both of them, I whispered. My hands took him by the biceps and I gave them a squeeze. Those were one of my favorite parts of his body. So what? He smiled at me. As long as I have you, that's all that matters to me. You should know that already, Tnie Harlow. His lips pressed against mine, sending energy zinging through me. When he ended the kiss, I looked at him. Can you really accept me without the fun bags? Let me answer that question with one of my own. He leaned back in his seat and pulled me to sit on his lap. If I lost the ability to physically perform any function at all, would you leave me or love me any less? My mind raced back to when he wouldn't let me sleep with him, back before he took the meds needed to stop the episodes he'd have and had hurt me during. I'd gone cold on the man. Sure, I'd realized what I'd done, and it was early on in our relationship, but I'd done it. I'd even considered leaving him. And in a way, I did leave him back then. I'd shut myself off to him. I'd done that to him, but here he was telling me he'd accept me with or without breasts. I didn't deserve this man. But he was mine, and I'd make damn sure he knew I would never shut myself off from him again, no matter what might happen. I nearly made that mistake once. I'll never do it again. Okay, then don't you worry about me. I'll love you no matter what the hell happens. You can take that to the bank. Now, let's get your face all cleaned up because you've kinda ruined your makeup and you have to work with these people. I don't want anyone to think you're taking this hard. You've got to show the patients around your hospital that it's a place you come to be healed. He wiped my face with a makeup wipe he dug out of my purse. I watched his face as he carefully cleaned me up. My heart pounded as I looked at him. I don't know what I did to deserve you, but I'm never letting you go, August Harlow. Good. I'm not ever letting you go either. So let's go do this thing and start kicking cancer's ass. You know me, I love a good fight. I've got your back, baby. And with me right behind you, you can't lose. Climbing off his lap, I put my feet on the floor. My husband had lived through things that were more like nightmares than reality. If he could get through everything he had, then I trusted him to get me through my battle. After picking up the paperwork from the receptionist, we headed to go get the scan done, me leaning against August the whole way. You know that you're my hero, right? Haven't I always been? August kissed the side of my head. I'll never stop being that for you, baby. Not ever.
August.
Layla, Mom, Dad, Tawny's parents, and I sat in a waiting room as my wife went through the surgery to remove her breasts. Thankfully, the cancer had not spread anywhere else. It had been caught in time. Not in time to save her breasts, but in time to save her life. Sure, her life would still be in danger until she was done with the chemo and radiation treatments, but getting the tumor out of her body was the beginning of the fight. Tnie had kissed the kids early that morning as they slept. We had to leave in the wee hours to get her to the hospital. Prepping had to be done and paperwork too. It was an arduous process, and I knew Tnie hated every last bit of it. Following the diagnosis, Tnie quickly began to feel bad. Her energy was sapped. She laid around a lot and stared off into space, a thing she'd never been prone to. Her fellow nurses had all come to see her right before she headed to the OR. My wife was surrounded by people who loved and cared about her. So much positive energy was focused directly on her. Maybe that's probably why it surprised me when she cried and clung to me before heading in. I'd never felt so damn powerless as I told her, "It's all going to be okay. Have faith, baby. Don't cry. Please don't cry." I watched as the anesthesiologist pushed a syringe into her IV line before giving me a nod. "She's going to be just fine." As we all went down the long hallway, I watched Tnie's green eyes change. She even smiled as I wiped the tears from her eyes as rolled toward the OR. "There's my girl. I'll be right there when you wake up. You can count on me. I love you, Tnie Harlow." "I love you too, August Harlow. Did you notice that the moon was full when we came in this morning?" She blinked long and slowly as the medicine began to take her under. "Yeah. You and I can watch it out the hospital window tonight." "It's a date," I said, then kissed her forehead as we arrived at the last set of doors that I couldn't go through. Her words were slow and sloppy. "It's a date. We'd been told it would take a few hours. Taking off 2 breasts isn't a thing you do quickly. And Tnie wanted them to make sure they did what they could to minimize scarring. I told her she could get implants later if she wanted. To which she told me that her mother hadn't, and she didn't think she'd want them either. There were bras that had fake boobs in them. She'd wear them. When she stopped and looked at me, asking me if I wanted her to have the fake tits, her concern was obvious. Of course, I didn't want her to get anything she didn't want herself, and I let her know that. I'd love her no matter what. I'd find her attractive no matter what, too. Her mother seemed to be taking it the worst. As if Tnie's predisposition to breast cancer was all her fault. "I wish this hadn't happened to my baby." She wrung her hands in her lap. "I remember going into surgery like it was yesterday. I was so afraid I'd never come out of it." Her husband took her hand, pulling at his lips, kissing the top of it. "But you did come out of it, and you made it through all the other stuff too. You've been cancer-free for a very long time now, and Tnie will see the same results. You gave her the resilience to do that, you know. I also gave her my DNA, making this happen to her." She put her head on his shoulder. "If I could fix this, I would." "Well, we all have our battles to go through," I said to try to ease her mother's mind. "This one was yours, and it's Tnie's now too. Frankly, I'm glad she has you as a success story. She said it more than once since we found this out, if Mom can kick cancer's butt then so can I. She has to." Her mother looked at me with concern. "She has to do it for those babies you two have." Then her hand went to her mouth and her eyes went wide. Her husband asked, "What's the matter?" "Her daughters," she murmured. So there was that to add to my worries for my children. Our 2 daughters would be predisposed to breast cancer too. Great. So I had to tell myself the same thing I'd told Tnie's mother. We all have our battles to fight, and this might well be their battles as well. My stomach knotted as I thought about sitting in the same waiting room 2 more times in my life, waiting to see if my daughters would make it through surgery okay. I needed to talk to my therapist to help deal with this. But there was no way I was leaving the hospital to do that. I had to buck up and suck it up. I'd get to have my weak moment later. Right now, I had to be the hero again for my wife and our families. Another hour ticked by slowly before her doctor came to our waiting room. "She's out. She did well. Other than the tumor, she's in perfect health. I foresee a speedy recovery since she's in such great shape." He looked around the room at all of us. "And with a great support system like this, I'm sure she'll be back to her usual bubbly self in no time at all." "Can I see her?" I asked as I got up. He nodded. "Yeah, you can come with me. She'll want to see you as soon as she wakes up." Every step took me closer to her, and that alone made my heart swell with emotion. My wife had made it through the worst part, and now all we had to do was get well again.
Tnie.
Day 1 sucked. Day 2 was worse than day 1. But then day 3 came around, and I felt a little bit better, and on that day I found hope. If I could feel better, then that feeling would only increase more and more as each day passed. Some days were harder than others, but none of them were as bad as the first 2 days after my surgery. And with the successful recovery came the strength of knowing I'd beat a thing that a lot of people hadn't. I'd kicked cancer's ass. A couple of years had passed, and I became an advocate for breast cancer patients at Cedars. I helped women who found themselves in the same position I'd been in do everything they needed help with, including picking out the wigs they'd wear while dealing with hair loss. Thanks to being married to a billionaire, I had access to money and had used some of that to help women during the tough times of fighting the same battle I'd fought. With Layla's help, we made a line of wigs using ultra-soft materials for the caps and synthetic hair that was silky and soft too. The product we ended up with was a cut above what had previously been on the market. Our wigs were highly sought after as they weren't just the most comfortable wigs in the world, they were beautiful too. Every cent of those profits went to making more and freely giving them to people who needed them. It was a mission that filled Layla and me with a sense of giving back. I was sitting in the game room with the kids. The youngest was now 2.5. Taylor was everywhere, getting into everything she could. Cole was 5 and still moody. He was chastising his baby sister for throwing the car he'd been playing with off the racetrack. "Hey, stop it, you pain in the butt. Cole, don't talk to her that way. She's just in her terrible twos, she can't help but to be a pain in the butt." I wagged my finger at him. "All of you were the same exact way at that age." Callum laughed. "Then why'd you keep on having kids, Mom?" He turned 13 last week. My firstborn was entering his teens, and it wasn't an easy thing to take. Callum was the spitting image of his handsome father. I foresaw the girls throwing themselves at him very soon, and wondered how I'd take that. Poorly, I thought. Tabitha, now 6, went to retrieve the car her younger sister had thrown. She took it to Cole. "Here you go. See, it's not so hard to deal with her. You just gotta have patience." He snatched the car from her outstretched hand. "No, I don't." Grumbling something indiscernible, Cole went back to playing with his race cars. I sat there watching all the kids play and argue, kids being kids, and thought how lucky I was to have each one of them. I'd been a mother since I was 18. I supposed I didn't know how not to be one. Even though Taylor was only 2.5, I already saw her growing up so fast. My heart stirred and my stomach went tight. I ran my hands over my chest. I'd had big breasts since I was 15. Although it wasn't what I'd planned or even wanted. It was kinda good, as a matter of fact. Having August as a husband helped. He'd been true to what he'd said. He did still love me, and if he didn't find me attractive, I sure as hell couldn't tell. His hands still roamed over my entire body every time we were together. He would always kiss my scars and murmur sensual things, well, dirty things the way only August could. And when his lips touched those scars, it did something to me. It sent heat through me. August was down to only one therapy session a week on Wednesdays. My work schedule changed, I only worked on Tuesdays and Thursdays. August took care of the kids those days. Layla and I handled the wig business from our homes the rest of the week. Things were good, we all stayed busy doing good things for others the way August promised John Black he would. I joined him in that endeavor too. The day was Wednesday, and August strode into the room, a smile on his face. He went to kiss and hug the kids, before coming to me on the sofa. His eyes were full of desire. He didn't kiss my lips. Instead, he kissed the spot just behind my ear as he whispered, "So I was thinking, let's have us another baby. What do you say?" I hadn't said one word to anyone about how I'd been thinking the same thing. One more added to our growing family had been on my mind for only a day or so. How could we be so in sync? He pulled back, looking at me with those pretty hazel eyes. I whispered back so the kids wouldn't hear, "What about feeding a baby? I've lost the milk jugs." That crooked smile pulled his lips up to one side. "That shouldn't stop us. I do believe they make something called formula. We do have my sister to beat, she's got a 6-pack. Oh, God help me. I had to be crazy, and I knew that, but I loved the way this man thought. Let's do it." I threw my arms around his neck, then he picked me up, carrying me away as Denise came in to take care of the kids. You two go discuss the therapy session. I've got the little ones. She gave me a knowing smile as I looked over my husband's shoulder at her. I kissed my hand, then blew it to her. Thank you, Denise. You're a godsend. Life wasn't over for us. More battles would surely come our way, but we'd face them as a family, a strong, growing family who had found their happy for right now.
The end.
Sneak peek for The Billionaire's Assistant, a Billionaire Romance series. Secrets of Desire. Max.
The darkness is interrupted by a light, as I sit in a dimly lit room, waiting for the always late Lauren. She's my latest attempt to find a woman that I can get along with for the rest of my life. It's going on a month since we started dating, so I'm about to test the matrimonial waters with her this evening. I want to see if she has the same ideas I have for the future. I'm turning 30 in a few days and decided it's time to move out of the fast lane and slow things down a bit. Abandoned when I was 10 years old by my drug-addicted mother, I grew up in a children's home in the middle of nowhere, South Texas. Divorce is not an option for me. Nothing will tear my family apart once I marry and start a family, which I'd like to do right away. So, my choice for a wife has to be someone I can stand, at the very least. My cell phone lit up, meaning I had a text message. It's from the freelance accountant I contacted, and is agreed to work on some accounting issues for me. My least favorite time of the year is coming up, tax season, and I need all the help I can get to hold on to as much of my fortune as I can. A pair of long legs topped by a short red skirt stride into the room. I scan them and move up over a lithe body until her face comes into focus. I wonder what she really looks like. You appear good enough to eat, Lauren. She laughs and the sound makes my face pinch. It is loud and slightly off-key. Don't I know it, Max? She says with a southern drawl. Where are you taking me this evening? I hold my arm out and she takes it. My chef, Hilda, is making us one of her specialties for dinner. I imagined it might be nice to stay in tonight. The sound of a heavy sigh meets my ears, and I notice her red-stained, collagen-injected lips form a pout. And what will we do after we eat this stuff your maid is making, Mr. Billionaire? I thought we could eat by the fireplace in the small dining room. Afterwards, we can cuddle on the couch and watch a movie. I'll even make you popcorn if you'd like me to. And by the way, Hilda is not the maid. If she ever heard you call her that she might have to kick your butt, I'd have to intervene and most likely get mine kicked too. I pull the door open and lead her out to my Jaguar, where she folds her long legs into the passenger side as she says, "That sounds dull, and I don't do dull, Max." I close the door and walk around to the driver's side. So what would you like to do? She looks into the mirror and applies more red lipstick. I want to go to a nice club and be drunk by 9 o'clock. My hands grip the wheel so I won't grab her and choke some personality into her. Oh, same as last night and the night before that. Her head swivels around, perfectly manicured eyebrows raise, creating wrinkles on her forehead. Oh my gosh, Max. She goes on as her hands fly around in front of her. So because you want to be a party pooper, I'm supposed to sit around your big old mansion and piss the night away too. Pausing to stare back in the mirror, she grabs some mascara and applies even more to her already thick as shit eyelashes. Well, just drop me off then. I can find another ride home. As great an idea as that is, I'm too much of a damn gentleman to do that to any woman. No, Lauren, I was just kidding. I want to go to the club too. I lie. Suddenly, she wears a sweet smile and bats those monster lashes at me. Oh. You're silly. No, I'm an idiot. As I drive along, I decide to try out a little of what I had planned to talk to her about, if she'd let me take her to my place. When do you think you'll be ready to have kids, Lauren? Whoa. Shit. Everything on her face just raised into something that looked like the proceeding of a shitstorm. Can I take my words back, please? With a thin finger wagging in my face, she screeches, "Oh no, you don't, Mr. Moneybags. Even you won't be talking me into messing up this body. So that's why you wanted to take me to your place. Hear this loud and clear, Max. I don't want to have your children, nor anyone else's. Kids add years to a woman's body and face. I see. Her finger trails down my cheek. Though you and I would make some beautiful children, sweetheart. I can't do that to myself. Sorry to let you down. I smile at her and give her a wink. I don't feel let down at all. It is relief. I'm experiencing the truth. She's not the one for me. As I glance over at her, I find that her skirt has slid up and her upper thigh is showing. She's good for a good time at least. Softly, I run my hand over her exposed skin, only to have her slap it away. No. None of that. Now who's the party pooper? I ask.
Alexis.
My head is beginning to ache as I stare at this demon of a spreadsheet. Something isn't right, and I can't figure it out. I grab my cell and text the old guy I'm doing this freelance work for. And it's time for more coffee. As I walk across the room, I catch my reflection in the sliding glass doors. My bun has come loose and I can't have that. I pull my hair down and mentally note that I need to go get it cut. It's just too long. I pull it into a tight bun and notice a slight wrinkle in my khaki-colored dickies. Smoothing it out, I take the time to make sure my starched, white button-down is looking snappy too, and push my glasses further up on my nose. My dad always told me to dress for the job I want. To rid the world of financial mistakes is my goal, a lot like a superhero. All I need is a khaki cape with a big white letter, A on it, and I can get to work on saving the planet, one spreadsheet at a time. My cell dings and the old dude has responded. He wants to have lunch and show me what he needs done. I'm not a real social butterfly, hence the work-at-home gig. But he's paying me an excessive amount of money. At least he knows he has hired an accountant who looks the part. It should give him confidence in my abilities, I think, and perhaps he'll decide to keep me on long-term. The restaurant isn't too far from my apartment, so I hop on my bike and pedal on over. I have a car, but I prefer not to pollute the air as often as I can. Okay, I'm not really all that into saving the planet. My car is a POS. I chain my bike up in front of the restaurant, then smooth out my clothes again and notice a scuff on my penny loafer and bend down to wipe it off. My glasses fall off and a piece of broken cement puts a long scratch across one of the lenses. I can see enough to get by. If I'm close enough, I can see everything. Into the restaurant I go, tapping on the pouch I placed around my waist to carry my small laptop in. It's all the rage in Paris, I'm told. A long mirror is in the entryway, and I take a quick glance to be sure that I look good. Perfect. Just like any accountant in any fine office building, complete with a pocket pencil organizer. This man is sure to be impressed. A waiter comes towards me. May I help you? He asks. I'm here to meet Mr. Lane. The man looks me up and down as he says, do you know his first name? Because Mr. Lane I'm thinking of, well, it's most likely not him. Yes, of course. It's Max, I say, and the man's eyebrows move to the very tippy top of his balding head. Oh. Please follow me. I follow him and peer around, trying my best to focus on the surrounding fanciness. I pull my glasses out of my pocket and close one eye to look through the one good side. Stud alert, front and center. What a man. Broad shoulders and a suit that probably cost him a cool $1,000 or more. Dark waves of luscious hair that falls to his shoulders. Eyes the color of emeralds, oh be still my heart. I put the glasses back in my pocket protector, and follow the waiter dude. I need to find the old guy and get back into reality. The waiter stops and pulls out a chair for me. I smile and plop down as poised as possible. I blink to try to get my stupid broken eyes to focus. An arm with black sleeves reaches across the table and I shake a hand. It's a firm hand, it doesn't feel all wrinkly like I expected it to. Hello, Miss Matthews. I'm sorry, you surprised me, I thought you were going to be a man. Your first name is Alex. That voice is much too deep and sensual to belong to an old man. It's actually Alexis, but everyone calls me Alex. I broke my glasses a minute ago. Do you mind if I sit a little closer to you, so I can see you? I ask. Let me come to you, don't move. I watch him as he gets up and notice that he's tall. He sits down and scoots his chair close to mine, and slowly he comes into focus. Oh my! It's the gorgeous man I saw earlier. Mr. Lane? I ask. He nods and smiles. Can you see me now? I nod back and am sure my face is making some awful half-smile, half-frown thing I've been told I do on occasions when I feel awkward, which is often. How nice to meet you, I say as I extend my hand to shake his, but pull it back as I realize we already did that. My elbow knocks the plate sitting on the table in front of me and makes a loud clanking sound. My cheeks are most likely red, and I may be sprouting beads of sweat on my forehead. Mr. Lane laughs and places his hand on my shoulder. No need to be nervous with me, Alex, I assure you. His cell rings and he looks at it. He's so close I can see it too, and a picture of a gorgeous blonde woman fills the large screen. A slide of his finger sends the call to voicemail and I say, you can take the call. I don't mind. I never take calls when I'm with someone. It's rude, don't you think? He asks as he looks right into my eyes with those gorgeous green ones he has. She's kinda completely gorgeous. I'd hate for her to get mad at you. His laugh is deep and it rattles my chest, he's so close to me. She kinda stays mad at me regardless, so no big deal. As far as gorgeous, I have no idea what she really looks like. She's had so much work done to her whole body that there's no way to tell. The idea anyone does that much to themselves is crazy to me. Wow, I say. He nods in agreement. So what's up with the spreadsheet, Alex? I lean back to unzip the pouch to remove my laptop and see the gorgeous man smiling like he's amused, so I say, I know it sometimes is considered odd, but I heard these things are really popular in other countries. He shakes his head and laughs, then finishes unzipping the pouch and reaches in to pull out my laptop. I'm sure they are, and I apologize if you thought I was finding humor in your, fanny pack, I think it's called. His hand touches my stomach as he gets the laptop out, and I nearly fall apart as it sends shockwaves through my entire body. He isn't even trying to be sensual, yet he can't help it, I guess. Thanks for helping me out there, I say as I grab the linen napkin to my side and use it to wipe my now definitely perspiring forehead. He places the computer on the table and leans towards me, his lips near my ear. Hot breath burns my ear as he says, Alex, are you always this nervous? Honesty resides in my head and I just say it, you're gorgeous, sir. Sir? He asks as he sits back in his chair and thanks the Lord his good looks blur in my messed up eyes. How old are you? Not that his matters, but I'm 25, sir, I say as I straighten my shirt and find my pocket protector fascinating. Don't call me sir, you can call me Max. You got a significant other, Alex? He asks and leans back in. I shake my head and find him smiling at me. Do you? He shakes his head and the smile fades. Tell me, Alex, what do you do for fun? I thought this was a business lunch, but it seems to have gone awry. Fun? Yes, fun, he says, then turns away from me. You say it like it's a 4-letter word. I read a lot, I say, inciting a chuckle from him. The menu in his hand tells me he's ready to order and get this lunch over with. He says, tell me what you normally eat for lunch. Before my brain can stop my mouth, I answer, PB&Js mostly. The slightest turn of his head shows me small wrinkles have formed on his forehead, and he says, we used to eat those all the time for lunch when I was a kid, growing up in the children's home. You grew up in a children's home? I ask with surprise. Did your parents die or something? Or something, he answers. He turns his whole body to me and leans in. How about we get out of this stuffy restaurant and go back to my place, and I'll have my chef make us up a batch of PB&Js with a couple glasses of milk? I find myself scratching at my neck as the starched collar rubs my skin, making it itch. I don't, I mumble and stumble with what to say. He frowns. Forget about it, you don't want to go. We'll eat here. You want a steak? Now I feel bad. The guy lost his parents and grew up in a home and just wants to eat a dang old sandwich, and I'm being dumb, so I say, no, I want to go. But I'm on my bike and would have to go home and get my car, which might not make it to where you live. Where is that, by the way? What's wrong with your car? He asks. I laugh. What's right with it is a shorter list than what's wrong. He smiles and my heart beats a little faster. I'll take you in my car. I'm sure your bike will be safe here. I shrug my shoulders and say, okay then, let's go get our peanut butter on. I hope you have grape jelly. He stands and takes my hand, and I get up. My arm is quickly interlocked with his as he whispers, hang on to me so you don't trip on anything since you don't have your glasses. Thanks, I say, and find I have the weirdest sensation in my stomach.
Max.
As we ride out to my place, the utterly clueless Alex keeps me laughing. She's the most interesting creature I've ever met. Tall, with perfect skin and exceptionally shiny blonde hair, with eyes like blue diamonds that sparkle when she smiles, which is often, but she has no fashion sense at all. That was some smancy restaurant, she says as she looks out the window. Do you eat there a lot? I find myself laughing. Smancy? Is that a word? Her eyes dart to mine and she blushes. I'm stupid, she says. Don't listen to me, I use a lot of dumb words. No, they're funny, I say. And the answer is yes, I do eat there often. So you find reading fun? She nods and looks around at the interior of my Jaguar. This car is really snazzy. I fight the urge to laugh at her crazy words again. I bet you'd find flying with me in my helicopter more fun than reading. Her eyebrows, which are badly in need of a good plucking, raise, and she says, you have a helicopter? Yeah, I got one last year. I devised a seat which extends out of the body of the helicopter, while keeping the occupant completely safe, with a restraint system I designed. That's how I made my money. The military bought a bunch of them, and now it seems that anyone with a chopper wants one. Confusion fills her face. So you hang out of the helicopter while it's flying, and just why would someone do that? To shoot at things, I say, and pull up to the entry gate of my place. Alex looks at the large gate and nibbles at her bottom lip. That's a big gate, dude. Yeah, it's here to protect the even bigger house you'll see in a second, I say, and press the button to open it. This is a lot to keep clean, she says as we pull up to the mansion. Okay, that's not a thing I've ever been told before. Do you like it? I ask. She turns to me and smiles. It's a blur to me, Max. As I park the car and get out, I go to open her door, but she's beat me to it and waits for me outside the car. I take her hand and lead her into the house. Follow me, Alex, I need to find Hilda and get her to make us lunch. We can talk about the spreadsheet while she does that. As I pull her along behind me, I feel giddy for some unknown reason. I find Hilda in the kitchen chopping vegetables. She looks up at me, and her face breaks into a huge smile. Me, Joe, who is this? I pull Alex up to stand next to me. Hilda, this is Alex. Do you suppose you could make us both some peanut butter and grape jelly sandwiches, and some glasses of milk, and bring them to the pool? Peanut butter, me, Joe? Hilda asks with furrowed brows. I have a couple of lobsters, I can get them ready in a few minutes. Let me make you that. I'd really like what I asked for, Hilda. I used to eat one for lunch almost every day when I was a kid. Hilda gestures towards Alex with the long knife she holds. Are you an old friend of his from the children's home? I'm not his friend. I work for him. Hilda's eyes move down to our clasped hands. She wags the knife at them. You hold your employees' hands now? She asks with a concerned look. I laugh and hold our hands up. She broke her glasses just before our meeting, and I didn't want her to trip, so I grabbed her hand. Hilda frowns and goes back to chopping. I'll get the food ready, and get James to serve it to you by the pool within a few minutes, me, Joe. As I lead Alex outside, I find myself bursting with energy. It's unexplainable to me. Am I so excited to start figuring out the problems on the damn spreadsheet? Here we are, my smancy swimming pool, complete with a waterfall. Wish you could see it. You stole my word, she says as I help her sit at the table. I pull up a chair close to her so she can see me. I prefer to say I'm borrowing it, if you don't mind. She smiles and her eyes twinkle. It's okay, you can borrow it. I like the way it sounds coming out of your lips. My lips? She's thinking about my lips, just as I was thinking about her perfect smile, and how her lips are perfectly proportioned all on their own with no collagen. We should take a dip in the pool after we have our lunch, I say, and I can't believe I just asked her to do that. Her eyes grow wide and she begins to stammer, I don't have I hold up my hand, stopping the stammering that she seems to be so good at. There are lots of bathing suits to choose from in the pool house. No worries, come on, it'll be fun. She squints at the pool. Is there a diving board? No, I didn't want one. I like to jump off the boulders I had brought in. Her eyes light up and she smiles again. When I was a kid, we'd go to this river every summer. There was a giant rock we'd jump off of. I loved it. So your answer is yes? No. This is embarrassing to admit, but I haven't shaved in a while. Though I don't really want to know, I ask out of morbid curiosity, how long has it been? Her narrow shoulders shrug. Don't remember. So you see, it'd be better if I didn't. The bathroom in the pool house is stocked with everything. You can defer yourself before if you'd like. Her hand flies up and slaps my arm. It's not that bad, you need to use the term defer for the love of Pete. So that's a yes then? I'd like to jump off that rock. She squints out at it. So yeah, it does sound fun. Alex, do you have another pair of glasses or contacts maybe? I have some contacts, but they're at home. How about I take you to get them after lunch? While in town, I'll pick up some beer, and I'll get Hilda to make us a pizza later, and you can hang out for the evening. I'll take you back home tonight. You don't have to spend the whole day with me, Max. She leans back. I mean, you have to have better things to do. I'd like to be honest with you, Alex. You're fun and easy to get along with, and I'm really enjoying your company. It's not often I find someone who's so easy to be around. She makes this half smile, half frown thing with her face, and I find it adorable. That's nice to hear. To be honest with you, I've never been told that before. So the answer is yeah, I'll hang out with you this evening, Max. It sounds like a lot of fun.
Alexis.
A bright red convertible sits in the drive of Max's house. He took me to get my contacts, and we picked up some beer, and apparently he considers me funny and fun to be around. With my contacts in, I can see the mansion and it's awesome. Now that everything's not a big blur, may I say this place is beautiful? Thanks. I like it. He looks agitated as he parks and looks at me. That girl who called me earlier when we were in the restaurant is here. That's her car. She's quite the jerk, so don't get offended by anything that comes out of her fake mouth. I'll get rid of her as soon as I can. I'm going to tell her we have to get to work right away, so don't mention swimming, okay? So she's your girlfriend then? He shakes his head. No, but she isn't aware of that yet. She doesn't want the same things I do. I'm going to break it off with her, but I just decided that last night. Today's not the day to do it. I'll most likely do it tomorrow. "Kay," I say and hop out of the car. Max walks around the car and grabs my hand, pulling me along with him. As we enter the house, a shrill noise hurts my ears. "Where's my Maxie baby?" Max rolls his eyes and whispers, "I'm so sorry for what's about to happen." A tall, thinner than necessary creature comes into view as we enter the large living area. From far away she's gorgeous, but as we get closer I can see the obvious fake lips and cheek implants. Max lets my hand go and moves forward as she throws out one of her tentacle-like arms and wraps it around him in the most awkward hug I've ever seen. Her bony finger extends out at me as she asks, "Who are you?" I give her a smile and find myself happy to know Max is dumping her. He can do so much better. "Hi," I say, extending my hand to shake hers. "I'm Alex, I work for Max." She looks at me like I've thrown dog feces at her, so I drop my hand to my side as it's obvious she'll not be shaking it. The disgust for me infiltrates her voice as she says, "Okay, and what are you?" Max takes her by her very bony shoulders and looks her in the eye. "No, Lauren. I can't allow you to talk to her like that." The woman's eyes fall on me again. "It's a girl." I roll my eyes instead of saying some snappy comeback. Max takes care of her though. She and I need to get to work. It may take us all night to figure out what the mistake is in this spreadsheet. One side of her lips move up as she says from the corner of her mouth, "A math nerd, I knew it. Does it have a girlfriend?" My eyebrows raise and I smile at her. "I'm not a lesbian, but thanks for assuming that, I'm flattered." Her attention turns back to Max as she strokes his cheek with a long, red fingernail. "I'll stop by after the club tonight and slip into your bed." "Not tonight, Lauren. I have to work. I just told you that." Somehow she makes her bottom lip jut out more than it already does, which seems impossible. "Boo hiss, darlin', what shall I ever do with myself?" Wrapping his arm around her shoulders, he begins walking her to the door. "Tomorrow I'll pick you up for lunch so we can talk, okay?" Not watching them as the sight of him touching her makes my skin crawl, I hear her say, "That sounds like fun." He walks her out and I find myself smiling evilly as I'm pretty sure the lunch won't be fun at all. I wonder if she'll shed actual tears or manufactured ones when he tells her it's over. The sound of him running up behind me makes me turn around and he grabs my hand, making me run along with him out to the pool. "I'm sorry you had to deal with her," he says over his shoulder as he pulls me along. "She's a horrible person. Why did I ever entertain the thought she might be the right girl for me? Hell, she's not even pretty." I giggle at his rambling as he pulls up short in front of an ornate wooden door near the pool. He opens the door and gestures for me to go in before him. "Marble floors?" I ask as I admire the gorgeous floor. "Of course," he says, then points to a door off the large room which has a pool table in the middle of it. "Go in there and shave what you need to, then find yourself a bathing suit in one of the drawers. There's all sizes." He looks at me. "No big ones though. I only have up to a size 3, I think." My shoulders slump. "Man, I'm a size 5. A short burst of laughter comes out of his mouth. "You may be wearing a size 5, but I assure you you're not that size. Those clothes you have on are swallowing you. Put on a 3 and see if all your stuff doesn't fit in it just fine." "My stuff?" He pats my butt and pushes me towards the door. "You know what I mean, Scoot." I rummage through the drawers and all he has in them are bikinis. I never wear them because my body is so abnormally long and drawn out. My legs are long, my arms are long, and even my torso is long. I'm built like a scarecrow. But he's so excited, almost like a little kid, so I shave and moisturize and put on a tiny top and my butt in skimpy bottoms, and check to make sure that I had got rid of all the hair I needed to. I'm horrified by what I observe in the mirror, so I grab a towel and wrap it around me. As I walk out, I find him changed out of his suit and into a pair of board shorts and lounging in the sun already. "Hey!" I call out as I make my way to him and try not to stare at his completely gorgeous body. He has to have chiseled abs, doesn't he? He's out of my league in every single way possible. "Really?" he asks as he peers over his Ray-Bans at me. "What? You still have your hair in a bun, Alex? No one can have fun while wearing a bun. It rhymes, so it's a fact." He grabs something off the table next to him and tosses it to me. "Put those on, they're for you." I look down at what I've caught and see a pair of Ray-Bans in my hand. I don't feel comfortable wearing these, Max. I mean, I might break them and I can't afford to replace them. Why would you need to replace something I'm giving you? Just put them on, take that stupid bun out and drop the towel so then we can swim. "Bossy much?" I mumble as I pull the pins from my hair, then put the glasses on and place my towel over the chair near me. What do I care what he thinks about my scarecrow body anyway? It's not like he's interested in me like that, he probably won't even look at me.
Max.
1 second, I'm looking at easily the most nerdy looking girl I've ever laid eyes on, but she's sweet and funny, so she's growing on me. The next glance I take at her makes my mind stop. Time stands still as she shakes out her long, wavy, shiny blonde hair. The towel flies off her stunning body as she puts the sunglasses on, and she's drop-dead gorgeous. Not a bit of makeup on, and she's taking my breath away. I want to take you on my yacht. The words come out of my mouth without me thinking of them. You have a yacht? She asks, but I can't form more words, so I just nod. She walks to the edge of the pool, and I can't stop looking at her legs. She turns around and waves at me. I grab the beer sitting next to me and chug it. I need to act cool. Finally able to speak, I say, I'm coming, Lexi. Where'd that come from? Lexi? She asks with a little laugh. Okay, she said I can call her that. Good cause she ain't no Alex. Not anymore. I take her hand as I get to her and lead her around to the boulders. You first, I say as I stop at the back of the rocks and gesture for her to walk up the stairs in front of me. She smiles and walks past me. Her body is a sight to behold, and now I completely understand why men started this gentlemanly practice so long ago. She turns and looks back at me as I've frozen at the bottom stair. Come on, Max. I wanna jump together. It's more fun when you do it that way. I shake my head to clear it and make the gears move again. As I get to the top, I grab her hand. Okay, let's do this, I say, then jump. As I push my head up out of the water, her giggle hits my ears like magic bubbles, and I must be staring at her without realizing it because she splashes me in the face. You didn't even count to 3. Everyone knows you have to count to 3 before you jump. Come on, baby. Let's go again, and this time I'll count to 3, I say as I pull her along with me and swim to the side of the pool. Pulling myself up on the edge of the pool, I reach down to help her out. She takes my hand and I pull her up, finding her light as a feather. Thanks, she says as she shivers a little. Now this time we need to do cannonballs when we jump in. She's unlike any woman I've ever known. Not one of my previous girlfriends would have ever done this. I watch her climb the stairs in front of me and she looks back, catching me checking out her bodacious bottom. She shakes her head and laughs. As I get to the top, I turn to her, about to make my move since she's caught me looking anyway. Her arms come out to wrap around me. She pushes her palms against my chest, and I'm falling backwards into the water. As I come up for air, I catch her coming into the water, holding her knees to her chest, and a wave of water washes over me, knocking me back under. I swim to the side and pull myself up on the ladder, and look around to find her lounging on the bar bench area of the pool. I swim over and smile. What was that for? I saw you, Max. She pulls the sunglasses down and her eyes are wide. I know I've got a wacky shape, and I hoped you wouldn't make me feel stupid for wearing this tiny thing my butt's hanging out of. Obviously, you were about to come up with a clever joke, so I pushed you in before I had to hear it. I was going to kiss her, and she thinks I was going to make fun of her. Now that's just really sad. As I slide up on the bench next to her, I ask, why do you think you have a wacky-shaped body, Lexi? Her head tilts and she says, come on, I'm not blind. I'm shaped like some kind of scarecrow. Her hand goes to her perfectly flat stomach and runs over it. And my big gut makes this an all-the-way round wacky body. What does she see when she looks in the mirror? I just stare at her and blink as she's clearly nuts. Finally, I manage to say, you should let me take you to my stylist. She can fix what little needs fixed. We can put you in the right sized clothes, then I'll take you out, and you can watch the men fight like wild animals for your attention. With a snort, she laughs, and I have to laugh too, at the ridiculous sound. Right? Why do people think it's funny to be so mean? I know I'm unattractive. I get it, okay. I'm not kidding, I'm being absolutely serious, I say as I stand up and grab her hand, pulling her up. That's it. I'm taking you to her today, and I'm going to show you how completely gorgeous you can be. I pull her with me out of the pool as she protests, you're crazy, Max. I don't have the money for that, and it's stupid anyway. I'm paying, and you're going to see a new you by the end of the day. I say as I open the door to the pool house and usher her inside. I grab a sundress out of the closet. I can't allow her to put those awful clothes back on. I kick out a pair of flip-flops that look to be her size and turn to her. Put this on, and do not put your hair up in a damn bun. You need this, Lexi. You need to know what you're missing. What about the spreadsheet? She asks as I push her into the bathroom. We should be working on that. Tomorrow, I promise we'll do it tomorrow. I'll let you do this, Max. You'll see, you can't make a silk purse from a sow's ear, she says, and her eyes droop a little at the edges. I'm a plain Jane with a horrible shape. You're wrong. Now get dressed. How could such a beautiful girl think so little about herself?
Alexis.
My eyebrows sting. My feet are in a tub of burning water, and a certain amount of heat is building in my cheeks as my new BFF, Max, argues with his stylist about adding some highlights to my hair. He's against it and she's for it. I've apparently become his project. He thinks he's magic and can make me into a beautiful woman. The stylist looks at me in the long mirror. I'll just let her decide. Max makes a sound like a buzzer and shakes his head. She can't. She has the most terrible taste known to man. Thanks. The stylist, whose name is Cake, I know stripe a name, but she said it's the real name her parents gave her, says, Max, you've embarrassed her. No, he's right. Do whatever he says. I want him to do all the deciding so he can't make me do this again when I'm still plain, and clothes don't fit me right. Cake's long, elegant hands flow over my face as she says, plain? My dear, your bone structure is exquisite. Your hair is naturally gorgeous. Max interrupts, I told you. She glares at him, then turns her sweet eyes back to me. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. Your skin seems to have never seen a blemish. I've never worn makeup, and I wash my face twice a day with ivory soap. Cake's eyes go wide. No makeup ever. Surely when you went to your high school prom you wore some. I laugh. I didn't go to the prom or any dance. I never got asked. Cake looks over her shoulder at Max and then back at me. She leans in to whisper, you have had a boyfriend, haven't you? I shake my head and she leans in closer. Do you still hold your V card? I squint at her because I have no idea what she's talking about. A what card? She asks so quietly I barely hear her. Have you ever been intimate with a man? My face turns beet red and I stammer, I well no. A frown covers her face. How old are you? 25. That's the second time today I've been asked that. Max sputters and coughs as he walks to my side. What did you say? Averting my eyes I say, I've never been with a man. Okay, there it is, the topping on the looser sundae, which is me. Max takes me by the shoulders and looks into my eyes as if he's looking for something. Have you ever been kissed? I roll my eyes and shake my head. I don't know how much more humiliation I can take. He drops his hands, turns around, and mutters something to himself that sounds a lot like, that's why. He turns back to me. Anyone ever try to kiss you? I shake my head and he laughs. That's mean, I said. I would have walked out of there if I had any idea of where I was and how I could get back home, but that would have done me no good, as I'd left my fanny pack back at his house and it had my house key in it. Cake swats at Max, sending him out of her way. Go sit and let me help this poor girl out. Lord, if anyone has ever needed my services, this child does. For what seems like an eternity, Cake plucks tweezers, cuts, curls, then spoons some stuff on my face and pulls it back off. She gets out some type of monster case full of makeup, but she does not allow me to see my reflection in the mirror. Finally, Cake smiles at me. Okay, I hope you're ready to see a brand new you, Lexi. Max jumps up and comes to me. I don't want to miss her reaction to this. He takes my shoulder and slowly spins me around. The face I see in the mirror is not mine. That's not me, I say as I reach up to touch my perfectly curled hair. My hair doesn't do this. I run my hand over my cheek, which is perfectly pink. This isn't my face. Gorgeous, Max says as he looks at me in the mirror. His cheek is near mine. He smiles and gives me a wink. We look good together. Cake takes off the plastic cape covering me and Max takes my hand. Okay, so my head's done, but here comes the hard part, my wacky body. Cake rolls her eyes. Oh my precious girl. What do you think is wrong with your body? How about I tell you what's right about it? That list is much shorter, I say as Max takes my hand and pulls me from the salon. He looks back at Cake and smiles. You add on a few $1,000s as a bonus, girl. I look at him like he's crazy and Cake laughs. Thank you, baby. You bring her back to me in a month and I'll make sure she's kept up. Good luck getting laid, Lexi. What? I say as Max pulls me out the door.
Max.
I can't quit looking at her. She's more beautiful than I ever imagined. We're on our way to get her some clothes, and she's eerily quiet. So what are you thinking, Lexi? Her eyes sparkle as she looks at me. Her pink lips open a bit, but she closes them, hesitating before she opens them again. This isn't me, Max. You spent a ton of money already, and I realize I can't talk you out of spending more, but it'll all be for nothing because I can't keep this up. I can't fix my hair like this or put on makeup at all. Lexi, it's not the exact hairstyle, I say as I take her hand and hold it in mine. The haircut will still be great if you just wash it and let it dry. The makeup doesn't matter, because you have a natural beauty. The makeup only enhances what's already there. You'll still be beautiful without it. Her head drops and she looks away. My goofy body will still be just that. I don't want to find someone and get laid, like Cake said. Before today, no one has seen that much of my body. When I swim, I wear a one-piece and shorts and a t-shirt. No one wants to look at this mess. I do. I rub my thumb over her knuckles and lift her hand to my lips, placing a kiss on it. Your body is no mess, and I'm not prone to lying. She smiles at me, and a little part of my heart melts. You're too nice, Max. I want her to see her true self-worth, how gorgeous she is, and how in demand she will be before I let her know I want her to be with me. Tonight, I'm taking you out to a club, and I'll leave you at the table alone for a bit. You'll see men flock to you as soon as I walk away. But you're coming home with me, understand? Her eyes dart to mine as she squeezes my hand. Oh, Joseph and Mary, please don't leave me with a bunch of strange men, Max. I'll freak out. I mean, when my mouth opens, they'll most likely run away anyway if any do come up to me, but in case one of them gets too fresh with me, please interrupt us. I don't want my first kiss to be with a stranger. It won't be.
Alexis.
So here I am in a dress that costs more than my car did. It fits surprisingly well, and I have more confidence in my appearance. I sit at a small table in some spectacular club Max has taken me to, and is left me alone to see if anyone takes a shot at me. Which I don't think's going to. Oh, who's this? Hi, I noticed you when you walked in, a tall and completely gorgeous man says. Another walks up next to him. I saw her first, Clint. He extends his hand and I return the gesture. He takes my hand and kisses the top of it. I saw you when you got out of your car at the valet. My name is. A tall man who I recognize as a basketball player from the Rockets steps up, and both men look up at him and groan. They step back as he leans down and takes my hand. Hello, he says with a deep voice. I know who you are, I say, finding it unbelievable Max was right. Dance with me, he not so much asks as demands. I've never danced, except alone at home. That ding-dang Max didn't school me on this part. I allow the tall man who smells expensive to lead me to the dance floor. Though the music is fast, he holds me tight to him and moves so slowly that I don't have to worry about my dance moves after all. MMMM. You smell nice. You didn't tell me your name, he says. Alex. He pulls back and looks me up and down. You are a woman, right? Ah, yeah. His brows pull together. From birth? My real name is Alexis, but people call me Alex. Alexis, he says in a kinda groany voice. Can I call you that instead? Sure, I say as he pulls me back close to him and sways slowly to the fast-moving music. My eyes dart around the crowd to find Max. I'm getting nervous that this man will try to kiss me, and while what a story that would be, I don't know him and don't wish him to be my first kiss. I haven't found that guy yet, though if Max wasn't so out of my league, he'd be one I might choose. The song ends and my hand is lifted to his mouth as he leaves a kiss on top. "Wanna get out of here?" he asks as he runs his large hand around my waist and pulls me close. I search wildly for my protector and find him nowhere. Then my eyes land on the woman who was at Max's house earlier, and she's draped all over him. He throws me a wave. That rat feces is waving me off. My tall companion takes my lack of an answer as a yes and moves me towards the exit. I glance back at Max, who shakes his head at me. I shrug because I don't have any idea of what to say or do. Suddenly, he breaks away from the horrible creature and sprints across the room to us. He catches my hand and makes some fancy move to get me out of the grip of the giant man. "Oh there," he says, looking up at the guy. "Sorry man, she's taken." I smile and wrap my arms around Max's neck and whisper in his ear, "You waited long enough, didn't you?" I ran into a bit of trouble. "We got to go. I think I've proved you're gorgeous anyway. Plus a few females I overheard were wondering if you might be into chicks, so there," he says and takes me out to his car. I pull on my seatbelt and smile at Max as he gets behind the wheel. "What do you think of that, Max?" A real celebrity was about to take me home with him. Not too bad, I'd say. Max runs his fingers along my cheek. Not good either, for the guy you end up with. You're so gorgeous he'll be fighting them off all the time. I lean back into the soft seat and sigh as I think about the guy the first end up with, and wish I was in Max's league. He's so down to earth for a rich dude. Not that I've ever known any, but I imagine most are some other way, not cool like he is. "Thanks, Max." "Wanna have a sleepover?" he asks with a smile. "We can watch a movie and I'll even make you popcorn if you want." "You know what I really want?" I ask as I sit up, suddenly excited about hanging out more with Max. "Ice cream. The kind with chocolate and caramel, maybe some pecans or something." "I love ice cream, let's get some and go home." "What kind of movie do you want to see?" "I'd like to watch the first Transformers movie." His face lights up and he holds his fist up, which I bump with mine. "Hell yeah, I love that one. Most girls hate that kind of movie." I'm not most girls. But I have to get out of this dress and honestly, the makeup has to come off. "That's cool, baby. I'll lend you a t-shirt, it'll cover all the necessary parts." I look out the window and smile at how excited he seems. What a dork I am. I could have gone home with a sports star, but instead I'm going to hang out with a man completely out of my league, and eat ice cream while we watch a cartoon come to life.
Max.
Even though she's washed away the makeup and slipped into one of my t-shirts, she's still got me captivated. She's holding my arm and laughing into my shoulder at the movie we're watching. I want to make a move to kiss her and let her know how I feel about her, but I can't believe I'm so afraid to. I don't want to scare her off. She's so insecure and I can see it in her face that she thinks I'm too good for her. She sees me as someone she can be herself with simply because I'm unattainable. But I'm completely attainable. The movie's over and this is my chance. I turn to her and take her hand in mine. "Did you have fun today, Lexi?" "I did," she says as she leans her head on my shoulder. "I'm tired. Do you want to show me to my bedroom?" I want to show her to my bedroom. I get up and pull her up with me, not letting her hand go. We get to the stairs and I gesture for her to walk in front of me, but she looks at me and shakes her head. "No sir, we walk together, you're not going to watch me climb stairs again." I snap my fingers and smile as I take each step with her. In the long hallway, I lead her down and go to the bedroom across the hall from mine. Here we are, Lexi. This is it, my last chance. I turn her back to the door and place my hand behind her neck, making her face tilt up to mine. Lexi, can I be your first kiss? Her hands move up to my chest, holding me back. Max, I'm not someone who takes things lightly. Who I give myself to is important to me. What if I told you I want us to start seeing each other? I find you fascinating and want to get to know you better. Don't you like me too? The blue of her eyes sparkles. Sure, I like you, but Max, we just met. I already know you better than any of the girls I've dated. You've probably let me in more than you have any other man. I run my finger over her lips and they quiver. Let me be your first kiss and let's see where that leads us, please. You're out of my league, Max. Besides, I'm no party girl. A tear glistens at the edge of her eye. I kiss the corner of her eye. I'm tired of party girls. I want to settle down, and you fit in perfectly with that. You and I are a great match. So, what do you say to give it a shot? Max, please, I'm not ready. I lean in and whisper, you are Lexi. Then, I place my lips on her neck. She takes a deep breath as I glide my lips across her cheek and stop before I touch her lips with mine. Please say yes, Lexi. Her hands run up my arms and she slips her arms around my neck and says, yes. Thank you. I'm certain I've found her, the mother of my children, and the other part of me.
Alexis.
As I lay in the most comfortable bed I've ever slept in, my mind spins out of control. Max kissed me. It was like nothing like I had ever imagined. I wanted the kiss to go on forever. I wonder if everyone's body burns as if it's on fire when they kiss. He wants to start dating. I know I'm not what he deserves though, and I have to disappear before I really fall for him.
End of sneak peek for The Billionaire's Assistant by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.